Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. Welcome to a recorded sales seminar I know you'll find interesting, exciting, practical, and productive. As you listen to these tapes, you'll feel as though you're actually taking part in the stimulating seminar sessions. When questions are asked, you'll be answering them, mentally taking part right along with the recorded participants. Now, your reactions, thinking, and involvement will reinforce the hundreds of good ideas you'll want to take away to apply to your own selling. Fred Herman is a master salesman. You'll discover that early in your tapes. He's also a masterful sales trainer. That you'll learn early, too. For over a quarter of a century, Fred's delivered forceful, common-sense answers to everyday sales problems for firms like General Motors, Bank of America, Bell Telephone, Western Airlines, hundreds of others. Now, don't forget, what you get out of this program depends entirely on you. You must listen to the tapes, you must do the exercises, and you must complete the assignments. No one can do that for you. And, of course, you will get the benefits. You will get the improved performance, and you will get the increased sales. No one can do that for you either. Now, how can you go about becoming the master of these right principles of persuasion? There are 4 simple steps. First, listen to the entire session at your leisure, in your car while you're driving to and from work, at home or in the office. Second, listen again. This time, if it's convenient, use the retention worksheets in your progress guide. Make notes as you move through the session to personalize the ideas to you. Third, listen again. And this time, as you do, complete the retention review and other assignments for each session. Fourth, listen to each session as often as you can. Use repetitive involvement to help you build habit patterns that will enable you to respond by reflex to selling situations that may now give you trouble. If you'll do this consistently, you'll soon find yourself making more sales, no matter how good you are now, bigger sales and better sales every time. So now let's take a little preview of our first session. Salesmen are not born. Of course, it's safe to say that salesmen are born like everybody else. They're not born as full-grown, polished, successful salesmen, however, any more than doctors or lawyers or engineers are born ready to practice. The requirements of any profession are basic and include continued study and application. And here's how we'll pursue our study. In this cassette, you'll learn about the 4 essential factors for success in selling: making calls, making good calls, on good prospects, with the right attitude. You'll learn how this can be done through planned selling, selling yourself, talking to the people who can say yes, and making liberal use of referrals. You'll also learn how important it is to like yourself, to be pleased with your performance. And you'll find out how you can develop this performance by having a selling plan, recognizing that it's your responsibility to help prospects decide, and by being creative in approaching your prospects. A lot to digest in one session? Yes, I suppose it is. But that's exactly why we suggest you listen to these tapes repeatedly, so you'll be able to really master them and put every one of these important selling skills to work for you. But now let's get started. Let's cut to Fred Herman leading the seminar on using creative selling. Salesmen are not born.
We're going to start out the session with a little quiz contest in which there'll be some cash prizes awarded. These cash prizes amount of $1, $10, $20, $50, $100, and $1,000. No, it's real $1,000, all right. The way this works is this. I will announce the cash award, and then I'll ask a question. And whoever in the group can answer the question within a 10-second time limit will get that particular cash award. Now, I need an honest fella to keep time for me. Got an honest fella? Skip, you'll keep time. All right, fine. 10 seconds. Watch it. As soon as yell time real loud. Okay. For the $1 bill, the question is, who was Jim Thorpe's coach?
Pop Warner.
We've got it over here first, I think. Got it back there. Would you come up and get the dollar, please? Are you going to save this or keep it for a souvenir?
Keep it for souvenir.
I'll give you a check. For the $10 bill, the question is, who was Einstein's arithmetic teacher in the 3rd grade? Okay, thanks. For the $20 bill, the question is, who was Paderewski's piano teacher when he was 6 years old? Time, okay, fine. Well, we just well knock this quiz off, because from this point on, the questions get harder. But don't anybody go away. I'll give you a chance to win the 1,000 at the end of this session here, when we get right to the end of it. I did this for a particular reason. It's very important as we invest this time together in some of the skills of persuasion and selling, that we would be on the right basis with each other, you and me. Pop Warner could not have competed in any athletic event with Jim Thorpe. He didn't have the physical build. He didn't have the stamina, and he was in a different generation, but he helped Jim Thorpe get more out of Jim Thorpe. Somebody taught Einstein 2 times 2 is 4. I don't know if you can find that name in the history book, but whoever it was pretty important what Einstein ultimately achieved. Somebody probably forced Paderewski to play the piano scales when he was a kid. Didn't have the genius, didn't have the emotional drive, didn't have the talent that Paderewski had, but this person was pretty important in helping Paderewski to reach more of his potential. So my point is this: who I am, what I've achieved is not really important. What's important, as we share this time together, do I have some ideas that are going to help you to be more effective working with your customers in the sales profession? That's what I'm really here for, right?
Right.
I believe we have a problem sometimes in the selling profession. It is possible that we might try to throw too many ideas at a salesman at one time, and then he can't remember the idea long enough to use it face to face with a customer. And no idea of selling is of any value unless you use the idea. I was reading a book the other day that man had written over 32 million laws since the beginning of recorded history. And went on to say if we would follow just 10 fundamental laws, we wouldn't need any of the 32 million. Can anybody guess what those 10 fundamental laws are? That's exactly right. What I'd like to do in our relationship is to take this whole mass of selling psychology and mechanics of selling and boil it down to those few basic rules. If you know what these are and can do them effectively, it will give you better control of the selling interview. Some of the things we're going to cover, you've already heard before. They're so basic, actually, you could find in the book I mentioned just a few seconds ago, the Holy Bible. But I believe there are a lot of good ideas out of this book that apply to selling. One verse in particular, I know, it says, "Seeking ye shall find." That's not bad for prospecting, right? There's another verse in here that says, "Ask and it'll be given unto you," or "Ask and you'll receive." That's a pretty good closing technique. There's another verse in here I think of occasionally when I work with some sales groups. It's, "Why seek ye the living among the dead?" There are a number of chapters in the Bible that are almost actually complete sales format. In the 10th chapter of St. Luke, this is where Jesus tells the disciples how to spread the gospel. That's kind of a selling job, right?
Right.
Well, here's a man who really understood sales psychology, both from the standpoint of the salesman and from the standpoint of the sales manager. Second verse, 10th chapter of St. Luke, he says, "The harvest is truly great, but the laborers are few." I asked a sales manager the other day, "How many salesmen work for you?" And he said, "About half." Well, that's not a bad average when you come right down to it. There's a reason for this, and it's actually in the 3rd verse of 10th chapter of St. Luke, where it says this: "Behold, I send you out as lambs among wolves." Selling is not an easy job. I think the selling profession requires as much knowledge as any other profession. I know it requires just as much effort, or maybe more, than other professions. And I know it requires a great deal of courage, perhaps more courage than many of the other professions. Because I hope this doesn't come as a surprise or shock to anybody here, but when you go out to make sales calls, they don't always say yes. Would you believe it? Sometimes they say no.
I learned it.
Now, if a salesman gets enough of those no answers in a row, his tendency is to gradually turn that rejection away from his product and proposition and turn it on to whom? And he says, "Boy, there must be something wrong with me." Can somebody tell me what's the first law of nature?
The law of
Self-preservation.
Self-preservation, that's right. What's the second law? In the group the other day, some smart aleck said sex. That's all. That's all part of the same thing. One of the things we have to preserve is our ego. That's the way we feel about ourselves. Now, if you get these no answers and you start saying there must be something wrong with me, it's kind of hard to preserve your ego. But some salesmen very cleverly figure out a way to do this. Just don't make any calls. No rejection. You know why they have picture shows open downtown in the daytime?
For sale.
That's for sale. I know, because I see them there. There's another symptom you can sometimes see of this fear factor of going out and exposing yourself to rejection. It's where a salesman might have prospect cards, and he's holding them in front of him, studying them, and lays them out in different piles on his desk after a lot of study with each card, gets them all laid out, and then you'll notice he'll pick them back up and start all over again. This is called the shuffling blues. Now, that'll keep you from making calls for a long period of time. If you'll accept with me that you got to make some calls to get started, then let's take a look at the second factor for success in selling. It's to make good calls. This involves, I believe, two things. Number one would be this plan selling, where you have a plan that you follow so that no matter what happens, you get off the track, you can get back on the track, and you have control of the sales presentation and the response of the customer. It almost becomes a reflex. You see, any boxer who had to think of what punch he was going to throw, what would happen to him? You can get clobbered. But there's another factor that's involved in making good calls, and it's a factor called selling yourself. So I'd like to just bring out a couple ideas on this subject of selling yourself while we're checking on these major factors to succeed in selling. Down on Jackson Boulevard, there's a building called the Board of Trade Building, the location of a thing called the commodity market, which is the grain futures. Now, that's a pretty volatile investment market. Money is made and lost pretty fast there. So the fellow in this story was an operator in that market, had a bad day in the market. He was almost completely wiped out financially. So late in the day, he was at his office at the top of the Board of Trade Building. He'd raised the window, and he was all set to dive out and end the whole thing. And as he looked down, he said, "Man, this is a messy way to do this. I'm liable to score a direct hit on some innocent bystander down there. I'm going to splatter all over. This just isn't neat." So he said, "I tell you what I think I'll do. I think I'll go down the elevator. When I get to the ground floor, I'll walk out the front door and I'll go up LaSalle Street. That dead ends at the Board of Trade Building. When I get to Chicago River, I'll jump in the river. It'll be cleaner and neater, and nobody else will get hurt that way." So he was down the elevator. He was starting up LaSalle Street. He said, "You know, it might not be as bad as I think it is. I tell you what I think I'll do. If, as I walk up LaSalle Street, I pass just one person that smiles at me, I won't jump in the river. The question is, suppose he'd passed you. In some cases here tonight, it would have been mighty sad." It's a little bit better now. I think that the number one rule for selling yourself is to have fun in what you're doing. I think if you can't have some enjoyment out of working with people and persuading them and being of service to them, that you're paying too big a price for that job. You ought to get out of it. But you know, I know there are a lot of pressures. I know there are a lot of frustrations. There are a lot of aggravations. People don't always respond the way you expect them to respond. We get pretty fed up and burned up at people. But have you figured out it's kind of hard to do business without them? But you know, sometimes these pressures and frustrations, they may work up on us, perhaps even without our awareness. Just the other day, my younger boy, Mike, said to me, he said, "Dad," he said, "how do you feel today?" And I said, "Gee, I feel great." And he said, "Well, why don't you notify your face?" The Chinese used to have a phrase, "He who cannot smile should not keep shop." I run into people every once in a while and say, "I don't feel like going around smiling all the time." But I usually try to get across the suggestion, maybe even a forced smile would be better than a sincere grouch. What do you think? Huh? So number one, have fun in what you're doing. Number two, if you're going to sell a product or a service, what do you talk about? Basically, you talk about what? If you're going to sell a product or service, basically you talk about the product or service, right? Okay, if you want to sell yourself, what do you talk about?
Yourself.
No. No. That's the trap that we fall into. We think, I'll just tell them what a wonderful guy I am, and they'll sure buy that. But they don't, because the average person would rather you talk about him or her than to tell them the history of the 10 most famous people who ever lived. And this is sound psychologically, because everybody in the world, everybody right in this room, as a matter of fact, you think you're the most important person here. But you're not.
You are.
Thank you. You know, I think I'll give you one of my records. That makes at least two of us, right? That's worth one of the records here. Selling is simple. I think the simpler we keep it, the better off we are. You know, if you're going to talk about the other person, what do they like to hear? Good things, that's right. And we call this what? Paying the other person a compliment. You think we do it enough?
No.
Why don't we pay more compliments, do you suppose? Self-centered, think about ourselves, anything else?
You won't believe it, maybe?
Maybe not.
Lots of may sound insincere.
Right. We may be afraid that they won't accept it graciously and easily. So I'd like to show you just a little simple technique. Instead of complimenting the person, compliment the action. Not what a person is, but something a person does. Makes all the difference in the world. You see, even if a person is rather good looking, it's embarrassing for them to accept a compliment on their person. I know, because this happens to me quite often. Now, here's a fellow that's got a lot of enthusiasm. Here's a fellow that analyzes things rather carefully before he accepts them. You're a good listener. I have an idea that you like to have things pretty well exactly right. You're a little bit, maybe of a perfectionist. Are these people arguing with me? No. They say, yeah, man, there's a smart cookie, you know. Word of warning. If you use this technique, don't try to explain what you mean or prove that you're right. Just say the phrase and move on. They'll pick it up. There are a lot of rules of human relationships, books full of them, and you can't remember them to use them, but if you'll remember these two, I think it'll pretty well get this job of selling yourself done. Number one is have fun. My wife has a little formula she uses when I leave home to go out and make sales calls or make a trip. She always says, just before I leave, Fred, be sure you enjoy yourself. Have fun. She knows if I'm having fun, it's going to be better for the people I'm with. If I'm miserable, it's going to be miserable for them. And the second idea is occasionally stop and talk about the other person. You see, we all have an itch that we can't scratch. We want recognition. We want to belong. We want people to notice us and maybe give us a little bit of credit for some of the things we do. So it's a little technique. Gee, you've got a lot of enthusiasm. Man, that was a great idea. Gee, you're fun to be with. That's enough. They'll pick it up. Because if you go beyond that, then you get into the area where you'll dig a hole for yourself. You'll never get out of it. We're stressing the 4 basic factors to succeed in selling. Number 1 is to make calls. We talked about that. And then making good calls. And now number 3, to call on good prospects. I was working with a group not too long ago. One of the fellows came up to me. I'd been back with this group a couple of different times. And he said, Fred, he said, I had a funny thing happen to me. This man was a direct salesman. He sold aluminum siding house to house. So he said, I was out driving around the territory. I saw a fellow standing in his yard. So I parked my car, jumped out, went over, introduced myself. We went in his house. And then a miracle happened. The sales talk started to unfold just like the sales manual says it will. I was with this guy about 90 minutes, and then I found out he didn't own the house. Now, I'm glad I don't have to explain this one to you. You're not going to sell much aluminum siding if the fellow don't own the house. He'll give you a referral to the landlord, but that's not exactly the same thing. While we're on the subject of referrals, this, too, is where we can really capitalize on a very simple idea that could increase your effectiveness and your productivity in selling tremendously. It's to use the radiation of the referral method of selling. Very simple thing. You see, if you had one satisfied customer could get 2 names from that person, and 2 names from each one of those, and 2 names for each one of those, and 2 names from each one of those, if you did that 12 times, you would have your life's work. You couldn't make that many calls. But for some reason, it seems to be easier to look for them out under rocks or in the bushes or someplace like that. If you'd like to know how to get an appointment with anybody in the world you'd like to talk to, here it is. Have somebody else make the appointment for you. Now, that doesn't sound very dynamic, but that, too, is an idea I believe could increase your sales by at least 20%. I don't mean just any old body make the appointment, but the satisfied customer. Say, hey, you must have a couple of people who could use my product or service. Would you mind telling me who they are and call them up and say I'm on my way over? Or would you just call them up and ask them if they'd meet with me? Now, it won't work 100% of the time, but it'll work so many times that you'll be amazed at how this could increase your chances of getting a sales interview and a chance to present your product in a favorable atmosphere. I had a fellow the other day say, well, heck, if I sell that guy, I've lost my best prospect. I've started to put a lot of management techniques into my sales development programs because I found out or figured out or discovered or something that usually the best salesmen are good self-managers. So here's an idea I got from a fellow named Peter Drucker in a management book. He said that most of us spend 80% of our time and effort on what gets 20% of our results. And we spend 20% of our time and effort on what gets 80% of our results. You know, you might put your work effort up against that gauge. And I believe you'll find it's not far wrong. But you may spend a lot of time sometimes on what gets very little payoff. And you might spend a little bit of time on what gets big payoff. So these 2 ideas on this prospecting by radiation and this 80-20, 20-80, they're mathematical formula. They're absolute. Point number 4 in the 4 basic factors to succeed in selling is to be sure that your attitude is right, that you're in the right state of mind when you go out to make these calls and when you call on the good prospects. The fellow was going through a hotel lobby. He went by the elevator section. And as he went by the elevator section, he did what's called a double take. That's where you whip your head around because something attracts your attention out of the corner of your eye. What attracted his attention was another fellow waiting for the elevator, looked familiar to him. So he studied this fellow, and he said, gee, I know him. He couldn't place him, so he walked on, and then he came back, and he took another look, and he said, darn, I know him. He was telling a friend about this a little bit later on. He said, you know, it was so frustrating. I knew that I knew him, couldn't place him, and all of a sudden, it dawned on me. They say that everybody in the world has an exact double. So he said, all of a sudden, it dawned on me, the reason this fellow looks so familiar, he was my exact double. And his friend said, boy, what a thing to have happened. You go back and find out who he was, where he lived, anything about him. He said, no, I didn't bother. He said, I didn't like his looks. Now, This is not as unusual as you might think. I think we all have times when we take a look at what we're getting out of life with what we hope we get out of life, how we're doing it with the way we should be doing it. A lot of times we don't like our looks. Have you ever noticed any game you play well you like to play? You ever notice that? Any game you don't play well you don't like to play it? I've taken quite a dislike to chess recently. I taught my 2 boys how to play chess. Guess what's happening? Yeah, I don't like chess as much as I used to. So my point is this. I'm not discounting enthusiasm. It's one of the 4 major ideas. But I don't think it's the whole story. I think that there comes that time when a fellow might get all fired up, excited. He gets out the door, he's ready to go, and then he has to find the answer to this question. Now what do I do? So that's the area I work in. What do you do when you're face-to-face with the customer? Eyeball to eyeball, toenail to toenail. What happens then? So let's take a look at the areas for development where a salesman can look to increase his abilities and his skills and his potential. Number 1 is to have a selling plan. If I could get a couple of volunteers up here to do a little stunt with me with some playing cards, I think we could illustrate what we mean by having a selling plan and being organized. Okay, we've got a couple of volunteers up here. Your name is?
Fred.
Fred, okay, and yours is? Tom, okay. Fred, you were first up. Do you want the red or the blue cards?
Blue.
You'll take the blue ones, and Tom, you'll take the red, right? For a $1 bill, the fellow who finds 3 cards I call out first, just take them out of the pack, go ahead. I'm going to ask you to find 3 cards. When you find them, just throw them out on the floor here. First one is the 7 of clubs. When you find that one, just throw it right out. The next one is the 4 of diamonds. When you find the 4 of diamonds, just throw it right out. The next one is the 9 of spades. When you find that one, just throw that one out there. Okay, we got a winner over here. Fred, you got all 3 of them, right? Fred, would you show how your cards are arranged?
Very simple.
They're all in suits, all in order, right? Tom, would you show how your cards are arranged? Oh, man, they're all mixed up, isn't that right? Backwards, forward, upside down, every which way. I had $1 prize for this particular stunt here. I think they each deserve a prize, don't you? Now, so you each got 50 cents there, huh?
50% of it.
All right. There's a couple of things we can learn that will help our sales effectiveness in this little stunt. Number 1, I don't care how much experience you've had. I don't care how many bits of sales technique that you get. I don't care how much product knowledge you have thrown at you. Unless you organize it some way or other, you're not going to be able to find the right thing at the right time. One other factor was present here, too, we can learn a lesson from. You see, Tom, the deck you had? The 3 cards weren't even in there. Isn't that dirty? Yeah, now, if you had taken the cards and organized them, you'd have found you were missing with this. As we start to organize our experience and knowledge and sales techniques, we find out that there are 1 or 2 places where we don't have enough information or we don't have the skill that we need. And so we add that. It's been said if you could get just one idea, it'd be well worth the investment radiating through the rest of your selling life. So you see, you start to add those pieces, and that's what we hope to do with this program, is to help you add those pieces that you might be missing now that keep you from being as effective. Did you know there's a very small difference between failure and success sometimes? Have you ever noticed that? We find this in elections many times. 1 or 2 votes swing the election. The Olympic Games, about that much time, or maybe 6 or 7 inches of distance, made the difference between getting a gold medal and not even placing. I was in the Yankee Stadium in New York City several years ago watching the Cleveland team play the Yankees. There was a fellow named Vic Wirtz. He got up in the 5th inning and knocked the ball towards right field. The right fielder went back, reached over the wall as far as he could reach, and the ball dropped right in the center of his glove and was a put-out. In the 7th inning, Vic Wirtz got up again. This time he knocked the ball towards right field. The same fielder went back, reached over the fence as far as he could reach, but this time the ball missed his glove about that far, just about that far. What was the difference between a put-out and a home run?
7 inches.
About 6 or 7 inches. Did you know you can stand in a phone booth with 9 cents in your hand? And you can't talk to nobody? It takes just a little bit more sometimes. I believe that in the sales profession, we have a personal responsibility to develop ourselves. I believe it's true. If you check back, some of the products and services you're selling now weren't even in existence 5 or 6 years ago. So I believe it's true that as a salesman, to keep pace and maintain the competitive edge, you're going to have to have a personal growth. Now, here's another concept. For areas of development, we need to remember that it's our job to help the prospect to make the decision. That's basically what selling is all about. But here's the concept of that. I don't know if you've ever thought about this or not before. But this is another one of those absolutes. I'll guarantee that whenever a salesman and a prospect get together, there are going to be two sides. One of them could be called ideas opposed. The other side should be reasons for. Who is it usually thinks of the ideas opposed? And darn fast, too. Have you ever noticed that? I called a fellow on the phone the other day, and I said, my name is Fred Herman. He said, I'm not interested. I said, you're not interested in what? See, whatever it was, he knew he wasn't going to be interested in it. On the other side might be the reasons for. Who's supposed to put those in the selling picture? That's what selling is all about. You know, I've noticed a frightening thing happening in this country, in Europe, in the Orient, up in Canada, down to Mexico. I catch it happening to me if I don't watch out for it. With all the ideas opposed coming in the prospect's mind, sometimes the salesman, without ever putting anything on the other side, asks the customer for a decision. If you ask the customer for a decision when you first go in, or when he first comes to you, what's pretty apt to be the answer? No. Just like you walk and say, I don't suppose you want to buy anything, do you?
You're right.
Now I'm selling over a barrier. Now, I don't know that anybody would be that inept to say that. You don't want to buy anything. But maybe your manner, your attitude, or some other word says the same thing. Here's the thing that in this area, this metropolitan area, happened probably 100 million times today in retail selling. That's where the customer comes in and surprises the salesman. First phrase in the conversation when the customer walks through the door is usually what? Can I help you? Yeah. What's the automatic answer to that? Huh? No, I'm just looking. You try to get out, is that right? If he walked over and said, you could help me, you might be curious enough to say, well, what's up? You know? Or if he just walked over and said, hello, gives you a big smile, you see. You've got to tell him why he came in or knock him out of the way, one or the other. And even in creative selling, where the salesman goes out and surprises the customer, quite often the first phrase in that conversation, I just happened to drop in because I was going by. Man, that really grabs you, doesn't it? He makes a decision pretty fast. He wished you to drop dead instead of dropping in. So I believe we need to kind of earn the right to make our presentation. We need to be more creative than those phrases. So our program here, we're going to be investing our time and helping develop skills on doing those things that put the reasons for in the customer's mind. See, I have two definitions of selling. One of them is selling as teaching. And the other one is selling as finding out what the other person wants and help them to get it. Under those two definitions, you could not do any high pressure at all. So we'll be developing skills in saying what you mean, what it is you're really selling. You see, you don't sell a product or a service at all. You sell the end result of the product or service. And then when we get to the area of handling objections, we'll be working with how to listen to what he means instead of what he says. So these will be the programs we'll be working with and breaking them down so that you understand exactly where you are in the selling process, and so you'll be able to do these things with a skill that will give you the control of helping the prospect make the decision. I promised you when we started this cassette, I'd give somebody here a chance to win the $1,000. So I tell you what I'll do. I'll shoot this $1,000 against a $1 bill on one roll of these dice. Now, these dice are not loaded. If the dice are loaded, I'll give you the $1,000. Am I faded, 1,000 to 1?
Sure.
Huh? You sport? I bet your wife didn't know she married a sport. Is that right? You got $1?
Absolutely.
Well, she's a sport too then. Come on up here, would you? To give you the $1. Now, I don't know much about shooting dice. Is there anybody else who wants a piece of the action? Huh? Okay, 1,000 to 1. Should I bank them against the thing here? What did I get?
7.
A 7. I tell you what. If you roll them and you roll a natural on the first roll, I'll give you your buck back. That's better than Las Vegas, isn't it? What'd you get? You got a 7 too. Okay, that's pretty. Get your buck back, huh? Go ahead, take the $1. What's the problem?
This one's got all 5s.
Yeah.
This one's got 2s and 6s.
6s, uh-huh. But they're not loaded, though, right?
They're not loaded.
Oh, no, they're not. Yeah, the one dice has all 5s. The other dice has all 2s and 6s. You don't roll 7s or 11s. That's good on the first roll. Any place, isn't that right?
Absolutely.
But we did. They're not loaded.
Right.
See, the dice are not loaded. What we did, we eliminated the chance of failure. So that's what hopefully we'll be doing with our program here, is helping you to add to your sales repertoire, your sales skills, your sales personality, those things which for you will help you to eliminate the chance of failure.
A stimulating session? I hope you found it so. What were those 4 basic ideas for successful selling? Making calls, making good calls on good prospects with the right attitude? Sounds simple, doesn't it? And it is simple when you apply the correct principles habitually. And what were some of those principles? Don't avoid making calls simply to avoid rejection. Know that sometimes, many times in fact, prospects do say no. They're not rejecting you. They're simply saying something is missing in the selling situation for them at that time. Make good calls by planning your selling so you can respond by reflex to your prospects. And remember to sell yourself. Have fun. Smile. Talk about the other guy. Pay him a sincere compliment and don't explain it. Calling on good prospects means calling on the person who can say yes. One of the best ways to get to the person who can say yes is through referrals. Ask for them. And don't waste 80% of your time talking to suspects who will give you only 20% of your business. And last of all, carry the right attitude. Like your looks. Be pleased with your performance. There's only one sure way to do that. Perfect your performance through constant study, application, and practice. You can be a pro only if you work at it like a pro. And if you do, you can indeed be a champion. Now here's Fred again with a tested method for adding to your selling skills. The ideas in this cassette.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the effective steps to make the ideas you just heard habitual in your day-to-day selling. 1. Listen to this cassette again, and if it is convenient, make notes on your Using Creative Selling Retention worksheet. Apply the 4 basic ideas for success in selling to your own performance. Make notes on areas for development important to you. 2. Fill in the blanks in the Using Creative Selling Retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the cassette again. 3. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling the next 7 days. 4. Write these ideas in your Using Creative Selling Blueprint for Action. 5. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 6. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments. And the most important thing you learned from this seminar session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. On this Don't Buy It Back, Fred Herman is going to be leading our practical sales seminar as we explore closing the sale. It's funny, but sometimes salespeople, even experienced ones, close the sale but forget to stop talking and promptly buy the product back again. Making decisions is not easy. Making decisions to spend money is even more difficult. Our job is to help our prospect make up his mind. Our job is to help him close the sale and then stop talking. In this, you're going to learn that there are no miracle closes. The close is the end result of an effective sales presentation. At the moment of closing, the salesman should help the prospect decide. He should do this without fear, without fumbling, and without fail. The suggestions for closing the sale in this will help you to close early and often. In addition, you'll learn how to detect and capitalize on buying signals and how to make effective trial closes. Now let's go to the seminar and Fred Herman leading the session on closing the sale.
On this, we're going to be discussing closing the sale without buying it back. As salespeople, that's really our job, isn't it? Sometimes, of course, the customer's mind races ahead of us, and he's ready to buy before we're ready to stop selling. Let me ask you a question. Does a salesman have to take the prospects through all the steps of the selling process? No. But does the customer's mind have to go through all the steps? Right. Well, then, if this is true, when is the right time to ask for the order? It's when the customer's ready to buy. That's when his mind has gone through all these steps. So how can we tell when his mind has gone through all the steps? He'll give you a buying signal. So you might take a look at a definition of buying signal. It's this. A buying signal is anything the customer does or says which indicates that he's ready to buy. Let's take a look at what some buying signals might be. I want to brainstorm a few of these from the group here. If you'd help me. You got a slip of paper to write them down on there. What are some of the things customers say that indicate that they're ready to buy? How much is it, okay? Write these down.
In the leasing business, how soon can I get it?
How soon can I get it? Okay, what's another one?
Does it come in green?
Does it come in green? Okay, what's another one?
Yeah, finance.
Can I finance it? What's another one? What's the shipping cost?
What happens if it's defective?
Yeah, how do I get it repaired? Where do you get service on it? All right, will you come out and show me how to use it? Okay, these are questions people ask. You see, in selling, I believe you should ask a lot of questions, but there comes a time, a transition time, when the customer starts asking you questions, and these become then buying signals. Suppose you were talking to 2 people, and one of them turns to the other and says, "What do you think?" Now what do you got? You got about one person sold, so right away you take a vote. You say, you know, one of the wonderful things, everybody gets a vote. I vote yes. How do you vote? Now you got them 2-0 already before they even cast their vote. See? Now, that would be smart, alecky, but in effect, you have a buying signal. You know where you are in this particular thing. What are some of the things a person might do that would indicate that they're ready to buy?
Why that desperation from his bride?
That's right, boy, because he's under pressure. Now he's relieved, okay? Anything else he might do?
Become friendly.
Yeah, because you see, when he's making this decision, he's tight and tense, and now he kind of relaxes. Besides that, he wants you to be his buddy, because now he's depending on you for delivery and all that kind of stuff. So he wants you to be his friend. Anything else he might do? Huh? Well, suppose he gets out his checkbook. How about that? Or his billfold. How about that? Or if you're in an industrial situation, the person might do what? Take out an order form or a purchase order for it. Suppose he takes his hat and coat and leaves. That's a signal, but not a buying signal, okay? Right. So we have to be aware of what the customer's doing. We need to be aware of this to see when is the right time to buy. When you get a buying signal, what should you do? At least try to close or make an effort to close. For a long time, I felt that the actual closing technique, the closing process, has been overemphasized. It seems to be one great big thing stand out all by itself, and that's not true. I believe a close of a sale is the logical conclusion of an orderly, effective sales presentation. It's not a separate thing. It's the conclusion of it. It's winding it up if you've done a good job. Now, at the time of closing, the salesman should close without fear and without fumbling and without fail. If you assume that the sale has been made, what is there left to settle? Just the details are left. What are some of the details you settle? The cost? Well, the cost should be in the conviction step. Maybe the terms of payment would be details. The time of delivery. The model. The colors. These are the details. So I believe that the closing question should be wound around settling those details. And there are 4 or 5 different techniques you can use. And I don't know of any tricky closes. I don't know of any perfect answer unless you're talking to your father. You say, how many would you like, Dad? Other than that, I don't know any, patent sales closes. But there are some techniques that we can identify so that you remember how to use these. How many times should a salesman try to close?
As often as necessary.
As often as necessary. At least 7 times. You know, they say the real professional salesmen have at least 50 closes just like that they can whip out anytime, any place, because they're in control. This is a part of your sales talk should be pretty well, maybe can. So one of the things that we have as closing technique to help people make decisions is called the alternate choice. I think Elmer Wheeler kind of popularized this when he was working with a Rexall drug company, and they were trying to, say in malted milk, do you want 1 egg or 2? Guy hadn't even thought of an egg at all in his malt, but now he's faced with, do you want 1 or 2? Well, even if he just took 1, they stole eggs, you see? So whenever you give them an alternate choice, whichever way they go, then they've made a decision. And that's what the closing technique does. It asks people to make decisions. What are some of the alternate choices you might give people in your business that you can think of?
You want to use your checkbook or my checkbook?
Your checkbook or my checkbook? Yeah, if you think I'm high pressure, I'll let you sign it with your own pencil. All right? No, do you want to pay cash or do you want to put it on the charge plan? Do you want the red or the blue? See, whichever way it goes. Now, there are some times when you might not have a choice to give people. You don't want to make a choice. Then you get their yes or no on just one factor, and that's called the minor point. Minor doesn't mean it's not important. It is an important decision, but you might not have to. For example, in department stores, they always used to say, do you want us to deliver or do you want us to take it with you? Then somebody thought up a bright idea that saved department stores thousands of dollars. Because delivery costs what? Money, huh? So instead of saying that, you say you want to take it with you, don't you? Which is a minor point. It's just getting their yes on one decision. We'll be out Friday. Delivering in your neighborhood, will Friday be okay? You see? This comes in the executive model. You want the executive model, won't you? See, you don't give them a choice. It's a minor point. But it's a very effective closing technique because it settles the details. There are times when you don't have a choice to give them. So you must get there. How about a closing technique like this? Well, are you going to buy it or aren't you? How about that? Huh? It's better than nothing. It's better not doing anything at all. But it's too abrupt. We need just a little bit more finesse. See, we need to make it easy for them to say yes. And so when you make the decisions on something like the color or the terms of payment or the delivery, you're making it easier then. It's a little bit more finesse. Another one is called the subtle question. This is where you might paint a brief word picture for the customer and then just get his agreement on the word picture. Gee, won't it be great when you're making this vacation trip this year in this new automobile? Won't that be great? He says, yeah, it'll be great. He's bought. Won't your baby look pretty in this new baby carriage? You paint a very brief word picture. It's called a subtle question technique. Another type is the instruction close. There are many products and services where people need to know how to operate them effectively before they can get the maximum use and benefit out of it. So your closing question then would be, well, shall we show you how to use it? For example, a washer and dryer. Two people there. You turn to the husband and say, shall I go over the controls again with your wife so she won't have any problem? Or shall I send one of our instructors out to your home to spend an hour or two with you so that you get this going smoothly? If you're in a training program, shall we go over session number 1 so you won't have any trouble? They say, yeah, go over session number 1. What does that mean? They're going to be at session number 1, right? So what we need to do is to figure out those things. What are the things I need to teach or help this person with before they can use the product or the service? Then just ask them about teaching them. When they say, yeah, teach me, they made the decision. There is one, of course, called the scare question. That's where you are talking to people about something, and all of a sudden you take it away. Before we go any further, let me be sure I got your size in stock. Now, what's the thing you want? If he thinks you haven't got it, what does he want? That's what he wants, okay? You can use this many different. You can say you're in industrial selling, you're saying, oh, wait a minute, before we go any further, let me just check to be sure. I might be able to deliver it this next week, as fast as we can. He says, yeah, check. He's made the decision. He's going to go ahead. It's a scare question. These are basic. Of course, the old basic standby is what we call the order bank close. That's where you just assume the sale is made and you just start writing up the order. What is your name, please, your full name, and what address would this be shipped to? And you see, he has to stop you then or else buy, one or the other. I don't know if that smacks of pressure, but I have a definition of high pressure. My two definitions of selling. Number 1 is selling is teaching. Number 2 is selling is finding out what the other person wants and help them to get it. And under those two definitions, you could never do any high pressure. High pressure is when you're trying to sell somebody something that is not good for them. Then anything you do is high pressure. So it's up to us to help this guy to make the decision. It's difficult for people to make decisions. They don't like to do it. So we need to make it as easy as we possibly can. There's some other techniques, of course, that you can use. There's the sharp angle close where the guy says, well, your product won't do so-and-so. And you might say, well, do you want it if it does? He says, yeah, I want it. Then you have to, of course, show him it will do it. But his commitment has kind of been made. But the thing we need to do is to help people to make decisions. It's not just a separate thing again. It's just a logical conclusion to a good selling presentation. However, salesmen still sometimes hold back from asking for the order because they fear that's going to shut off the conversation. So there's a thing called a trial close, which doesn't ask for a decision, but it asks for an opinion. The difference is decision is a close, opinion is a trial close. If I say to you, do you want the red or the blue? Now that's asking for a decision. But somewhere along the line, if I said, if you were to go ahead, do you feel that the red would be best for you, or would it be the blue one you'd want? He says, well, I'll take the blue. Now I've got an opinion. Now I might go in, well, we could deliver it either Friday or would next Monday be okay? Now I'm doing what? Asking him for a decision. So you phase from a trial close into a close. You see, the buying signals are under the control of the prospect. He controls the buying signals, but the salesman controls the trial closes. And within reason, the more trial closes you can use, the better off you are. Because we don't want to oversell and buy it back. We want to find out how quickly we can get this person to make a decision. There's a thing called the psychological moment in closing people talked about, and it's a misnomer. There's nothing psychological about it, and it's not a moment. You see, you were on a couch any time within 3 or 4 month period. Somebody come around and done a good selling job, you'd have bought. So some of these things are misnomers. What we have to do is just understand people and work with them a little bit better and do it the easy way. I think a salesman should have some prepared trial closes. I think that, again, this is a part of the sales talk that could be canned to the extent you know exactly what and where. And most sales presentations that are prepared sales presentations do have trial closes worked in on them. One of them is one that Frank Betcher used to use, where anywhere along the line you can say, well, how does it sound? If you say to the customer, how does it sound? And he says, sounds great. Do you make the rest of your sales presentation? No, huh? You start wrapping it up and settling the details. So other ones are, this is what you really want, isn't it? At the end of the desire step, when you painted a good picture, this is really what you want, isn't it? If he says, boy, it sure is, then you don't make the rest of your presentation. You start selling those details. In the weighing close, when you list the ideas opposed and reasons for, a natural trial close would be there, well, which side weighs the heavier? If he says, well, the reasons for doing it now, then you move in and start selling the details. It's just as simple and easy as that. I'm going to role play a sales presentation. I need a prospect here. Right over here. Your name, sir, is?
Bruce.
Bruce, and last name?
Bedford.
Bruce Bedford. Okay, Bruce, you are a sales manager and owner of a small sales organization, and you have about 10 or 12 salesmen. I know this. I know the industry you're in. I know a little bit about it. I've done some pre-approach before I made the call. But I come in to make the call, and I say, Mr. Bedford, I came in to see if I could be of any service to you and your organization. Here's a little book to add to your sales library. It's How to Sell Without Working.
Is that possible?
Well, take a look. You see, it's completely blank. You know, Mr. Bedford, there's no such thing as selling without working. Isn't that right?
That's true.
What you try to do is to get your salesmen to work better for selling. Isn't that it?
That's right.
I'm a professional speaker and sales and management trainer, and what I do in my work is to work with organizations like yours where, for a period of time, I can take the burden of motivating the salesmen off your shoulders. I can put them through a professional sales training program that would, help them to organize themselves, tell your story much more effectively. And perhaps you could do the same thing, but you see, this would take that burden off your shoulders, give you more free time to do a lot of the other things that you have to do in your work. And it would be another voice saying and reinforcing what you've already said. It'd give you more free time with your family or out on the golf course. You'd sure like that, wouldn't you?
Sure.
You see, the way we do this is with a sort of a selling plan. Helps the salesman to organize so he has control of the sale. Like a fellow named Bernie Weir the other day told me, he said, I knew exactly what I was doing all the way through. I was in control all the way through. I got my order. I made my commission, made a profit for my company. Now, being in control of the sale and getting orders and making profit for the company is important to you and your salesman, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
My real reason for coming in was to get your answer to 3 questions. Would you mind if I'd ask them?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, if you had a salesman working for you who would take a program like this on his own, if he would invest his own time and his own money, do you feel you might be willing to help him at all financially?
If he invested some of his time, I think.
And his money, would you help him?
I think so.
On an investment of $200, what percentage might you be willing to help him if you're lucky enough to have a guy like that?
We'll have to see the program first.
All right, you want to know about it. But if it were a good program, what percentage might you be willing to invest?
Perhaps 50%.
Congratulations, Mr. Bedford. I don't think anybody expects to be met more than halfway. When can I talk to your fellows to find out if you're lucky enough to have rascals who would really be interested in themselves and working with you and helping you? And then you'd be willing to invest 50%, right?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Now my sale is done with him, though. I used some trial close with him. He brought up one objection. Did you notice that? He brought up an objection. He says, well, the program is good. I'd do it. There's a technique in selling that we can use that's called the just-supposing technique. You don't have to prove as much as you think you do. And sometimes in working with an intangible, it's impossible to prove it. You have to get into action and have them doing it. So I usually give a guarantee. I say, if this doesn't work, I'll guarantee I'll be surprised. Let's get back here. When he said it's a good program, I said, just supposing that it would work. I mean, he accepted that without a question, see? We went right on. Because, people do want to buy. We have that going for us. They put up these resistances because they don't want to be taken advantage of. So now my sale would be to the salesman the next day to tell them the boss would like to spend $100 on them. How many like to have the boss spend $100 on them? How about that? Not what it's going to cost them, but what they're going to get from it. That's what everybody's saying. What's in it for me? Now, when I asked that first question, Mr. Bedford, instead of saying, I feel I might help them, say, I don't think any of my salesmen would take this program. Now, let me ask a question. If you were lucky enough, Mr. Bedford, to have a salesman take a program like this on his own, invest his own time, his own money, do you feel that you might be willing to help him at all financially?
Well, I don't think any of my salesmen would take that program.
Well, Mr. Bedford, I just don't know whether they would or not either. It might be kind of interesting to find out, though, huh?
I think it would.
All right. Just supposing, though, Mr. Bedford, that you had one salesman who would crawl on his hands and knees and save his lunch money to take a program that would help his sales and make more profit for you. Would you help a guy like that?
I'd like to see that man.
Okay. Tell you what, when can I talk to your fellows to find out if you're lucky enough to ask? Huh? See what happened? We got right back. See, here's an interesting thing. A lot of times when we ask questions to people, you ask questions in the objections and closing. Many times you ask a question, they don't answer the question you ask. I didn't ask him if he's supposed to take it, but that's the answer he gave me. So if I let him go on that, I would get completely sidetracked. But you see, if you ask a question and you don't get back the answer that you're supposed to get back, and you take the answer that's not the right answer and go off on that, he's sidetracked you. One of the very powerful sales techniques is called defensive questioning. That is, instead of answering their question with a statement, a declarative statement, you answer their question with a question. Then you get a commitment. For example, if somebody says, do you deliver? What would you say? Not say, yeah, we deliver, but when do you want it delivered? Right, or you do want us delivered, don't you? And he said, yeah, I want you to deliver. Now he's made the decision, you see? Or if the person says, like in real estate, your salesman is out showing the property and they look at the house and they say, gee, this is great. Golly, they're taking good care of this place, and the drugs and the drapes, they just go perfectly. Do you think they'd be willing to leave the rugs and drapes? The salesperson says, well, I'll find out. He's put himself on a hook. And he's in a bad shape because he's agreed to bargain with the owners without finding out whether they're going to buy or not. So I can avoid this by just asking a very simple question. Shall we put the rugs and drapes in the purchase offer? They say, yes, they do. They're ready to make the purchase offer. This one here is where salesmen could increase their effectiveness and their sales by at least 10 to 15, 20% perhaps, if they remember when the customer asks a question to respond with a question. I try to do it in my sales programs. I had a fellow the other day who said to me, Fred, how come is it every time we ask you a question, you respond by asking a question? I said, well, why shouldn't I? See, what we need to do is get involvement. You don't know what's going on the other side, so we need to find out, but we need more than anything to help people to decide. And you do it by asking effective questions. So let's see now if you learn anything about this defensive questioning. Suppose I were a prospect for an insurance, and I walk over to you and I say, could I get my insurance policies on chartreuse paper? What are you going to say to me?
Do you want them on chartreuse paper?
Yeah, I sure do.
Tremendous.
You start writing it up, see? Now, later on, you might bargain whether it's chartreuse or white. I'm going to get them. And if I won't settle for anything, you may have to get Easter egg dye. You know, but that doesn't change the legality of the insurance policies. So these are some of the techniques about closing. And again, I emphasize that closing is not some great big mysterious thing, but it's a logical conclusion to an effective sales presentation. And none of these techniques we've talked about will work unless you've done a good selling job. But if you've done a good selling job, then you can expect the customer to respond the way you want to. But again, the reason we use these different techniques and several techniques, sometimes the customer is doing this. He's saying, this fellow, if you just change my no to a yes, I'd buy. So we have to give him more than one chance to say yes. And that's why salespeople need several closing techniques pretty well prepared. And so if you'll sit down and write out what you think think of the last customer you sold. What did you say to him right at the end that got him to say yes? And bridge from there and start building yourself a series of effective closing questions. Because until you close, you are just a commercial visitor.
Why is it most salespeople fear trying to close the sale? I suppose basically it's the fear of rejection, the fear of losing the sale. And yet, as we learned, the close is actually the logical conclusion to a good sales presentation. If the sales presentation has been effective, closing is simply a matter of settling the details. And how can the details best be settled? By asking the prospect well-planned questions. Trial closes can be handled the same way, by asking questions. But questions that only seek an opinion. An opinion question answered positively can lead logically into a question for the decision, getting a commitment, by settling the details. Listen to this again and again, as often as necessary to enable you to detect buying signals, ask trial close questions, and settle the details of purchase without fear, without fumbling, and without fail. When you master effective closing, you will be selling more and better every time. Work on it. The reward is well worth the effort. Now here's Fred again with a tested method for adding to your selling skills, ideas for closing the sale.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the 7 steps to make the ideas from this part of your day-to-day selling. 1. Listen to this again. If it's convenient, make notes on your closing the sale retention worksheet. Fill in the spaces with both what he says and the what he does buying signals that you have recognized. List as many types of closes as you can for your selling that really ask for a decision. Fill in the trial close lines with the standard ones suggested by the discussion, and then start structuring others by modifying your close questions so they ask for an opinion instead of a decision. 2. Fill in the blanks in the closing the sale retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the again. 3. Record on your recorder and play back for review selling phrases, closing questions, and other presentation techniques as they are outlined in your Closing the Sale Blueprint for Action. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling in the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your Closing the Sale Blueprint for Action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments, and of course, the most important thing you learn from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you are ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. When a buyer is considering a purchase, what is actually going on in his mind? I suppose many a salesperson wished that he or she had a crystal ball and could find out. Yet it's not really that difficult. When the buyer is trying to decide, should I or shouldn't I, he's simply comparing his objections, that is, his ideas opposed to buying, with your reasons why he should buy. Now, what do you have to do to help him buy? Simply give him more or better reasons for buying than he has for not buying. Now we'll be exploring this key principle in getting the commitment with Fred Herman. We'll also be looking at why it's unnecessary to eliminate or even answer all objections. We'll be examining and role-playing an effective way to do this with the Ben Franklin close. We'll learn how this versatile closing technique can be used to help get a decision, to smoke out hidden objections, to prevent the put-off, and as a re-entry tool to help you get back to selling when that's needed. A prospect won't buy until he's willing to make a commitment. If you listen carefully to this and take an active part in this seminar session, you'll be getting those commitments more effectively beginning with your next interview. So let's pick up Fred Herman as he reminds us, make it easy to say yes in the seminar session on getting the commitment.
What we're going to be working with is the 5th thing that must happen in the mind of the prospect before they will buy. The salesman must get a commitment from the prospect. And this is the closing technique. One fellow said, until a person closes, you're just a commercial visitor. Is there anybody here from Texas by any chance? Anybody ever been to Texas? Your name is? Vic. Vic? Okay, Vic. The reason I asked for somebody for Texas, I have a Texas deck of cards. They're about 4 times the size of a normal deck, but it's a full deck of cards. Vic, would you shuffle them, please?
Sure.
When you get them shuffled, Vic, would you put them face down on the table? Would you select one of the cards? Don't you look at it, but hand it to me. Would you put the rest of the cards together and put the rubber band around them, but put them back here on the platform? I wonder if you'd hold this card, please. Vic, in a deck of cards, there are 4 suits. Is that right? Yes. 2 of them are black and 2 are red. Would you choose either black or red? And let me know which one you chose.
Red.
Okay, if you choose the red, that would leave left what?
Black.
The black, that's right, Vic. In the black suit, there are 2 of those, and one of them is clubs and one is spades. Would you choose either clubs or spades and let me know which one you chose?
Spades.
Spades. Okay, in the spade suit, there are 13 cards, right?
Yeah.
10 of them have numbers on them, and 3 of them have pictures, the face cards. Would you choose either numbers or pictures? Not a number or a picture, but say either numbers or pictures, either one or the other.
Numbers.
The numbers. There are 10 of those numbered spade cards, right?
Yeah.
A lower group would be from ace to 5, an upper group would be from 6 to 10. Would you say either lower or upper and let me know which one you chose?
Lower.
The lower. If you choose the lower, that would leave left what?
The upper.
The upper, that's right. That would be from the 6 to the 10. The 8 is right in the center. That would leave 6 and 7 low, 9 and 10 high. Would you choose either low or high and let me know which one you chose?
The high.
If you choose the high, that leaves left what?
The low.
The low, that's right. This is the 6 and 7 of spades. Would you choose between those?
The 6.
If you choose the 6 of spades, that leaves left what?
The 7.
Did he get it right? Man, he got it right on the nose. The 7 of spades. Vic, you're tremendous. Can somebody tell me what factor was present that enabled me to get Vic to say the 7 of spades?
Control.
Well, I kept control. I asked questions, and I guided his choice. I did give him the answer each time before I asked the question. They say that if you ask a person a question and they know the answer to the question, they like you. If you ask them a question they don't know the answer to, they hate you. So I tried to make him like me a little bit better by giving him the answers before I gave him the choice. The choice was a control. And this is what we do in the selling process. The prospect either chooses to pay attention or not pay attention. He either chooses to be interested or not to be interested. He either chooses to believe what you say or not to believe it. He chooses to want it or not to want it. He chooses to go ahead now or not to go ahead now. So the sales process, you give them a series of choices, and that's technique. But there was one factor that's even more important than that in this little stunt. Can somebody guess what it was?
You knew what he wanted to do.
I knew what the card was. How did I know what the card was? I took a look before I handed it over here. This probably is one of the most important things I know about the skill of persuasion. It's pretty hard to persuade somebody if you don't know what you want to persuade them to. So all we have to do is to help people make decisions. You know, people don't like to make decisions on even the simplest things. It's almost an animal instinct not to want to make decisions. Matter of fact, there were some scientists who were testing animals for their reflexes of certain stimuli. They got two identical monkeys, or near identicals. You can get monkeys. Put them in two identical cages. And these cages were wired to give these monkeys a slight electrical shock every 10 minutes. Not enough to hurt them, but just enough to kind of, you know, perk them up a little bit. A little jerk every 10 minutes. Wow. Now, the two cages were identical, except in the bottom one of the cages, there was a small red button. If the monkey in that cage would press that red button at the right time, he wouldn't get the electrical shock. And one of these monkeys had a complete nervous breakdown in less than a week's time. Guess which one it was? Yeah, that rascal. I sat there, decided when to push the button, went nuts. The other guy over here every 10 minutes. Oh. See, he was miserable, he didn't even know it. I believe that many times salesmen call on customers who could be in a miserable situation, sometimes even a dangerous situation. And when you get involved with a customer, I believe it's your requirement as a professional salesperson to do everything you possibly can to help them make the decision. Anything less than that, I believe you're not living up to the service that you should render as a professional salesman. I wish I could catch that mutual fund salesman who wasn't a good enough salesman to sell me mutual funds back in 1952. Even when the market is up or down a little bit, whatever it might go, that fella has cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars because he just wasn't a good enough salesman to sell me that product when it would have been a real benefit to me. There are two parts to the closing technique. One part is the actual deciding itself, making the decision. The second part is helping it easy for the customer to say yes or getting the actual commitment. So we're going to take a look at both of these. First, let's take a look at the process people go through when they make a decision. Actually, this is called the Benjamin Franklin close, or the weighing close, or the summary close, whatever you want to call it. You see, Benjamin Franklin was one of our first great salesmen, and in Poor Richard's Almanac, he put this down. He said, you know, I believe most of my life is going to be made up of making decisions about things. I want to make as many good ones as I possibly can. So his technique was to take a pencil and a piece of paper, a pen and a paper, and write a line down the center. On one side, he put all the no's. On the other side, he put all the yeses. Now, if there were more no's than yeses, he wouldn't do it. If there were more yeses than no's, then he figured it was a good thing to do. And he felt that this would give him at least a good batting percentage in making the right decisions. This is actually the process that a customer goes through when they decide, when a salesman is presenting his story. They're constantly weighing their ideas opposed against the reasons he's telling them why they should buy. So at a certain time in the sales process, it's a good idea to use this technique, and you can use pencil and paper. Get it out and write down the ideas opposed, the reasons for doing this particular thing or buying this particular product. Now, of course, when you talk to salesmen about telling the customer some of the reasons why they wouldn't want to buy, it kind of goes against nature a little bit, although it's been happening all the time, because the ideas opposed come up as objections in the selling process, and even though you answer them, they still remain at the end as one of the ideas opposed to making the decision. So let's take a look at the reasons why the Benjamin Franklin close or the weighing close is an effective sales tool. Now remember, you don't have to use this all the time. If the customer says, well, I'm going to take it, you don't say, well, let's take a look at the ideas opposed, the reasons for. You don't do that. You make your closing technique and get the commitment right then. But one of the reasons it's a very powerful sales tool at a particular time is that it's happening anyway. And you just will get it out in the open so you can participate in it and be a part of it. You see, a contrary idea in the mind of the prospect is like steam under pressure. And steam under pressure is what? It's explosive, that's right. So when you remove the pressure from steam, what does it become? Just moist vapor. So many times you get a negative idea out in the open, it becomes very vaporous and not as important as it would be in confined in the tight space of a customer's mind. So again, the number one reason why this is a powerful selling tool is it's happening anyway, so get it out in the open. You can participate in it. Number two, if I were to say, Neil, you know, you're going to make a decision on this one way or the other. I said, to be fair to yourself, why don't we take a look at the reasons for not doing it and then compare those with the reasons for doing it so you make the right decision. Is that fair enough? See, at this moment, I'm not an adversary of his. I'm a what? And I'm an advisor. So I get on his side of the table and help him buy. That's the second reason why it's a powerful selling tool. The third reason is, let me ask you a question. How come many salesmen have difficulty closing? They're afraid to ask for the order, so they just keep talking. Do you know the average salesman spends 5 minutes selling his product and 25 buying it back? Yeah, they're kind of afraid to ask. They hope if they just keep long enough, the guy will wave a flag and say, I give up, but they don't do that. We need to make it easy to say yes. So the third reason why this is a powerful selling tool is that both the salesman and the prospect know that now the time has come to decide something. And so that makes it powerful too. The fourth reason is this. I'd say, Sid, you know, as we were talking here, you mentioned that the investment on this, the cost was a little bit more than you figured you might put into it. You also felt you might be able to get along without it for a while. And, of course, you don't know me too well, and you've been buying this product from somebody else. You're kind of changing suppliers. Those are some of the things you mentioned. Is that right? Right. Okay, now, when I talk like that to him, he knows what? You're listening. That I was listening to his side of the story as he was talking, you see. We've got an involvement. And then, of course, the fifth thing is probably the most powerful thing of all. Got to ask you a question to get into this. Would somebody here please think of some item you bought for you or your family that cost a pretty good piece of change that you didn't really have to have? Anybody got one like that? You've got one here? Okay, what was it? A living room suit. Can you remember what period of time elapsed between the time you first thought of getting the living room suit and you finally went out and bought it?
About 4 months.
About 4 months. Can you remember, why did you go out and buy it right away when you first thought of it? What were some of the ideas opposed?
Well, number one, we didn't feel financially able.
All right, there was the cost involved, right? Anything else?
Well, the one that we had was still in good shape.
Okay, you could get by without, right? Any other reasons? That pretty well sum it up? All right. What were some of the reasons for getting it?
We were redecorating the house.
All right. Yeah, the decor of the home would be much better. Why did you want this nice? Do you do some entertaining? It gives a little bit of prestige and pride, right? Was there somebody else who had just recently bought one that you knew and named Jones, rather, and, huh? Was her name Jones, or what was it?
Across the street.
What was her name?
Their name is Hoosier.
Okay, so keeping up with the Hoosiers, huh? Hoosier. Keep up with, okay. Did your wife want this pretty bad?
Very definitely.
Was it, do you love her?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Love, not self-preservation. No. But love of family. Did you get a pretty good buy on it?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Bargaining instinct. So you finally went out and bought it. Did your mind kind of go back and forth like this during that 4 or 5 month period?
Yes, sir.
You're thinking, well, we ought to get it, but doggone, it's going to cost so much. But gee, it'd be nice to have that. And my wife wants it. Well, we could get by with it. Did you kind of, some of your conversation? Isn't this the technique or the way most people make most decisions? You know, actually, this happens even in an impulse purchase. You weigh almost like a computer the ideas opposed and the reasons for. But this is the way people make decisions. Now, here's the interesting thing and where we get the leverage with this as a tool. Take a look at the ideas opposed. Are these mainly logical or emotional?
Logic.
They're usually logical. Not 100%, but almost overwhelmingly logical. Take a look at the reasons for buying. Are these logical or emotional? They're usually emotional. Now, do people buy logically or do they buy emotionally? Almost entirely. Later on, they may get buyer's remorse, you know, and come back and think. Have any of you heard that fellow Sigmund Freud, guy that invented sex? He was with a friend one time. He said, you know, I've got to make a decision on this thing, and I think I'll flip a coin. His friend said, wait a minute, Dr. Freud. You mean a fellow who knows as much about psychology as you do, the way the human mind operates, you're going to flip a coin and make a decision this important? He said, yeah, I always do. His friend said, how come? He said, well, I flip the coin, I take a look at how it turned out, and then I decide how I feel about it. Now, if you don't feel right, what do? Huh? 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7, isn't that right? So this is why when you're working with people, and we're going to get in trial close in just a second, you should never ask anybody what they think about it. Always ask them, how do you feel about this? Because when you ask them how they feel, that's where they get the honest response. If you ask them what they think, they'll start thinking, you'll be in trouble. So these are the 5 reasons why this is a powerful. Number 5 is it gives you emotional leverage, and people buy emotionally, not logically. Now let's see how you could use this as a tool. You could actually use this, number 1, as a tool to help people make decisions, but also there are 3 other very important uses of this Benjamin Franklin or the weighing clothes. If you would, if you have a chance, you might think of some customer or somebody you talked to recently who did not buy. If you had a pencil and paper, it might be handy to kind of write this out because it will show you a very powerful use of this as a tool. But you might just write down the name of one person, or think of the name of one person that you talked to in the last couple, 3 weeks who didn't buy. Not all of them, just one. Get their name. Now, would you think of, or perhaps even write down, the reasons why they didn't buy? Now, if anybody says, well, there are no reasons why people don't buy my product, then you must sell them all, or else you're kidding yourself, one or the other. Think what they were. They told you somewhere or other. Maybe you didn't listen. But what do you think were the reasons they didn't buy? Hey, here's a very important thing when you get into handling objections. Whenever somebody doesn't buy, there's just one person who knows why. Can you guess who that person is? The buyer. So why not ask him why he didn't buy? Write down, if you would, the reasons why this person didn't buy. You know, there'll never be more than 4. Probably less than that. All right, now, on the other side, if you get a chance, you got a pencil and paper, write these down or think of these. What were the reasons you feel that they should have bought? What were the reasons for buying? Put down those that you told them and also those that you wished you'd have told them since you've been thinking it over. You know, when I was working in the public speaking field, we found out that there were always 3 talks involved, the one a person prepared, the one the person delivered, and the one they gave to themselves in the car on the way home. Guess which one was the best? The one in the car on the way home. You think, why didn't I say so-and-so? And so we do this in selling, too. We think, well, why didn't I say this? So write down not only the reasons for that you told him, but the ones you've thought of since. And if you do this, now you have a very powerful, or not a, there's no powerful reentry tool, but you have a tool to make a reentry into this situation. If he happened to give you a put-off objection, got away from you, now you have a chance to go back. If you go back in and say, did you think it over, you'll get 2 answers real fast. First one will be, yes, I thought it over. No, is the answer. So rather than do that, go back and at least get a second chance where you go in and say, you know, I owe you an apology. When I was in the other day, there were a couple of things. I guess I just didn't point these out strong. Maybe I forgot them entirely, but I've been thinking about this, and it's so vital in your decision about this that I just got to come out and tell you. And those 2 things were this and this. Tell those, and then remember, in addition to that, we're also talking about all these other factors. Now you have a reentry tool that at least gets you a second chance to kind of summarize or make your presentation. You see, the Benjamin Franklin close, the weighing close, is a very powerful tool. Now remember, you don't have to use it in every sales situation. And sometimes the prospect races ahead of you and makes the decision. But when it's necessary, and you sense that time when this guy ought to be deciding, this is the tool to use. Not more evidence, not more conviction, don't buy it back, but help him to decide. You see, when a person is trying to decide, are they comfortable? When a person is trying, are they comfortable? No, they're miserable. Sometimes they bridge very close to insanity. So the kindest thing you do for them is put them out of their misery by helping them make a decision. So this is the method. And this is a good place to use pencil and paper. If you happen to sell by proposal or by bid, it's even a good idea to put this in as a summary to your proposal or your bid. Right at the end, write out all the reasons you can think of why they might not want to go ahead and all the reasons they might want to go ahead. And you have some fellow open up your bid and reading your sales talk for you. Because this is the summary of your sales talk. And there are other situations sometimes where you might make a presentation to someone who has to go to another person for the decision. Well, if he goes to the other person, doesn't have some sales, you know he becomes a salesman for you, actually. So you better give him a little bit of training by helping him figure out and write down and list the reasons. Otherwise, you'll go in and tell them all the reasons why they wouldn't want to buy, and you won't have a chance, because at that moment, you're in a little bit of a weak position. You've lost somewhat of the control. But if you use this, even in writing, and it's a good idea sometimes, even when you're with the customer who's going to make a decision to do this. I have a kind of a technique. Sometimes I say to the customer, I tell you what, I'll tell you all the reasons you wouldn't want to buy, and you tell me all the reasons you should buy. And then I let him win. That's pretty good, isn't it? Benjamin Franklin clothes is a very powerful sales tool because you can use it for 4 techniques that you can do in the selling process, the sales presentation. Number 1, of course, is it helps the customer to make a decision. And then we had you list the name of one person that you talked to who did not buy, and the reasons why he didn't buy, the ideas opposed, and the reasons for. And we talked about it being a reentry tool. There are 2 other things that the weighing clothes can be used for, the Benjamin Franklin clothes. Another thing can be used is to prevent the put-off objection. Quite often, the customer hesitates to make this decision we're talking about helping him make. So he does what we call a put-off objection. And a put-off objection, he says, well, I got to think it over, and he tries to get away. I got to talk to somebody else about it. So he tries to avoid making the decision at that particular time. When he gets away from you, then you've lost some degree of the sale. And we talked about reentry, but there's no really perfect reentry tool. You're always taking a chance there. And we did talk about the best one we possibly had. So you might use this as a means of preventing the put-off objection. For example, if you would say to me, I want to think it over. Go ahead, say that.
I'd like to think it over.
Yes, well, I can understand this. And with a major decision, an investment like this, I believe you really should think it over. You're not just trying to get rid of me.
Oh, no.
You know, just to clarify my thinking, what is it that you'd like to give a little bit more thought to? Is it the amount of benefit you get from it? Is it whether or not this equipment would do the job? Is it the investment and the financing of it you're going to have to do? What part is it you need to give a little bit more thought to?
The investment.
The investment part, okay. Well, let's take a look at how this could be handled. Now, you see what happened? A second or so ago, he was talking about thinking it over. Now we're thinking it right together. And I'm still a little bit in control of the sale. So you can use this to prevent the put-off objection. Now, there's another way that you can use this tool, too. That is to smoke out a blocking or a hidden objection. And you might do it something like this. As we were discussing this, you mentioned the investment, and it was a little bit more than you thought about, that you could probably get along without it for a little while. You might not have to get it right away. And also you mentioned, too, that you're changing to my company, and you've never done business with us before. You're changing suppliers. In addition to those, are there any other ideas for not going ahead right now?
Well, we'll have to go before committee with this.
All right, okay. Now, if he brings up something like this, then I know that I still have more selling to do. And so sometimes there could be a blocking objection that the customer doesn't tell you about. And you better get it out in the open, because otherwise it's going to wreck the whole thing. You see, sometimes salesmen break their hearts by trying to do away with the ideas opposed, and it cannot be done. Even when the person buys, when you bought the living room set, there still was the cost involved. You still had the old one. You could have got by with it, isn't that right? This was not done away with. And that's not necessary. What we need to do is to put enough on the other side so that the customer says, well, I guess this is what I want. It weighs heavier on this side.
The simple expedient of listing the reasons for and the ideas opposed can help us close more effectively, more consistently, and more helpfully every time. As we learned from this session, the buyer trying to make a decision is uncomfortable. The kindest thing in the world you can do for him is remove his discomfort by helping him to buy. And what else does the Ben Franklin weighing or T-close do for us? Well, by actually listing the reasons opposed, it can help us smoke out the real objections or blocks that are standing in the way of a close. It also helps prevent the put-off. When all the reasons for and opposed are laid out for examination, well, there's very little justification for postponing the decision. The Ben Franklin close also gives the salesperson a solid foundation from which to drive back into selling when there's more selling to be done, when the reasons for column has not been loaded heavily enough to cause the prospect to buy. The Ben Franklin close is a useful and effective selling tool. Listen to this cassette as often as you can to help make its application a natural and free-flowing part of your effective art of persuasion. Every sales technique and selling tool you perfect builds your stature as a pro a professional salesperson. Now here's Fred again with a tested method for adding the Ben Franklin close to your arsenal of selling skills.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the basic actions necessary to make the ideas you just heard habitual in your day-to-day selling. 1. Listen to this again. If it's convenient, make notes on your Getting the Commitment Retention worksheet. Write in 5 reasons why the Ben Franklin close is such an effective and powerful selling tool. And then do some honest evaluation of the ones who got away. 2. Fill in the blanks in the Getting the Commitment Retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the again. 3. Record a Ben Franklin close as you might use it. Also practice the reentry idea and the method to avoid the put-off objection by going back to the benefits. Practice asking if there are any other reasons for not going ahead after you've listened to the ideas opposed. This will develop your skill. Listening to your own voice will help you to learn to sound the way you would like to sound. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your Getting the Commitment Blueprint for Action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and, of course, the most important thing you learn from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you are ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. When we learn to see through to what the buyer really means instead of getting sidetracked by what he says, we find that cold, hard objections become real selling opportunities. In this, Fred Herman will be leading the seminar as we dig into what the buyer really means. Now, we'll be examining the real nature of objections. You'll find the worst prospect is the type who agrees to everything you say. He's under no pressure because usually he's not even thinking of buying. The second worst prospect is the one who doesn't say anything. You'll learn that even opposition is better than indifference. Objections are a mixed blessing. When you have no objections, ordinarily you have no sale because the prospect simply isn't interested. When you have too many objections or nothing but objections, you also have no sale because the prospect isn't convinced. In this session, the 5 principal types of objections will be identified, and you'll learn how you can use these objections to determine where your prospect's mind is in the buying cycle. You'll also learn to welcome objections as a means of pinpointing what remains to be done to complete the sale. You'll find more often than not that your prospect is simply saying, if you can change my no to a yes, I'll buy. But now let's move into the seminar and Fred Herman to find out what the buyer really means when he expresses objections and how we can use those objections to effectively close the sale.
You know, objections are kind of a mixed blessing in a way. They're, in a sense, a little bit like children's diseases because you don't have to enjoy them, but you have to suffer through them. The worst kind of prospect at all is the fellow who agrees with everything you say. The second worst is the guy who doesn't say anything. So when you get objection, at least you got something going on between you. Well, who can think of what's one of the good things about objections? It at least shows what?
Interest.
A sign of interest. And it lets you know exactly what you might have to do. As a matter of fact, if you can analyze objections effectively, it will help you to understand what part of the selling process you're in, exactly where you are in your sales presentation. I believe when a customer gives you an objection, they're doing one of 3 things. They're either giving you an excuse, or they're asking a question, or they are setting a condition. So let's take a look at how we can analyze objections so we can make them work for us instead of working against us. There are 2 types of objections. One of them is called hopeless. Can somebody define the word hopeless? What does hopeless mean? A hopeless objection is one that can't be solved or answered. All objections hopeless. No? Can somebody give me an example of a hopeless objection? Already have one might be a hopeless objection. Can you think of another hopeless objection? I'm going into bankruptcy. I'd like to buy your insurance, but the doctor only gave me 30 days to live. Man, he'd really like it then, wouldn't he? So there are such things as hopeless objections. Would there be any merit to saying, you know, I'm going to sell this guy if it's the last thing I do? No, because it might be. The second type is the objections that can be answered. Of the objections that can be answered, there are 2 classifications. Do we always know what the customer's objection is? Not always. Sometimes it's unstated. So if you think there's an unstated objection, what should you do? Smoke it out by asking questions. Now, when he tells you what his objection is, or you smoke it out, it ceases to become unstated, it becomes what? Stated. Isn't that tremendous? of the stated objections, let's take a look at 5 different labels we could put on them. One of them is called trivial. Can somebody define the word trivial for me? What does trivial mean?
Very unimportant.
Unimportant, insignificant, inconsequential. Do you ever get any trivial objections? Can you give me an example of a trivial objection?
My wife doesn't want it.
My wife doesn't want it. Maybe so, maybe so. You sold her one time, so you can sell her again, can't you? Now we're almost down to the close, aren't we? A trivial objection, give me another sample. I'm in insurance poor, huh? I just don't have time to listen today. The buying book is closed. I'm just not interested. You see, when you get a trivial objection, I think it indicates you haven't covered the interest step of the sale yet. He's told you haven't. I'm not interested. He doesn't want to listen anymore. That's the purpose of the interest step, is to get the person to say, tell me more. Another type of objection is called hearsay. What does the word hearsay mean? Yeah, a rumor or a scuttlebutt or whatever you might want to talk. Do you ever get any hearsay objection? Give me an example of a hearsay objection. Somebody think of one?
Guy across the street bought it.
Okay, he told me he didn't have good luck with it. Anything else?
Heard your company was in trouble.
I heard your company is in trouble. I read someplace, or somebody told me, or as I understand it, why do they bring in stuff like this?
They're not sure. Qualify what they're saying. They're not sure.
Well, they want to have some part of the conversation somewhere along the line, but they really, what are they doing? Are they giving an excuse, or are they asking a question? Usually. What part of the sales talk is it where you answer their questions? What step? The conviction step, where you give the facts, the benefits, the evidence, and get confidence and believability. See, I heard a hearsay objection the other day. Somebody told me there are a lot of Ford parts in those Lincolns. They tell me they bury them 3 deep out here at this Memorial Park. I understand if you use aluminum, you get aluminum poisoning. Well, there are a lot of crazy ones floating around, you know. So you got to recognize this guy's saying, well, is this true or isn't it? Tell me. So you get back to selling. What does the word genuine mean?
True.
True, real. Real where?
The buyer's mind.
In his mind at this time. It might not be so, but at this time it's real to him. Do you ever get any genuine objections?
Yes. Yeah. You sure do.
All right, give me an example of a genuine objection.
I'm not sure I'd use it.
I'm not sure I'd use it. It costs too much.
Convince my boss we need it.
I've convinced my boss that we need it. So these are genuine objections. Now, many times when he gets a genuine objection, again, he's asking for what?
Support.
Support or help or more information. So we're still in the conviction step of the sale. Another type is called prejudice. What does the word prejudice mean?
Preformed opinion again.
Could be, or an adverse opinion without just grounds. Is it based on logic?
No. No.
It's based on emotion. So can you reason it away?
No.
You can't reason it away, because the more you reason, the more entrenched it becomes. The prejudice, next to the hopeless objection, the prejudice is one of the most difficult types of objections to handle, because you can't reason it away. You have to build up an offsetting emotion. So I believe that when this puts us into the motivational selling or the desire step of the sale, I have a prejudice against V8 motors. In 1952, I bought a Chrysler Saratoga. That thing was in the garage 70 of the 90 days I owned it. I used to cry myself to sleep at night. Then I went over and traded for a Packard Straight 8. I still have a prejudice against V8 motors, but I drive a car with a V8 motor. Anybody guess why?
Couldn't get a 6.
Cadillac don't make straight motors. So I want the luxury, the convenience, the prestige, in spite of my prejudice that I have. I do a lot of work with banks. One of the objections bank officers tell me they run into, one day your bank turned me down for a loan. And they're pretty sore about that. It's a prejudice objection. So one of the things you might do, you have to build up some other feeling. Well, I can understand how you feel. I feel just as bitter about it as you do, maybe more so. But wouldn't it be kind of nice to get a credit statement from you and be able to go back to the bank and say, see, I told you so. That kind of makes you feel a little good. Why don't we make this out anyway, whether you ever do business with it or not? See, you got a chance to get in there and do a little bit of work with this person because you build up an offsetting emotion. That's one way to do it. Another way is to point out that his prejudice is contrary to something he already accepts. It's like the drugstore owner who told the newspaper man, he said, I am not going to buy any advertising in your paper because it's Democratic and I'm Republican. And the salesman said, well, he said, gee, I can understand this. He said, just one question occurs to me. How do you separate the Democrats from the Republicans when they come in to buy from you? Or a friend of mine in Buffalo, New York, named Frank Gervin, working for the Dumore Chair, and he was talking to the National Gypsum Company about furniture outfitting for 69 offices throughout the United States. They called him in, they said, Frank, we've decided that we're going to buy from a local concern. We like you, we like your product, and the price is right, but we just decided we should buy from a local concern. Frank says, well, I can understand this. I probably feel the same way as you do. However, if you take this thinking to its ultimate conclusion, you're going to have to shut up 68 of your 69 offices. Because in 68 of 69 cases, you are not the local concern. So he said, if my price is right, you like me, and you like my furniture, I'd like to have the business. And he got it. That's a little bit tricky. Can't say to the guy, if he says, well, we're not going to take on this new idea, you can't say, well, why don't you deliver with a horse and buggy? You know, you got to be careful of that. But a prejudice is difficult. I think the best way is to build up an offsetting emotion. You know, I can understand your problem here, but I believe what you really want is, and paint a picture for him. Another type of objection is put off or delay. What does put off mean?
Procrastinate.
Another word for it. Postpone. Do you ever get any put off objections?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you? I thought I was the only one. Can somebody give me an example of a put off objection?
See me next week.
See me next week. Give me another one.
We don't need an hour to get it in the spring.
Get it in the spring. Okay, give me another one.
I always think my decision's over.
Always sleep on it.
Sleep on it.
Yeah, another one.
I want to talk to my
I
wife.
want to talk to my wife. Don't call me. Okay. When he tells you something like that, he's putting off what? Making the decision. And he's actually told you what step of the sale you're in. If he is a legitimate buyer and if he is a good prospect and you've done a good selling job, you're right down now and he's saying, I just don't want to decide. So I believe this then would put you in to the final step of the sale, where you help him decide by using the Benjamin Franklin Club. Well, I can understand that. You have to think it over. Tell you what, let's take a look at the things you should be thinking over. And you make a list of them on both sides, say which side weighs the heavier. If he says, well, gee, the reason for doing it, now you can move in for close. A fellow can say exactly the same thing as a trivial objection as he would as a put-off. When you go in the first call, well, we just don't buy on the spur of the moment. And that would be a trivial objection if it happens at the first part of the sale. But if he says down at the end after you made your presentation, well, we don't buy on the spur of the moment, then it becomes a put-off objection. So you have to analyze, where are we? And when you analyze what type of objection, a lot of times it tells you where you are in the selling process. There are certain ways to handle objections, and again, we need to have some sort of finesse here and some sort of organization. One method of handling objection is the reverse method, or the boomerang. It's where you take the reason that he gave you for not buying, the objection, and turn it around to the very reason he should buy. So with an automobile company named Ken Pierre, a guy came into the lot, used car lot, went over a certain model Buick. He looked inside, looked in the trunk, kicked the tires, came over to Ken and said, how much? Ken said, mentioned the price, and he said, man, you're crazy. That's $150 more than that automobile sells any place in the city, that model. Ken said, well, that's the very reason you should buy this one, because that's a one-owner automobile. He said, we have the complete service records on it. The mileage is actual mileage. I can show you from the records. We've done it, we've completely reconditioned it. We put brand new tires on it. It has an unconditional guarantee. So if that's the type of car you want, the fact that that's $150 more is the very reason you ought to buy that one. I said, well, I guess I'll take it. You see, he did a thing that we need to do. You can only use the reverse technique, or the boomerang, if it's a genuine objection, and if you have some strong buyer's benefits to come back with it. See, we're now back to almost the basic rule on handling objections. When you get an objection, what you need to do is to recognize the objection and get back to selling. There are other ways to handle objections. If the customer is asking a question, what you need to do is explain it. That's what he's asking you to do. An interesting thing, all products or services are not perfect. There are flaws in it. And these come up sometimes. You know, if you have an objection that comes up consistently, you ought to bring it up. Because if you bring it up, nobody has to defend it. You see, if the customer brings up an objection, he has to defend that objection. It's his baby. So if the salesman brings it up, nobody has to defend it. For example, you might be showing a property in real estate. On the way out, they say, you know, before we get out here, I just want to mention a couple things. You're going to notice that there's going to need a little paint in a couple places. And there are a couple of shingles on the roof I noticed the other day that you may have to replace. So they get out there and they take a look and say, well, those shingles aren't so bad. And I can see, we're going to paint it up anyway. But if he got out there without telling him those things, those would be the first things he'd notice. He sometimes can brag about a disadvantage, an objection, and turn it into a sales benefit. The price, for example. Our price is a high price because we sell quality merchandise. And we're proud of the fact that we put this price on it because it enabled us to build the quality in that we know has to go in this to give you the service for it. And so our customers are happy when they buy it from us because we're able to stand behind it. Well, you've taken all the sting out of that, right? What's he going to do when he says, "It's pretty hard to come back"? Well, it's too high because you've already mentioned that. So there are cases when you admit it and then go back to explain it. A person might say, well, these bonds don't carry a very high rate of interest. This is right. The interest rate on these bonds is not very high. However, they do have a tremendous degree of security. They're tax deductible. See, again, you admit it, get back to selling the explanation. Sometimes, though, we might even have to deny an objection. You see, if the customer makes an attack on your integrity or on the integrity of your company, what had you better do? You better deny it. If you don't deny it, what will they think?
That's right.
That is true. However, you have to be careful the way you deny it. You don't say, well, you fathead. What do you say a thing like that for? No, you say, well, this is just not true. Let me tell you what our policy is in this respect. And then you'll have his respect. Of course, whenever a customer doesn't buy, there's just one person who knows why he doesn't buy. That's him. So many times you might have to ask him, well, why aren't you buying? Why aren't you buying? Although that may be a little bit abrupt, and I'd like to talk about that in just a few seconds. Before we get into that, though, let's get back to the basic concept of objections. If the person brings up an objection, it shows a sign of interest. So you want to get these out because it lets you know where you need to work, and so they're a benefit for this. However, when you get an objection, in effect, you may turn the person around and show that he was wrong. So you have to be a little bit careful about this. If I say to you, you're wrong, absolutely wrong, let me tell you why. What happens to your mind? Closes. So if telling you you're wrong closes your mind, what do I have to tell you to open your mind?
You're right.
That you're right. But if what you said was wrong, do I tell you it was right? No, I'd be lying to you then. That would be hypocritical, insincere. However, he has a right to what? He has a right to bring this out. He has a right to spin. You know, you're right to be concerned about this. Let me explain. You see, you've made him right, kept his mind open. I say, you know, many people feel this way until I explain that. I made him wrong, I made him right. You know, I used to feel this way myself until I found out. Now you're back to your selling. You want to let him down how? Kind of easy. So when you let a person down easy, what do you put under him? A cushion. So you need to cushion your answers to objections. You don't need to be fast or flip. I think if you're too fast, you might build up some sort of a feeling of resentment, or maybe this guy is a slicker, I better watch out for him. But so cushion your objections. You're right to be concerned. And have some of these phrases. I can understand this. And I believe that what you want to know is the answer to this particular thing. One of the best ways to handle an objection I know is to take the objection and turn it into a question. A person brings up an objection, you might say, you know, I appreciate your mentioning this to me, bringing up this fact, and you're right to be concerned. I believe there's a good question in your mind. I believe the question in your mind is, are you going to get the use and value out of this to really kind of offset the amount of investment? Are you going to get your money's worth? That's the real question, isn't it? Yes, okay. If he says, yes, that's the question, now you're not handling an objection, you're doing what? You're answering a question about how he's going to get the full value and use out of it. If he says, no, that's not the question, then you say, well, I guess I misunderstood. Exactly what is the question? And now if he comes back, he'll come back with a question. Well, the question was about so-and-so. You see, what we need to do constantly is to get the customer involved and find out what's going on in his mind on that side of the table. Get the conversation going with some of these questions. So that's a good question. Of course, remember, always make him right. Don't make him wrong. And the rule is, on objections, is to recognize the objection and get back to selling. With all the time we've spent now in analyzing objections, I'm going to make a statement that you may think is crazy. And here it is. I don't believe any salesman can handle any objection. If you start handling the objection, you're going to wind up with an argument. You don't handle the objection. What you handle is what he meant by what he says. He says one thing, but he might mean something else. So that's what we have to learn to listen for, because if you start handling your price is too high, you start handling that, you're going to wind up with an argument. What is it he might mean by saying your price is too high?
I may have trouble getting it.
I might have a problem financing this. Or could you help me buy it? Could you help me fit it into my budget some way? Or is it really worth the amount your company asks for? Those you can handle. But you can't handle the objection. What if everybody, right now, would you think up the toughest objection that you run into? Do it right now.
I couldn't get my people to listen.
All right.
To the message.
I couldn't get my people to listen.
To the message.
You're selling a service or something like this, right? Okay. Now, what is he really saying? Now, if you start saying, oh, your people will listen to this, blah, blah, blah.
He said he needs help.
Yeah, now you can get into an argument with him on this. What he's saying is, how can we get my people to listen to this? Could you help him with that? Now you're selling, see? You recognize the objection, you've gotten back to selling. So this is the thing that we need to constantly be aware of, is to learn to listen to what he means instead of what he says. He says one thing, but he may mean another. This, again, is where you might bring in this technique of, that's a good question you brought up, and then reword what you think he says. This is a good question. The question is, how are we going to get your people to really use this program and get the most out of it? Is that right? Okay. He says, that's not right. You say, well, what is the question then? And away we go. So this is the real ultimate secret of handling objections. Will the customer buy when you've answered all his objections? Why does anybody buy anything? Because they want it. So recognize the objection, but get back to selling. That's what you have to do, is to sell him on it. He'll buy when he decides that it's what he needs, and you've done enough job not to sell him, because people don't like to be sold, but to help him to buy. When you have these objections, he's giving you the most tremendous sales aid you could possibly ask for. Now, there's some other techniques that we might use, too, that give you a little bit more finesse. And you see, many times the customer is bringing up an excuse. So you ought to check it to find out whether it's an excuse or not. Somebody once said, all buyers are liars. That is not necessarily true, but a lot of times the buyer doesn't want to reject you, so he makes an excuse rather than the real reason. Sometimes when he states his objection, it's an excuse. And you better double check if you go off on that tangent, he may sidetrack you. If he does not buy, then sometimes we need to find out, well, why doesn't he buy? So you ask him a direct question, and that's the first question of the 6 magic questions. If the person is not buying, or if he refuses to go ahead in the closing technique, then you might use this phrase, there must be some good reason why you're hesitating to go ahead now. Do you mind if I ask what it is? This is a takeoff on that ask why, the last letter in the ready formula. Ask why. But we said that the word why might be too blunt. It might force a defensive. But if you say, there must be some very good reason why you're hesitating to go ahead now, do you mind if I ask what it is? When he states that reason, or even if he has given you an objection, the suggestion is double check with one more question whether it's the real reason or not, by using question number 2. In addition to that, is there any other reason for not going ahead? And then you may either get another reason, which probably is the real one, or if he still comes back to the same one he gave you, then you have set that up as a condition, perhaps, to his buying. Then use question number 3, which is a just supposing question. We don't have to prove near as much as we think we do, because people want to buy, but they want to have help to make the decision. And so these resistances are normal. Many times when a person brings up an objection, they're saying, in effect, if he could change my no to a yes, I'd probably buy. So this is the purpose we're doing in handling his objection. So the just supposing would work like this. Just supposing we could, and you meet what the condition is that you've established, and then you go to closing question, then you'd want to go ahead, wouldn't you? If he says yes to that, then you go down to question number 6, which is, what would you suggest? If it comes down to a budget suggestion, then that would be, what would you suggest? Then you're dealing in terms of maybe dollars and cents. Because a lot of times, if the objection is, the price is too high, or I can't afford it, he may be asking the question, wonder if I could put it into my budget, and I wonder if this is going to pay for itself. If it gets to this budget problem, couldn't afford it, well, if you could convince yourself that this would increase your income over the rest of your earning life and would pay for itself right where you're taking the program, then you'd sure want to go ahead, wouldn't you? If he says yes to that, then you go down to question number 6 is, well, what would you suggest? Now the decision to him is what? On the amount of dollars, the budget. He might come up with a suggestion that would be very easy to handle that. If it is some other factor other than the budget that needs to be convinced, like time or the amount of work or does it really do the job, and you say, just supposing you could convince yourself that this really would give you additional time, help you to work smarter instead of harder, then you want to go ahead, wouldn't you? If he says yes, then another question for number 6, an alternate question, well, what would it take to convince you? And interesting things happens many times. They'll say, oh, I don't know, I guess I'm convinced. Go ahead. Or they might say, could I talk to somebody who's taking the program? Or they might ask for a demonstration or listen to part of it, something like that. But see, it gives you, it sets the condition, but it also commits the buyer to tell you what it is that you're going to have to do to complete the sale. Now, let's role play this with a training program. Mr. Buyer, I think we ought to get you started on this right away, shouldn't we? Say no.
No.
Well, there must be some reason why you're hesitating. Go ahead now. Would you mind if I'd ask what it is? See, I'm using the ask why question here, but I'm putting a few more words because it makes it a little bit softer. Would you mind if I say it's just too much money?
Too much money.
Too much money. Well, you know, the investment in a program like this it requires some consideration. I appreciate your interest in this, that you want to get the most out for your money. In addition to the money itself, is there any other reason for not going ahead? Say no.
No.
Well, I'm just supposing then that we could convince you that this program would pay for itself while you're taking the program or while you're first using the equipment. It would pay for itself. And we could fit it into your budget. Then you'd want to go ahead with it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
What would you suggest as far as budget is concerned?
Least amount possible.
What could you afford?
10?
$10 a month?
Yeah.
Man, we can fit that right to you. We've got a program exactly like that. Congratulations. Shall I go over session number 1 so you won't have any problem with it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now he's in. You see what happened? I went from what was the reason he wasn't going ahead? I checked to be sure. In addition to that, is any other reason? And then I used the just supposing I met his condition, which was the cost of the thing. And when he said, yeah, if I could convince myself, I'd go ahead. Then I went down to, well, what would you suggest? Now we're talking about the budget itself, you see? Suppose he said, no, I wouldn't go ahead. Say that.
No, I wouldn't go ahead.
Well, then there must be some other reason why you're not going ahead. You mind if I ask what it is? Say it takes too much time.
Takes too much time.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I appreciate this. You know, it's the busiest people get the most done. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Just supposing that you could convince yourself that this program and the techniques we use here would actually save time for you, would give you and your workers much more time to do many other things that they have to do. If you could convince yourself of that, and we could fit it into your budget, you'd find the money and you'd make the time to take it, wouldn't you? Uh-huh. What would it take to convince you? Now he's got to set the condition now. He might say, well, I'd like to talk to somebody else who did this. Or if you could just show me exactly how it's going to work. You see what's happening? I've worked through here, but I've kept control. But who was always answering the questions? The prospect. Because you don't want to sell him. You want to help him to buy. And when he gives you an objection, this is the thing he's asking you to do, is to help me to buy. Many times they might be saying, if this guy is just a good enough salesman to change my no to yes, I think I'll go ahead with this. So the rules again, cushion the objection. When you're going to make him wrong, let him down easy. Remember, recognize the objection, get back to selling. Because they don't buy just because you answer objections. They buy because they want the product. But help him to make the decision. Because when you get an objection, you've been handed on a silver platter one of the most powerful things that you can have in your relationship. He's telling you what you have to do in order to make him go ahead. So don't ever fear objections. Welcome them, because they're sales opportunities.
You know, a lot of salespeople are so busy worrying about objections, they never give the buyer a chance to buy. It seems to me we can take a lot of worry out of objections when we learn, as we have in this session, that there are only 2 types of objections, those that can be answered and those that can't be answered. And of those that can be answered, there are only 2 classifications, those that are stated and those that are not stated. Now, you've learned how to smoke out unstated or hidden objections, and you've learned in this session that there are only 5 major classifications of objections. They are trivial objections, hearsay objections, genuine objections, prejudice, and the put-off. You also learned in this session when to handle objections. As often as possible, they should be handled before they're expressed. The how-to of handling objections was also discussed, and you remember exploring the reverse. That's the very reason you need my product or service. You learned that some objections simply need to be explained. Another technique for handling objections is to admit what appears to be a shortcoming and then explain why it isn't. Some objections need to be denied firmly but tactfully, like when your integrity, reputation, or honesty is being questioned. One of the most effective ways of handling objections is to simply ask why, with enough tact not to antagonize your prospect. And remember, when you have to help a customer change his mind as you handle an objection, cushion your answer. Let him down easy. No one likes to admit he's wrong. And last but not least, ask questions. Ask your prospect to set the conditions by which he would buy, and then show him how you can meet those conditions. The moment of truth in professional salesmanship is when objections are given, successfully fielded, and outweighed by important reasons for buying. Master the ideas and suggestions on this tape, and you'll see an amazing improvement in your sales effectiveness. And now here's Fred to remind you how you can make these tested techniques for overcoming objections a reflex action in selling and serving your customers.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the 7 solid steps to help make the ideas you just heard on overcoming objections a natural part of your successful day-to-day selling. 1. Listen to this again. If it's convenient, make notes on your Overcoming Objections Retention Worksheet. List and mentally compare your experiences as you make notes on the 5 types of objections. See if you can identify the 5 types of objections that are role-played. Make your own list of the 6 magic questions, and you'll never be stymied by an objection. 2. Fill in the blanks on the Overcoming Objections Retention Review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to that again. 3. List at least 5 of the objections you encounter most often. Determine what those objections really mean and prepare an answer for each of them. Select the one which comes up most consistently and write what you would say to make this disadvantage an advantage. Role-play it into your recorder. The playback will let you know if you are persuasive and convincing. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling in the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your Overcoming Objections Blueprint for Action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and the most important thing you've learned from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you're ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. When a person buys something, did you ever stop to think what he's really buying? Is he really buying your product or service? Not really. What he's actually buying is a mental picture of the future in which your product or service helps him to fulfill a dream of pleasure, enjoyment, or benefit. In this seminar session, Fred will be leading a discussion on how salespeople can effectively create these mental pictures to fulfill the most urgent and important buying motives of their prospects. In this session, you'll learn how to visualize your prospect using your product or service. You'll learn how to transfer this picture from your mind to his mind by using concrete imaginative language. You'll learn how to develop a picture in your prospect's mind, which is in tune with his real buying motives. We'll be exploring what some of those buying motives are and how they can be determined by asking 2 important questions. Who is going to use the product and how will it be used? The answers to these questions will give you the dominant buying motive, and this will tell you the kind of word picture you need to create to move your prospect to action. You're going to find this an exciting and stimulating session, but you'll have to listen to it a number of times to make its many important principles an automatic part of your selling performance. Now let's get to our seminar with Fred Herman exploring the possible dream.
In this cassette, we're going to be working with the desire step of the selling process. Would everybody please think of some dream item you would buy for you or your family if money were no object? Think big.
Okay, airplane.
Airplane? Oh, think big.
Island and a yacht.
An island?
And a yacht.
Would you mind coming up and working with me just a little bit? The name again is?
Marjorie. Yeah.
Marjorie. Okay, Marjorie, would you mind if I'd ask you some questions about this island of yours?
No, not again.
All right. Where would you have it located if you had your druthers?
Well, probably somewhere in the Mediterranean.
In the Mediterranean,
Yes.
an island there, all right? Suppose you had this island just as you'd like, as you visualize it, and you had all the facilities and everything on there that you'd want. How big an island would it be?
I don't know, I'm not very good at size, but just large enough to roam around a little bit.
All right. What facilities would you have on the island? If we were looking at your island, what would we be looking at? What would we see?
Well, you see, of course, a lot of trees and flowers
Uh-huh.
and foliage, and be very lovely.
Well, what sort of facilities would you have built on
Well,
there?
it'd be a lovely home, but it wouldn't be
Uh-huh.
readily,
Yeah.
you wouldn't see it right
All
away.
right. What style would the home be, though?
Oh, well, it would be kind of on the order of a castle.
Uh-huh. How many rooms?
Oh, perhaps 150.
Yeah, I can see this. This is going to be more than a 25-foot lot you're putting this on. Is that right? Huh?
Cozy little place.
All right. What other facilities would you have on the island, for recreation or...
Well, there'd be stables.
All right,
And
stables.
you do a lot of riding.
Uh-huh. Anything
And,
else?
Well, probably tennis courts and a swimming pool.
Uh-huh.
And probably
Golf course?
not necessarily.
All right. You mentioned the boat. You'd have to have a what?
You have to have a place, like a dock.
Yeah, dock.
Pier
All
or
right. So
something.
these would be some of the things we'd see. If we came and you kind of invited us to visit with you there on your island, what would be some of the sounds that we might hear? What would be sounds that would be
Well,
connected?
you'd hear the birds.
Uh-huh.
There'd be many to hear.
All right. Any other sounds of nature?
Well, you'd hear the water
Uh-huh.
and perhaps the wind.
Right. Okay.
You'd hear nothing mechanical hardly because
Would there be any sounds of human nature?
not too much. There wouldn't be too many people.
No fun there?
Oh yes, but you wouldn't hit them right away because
Yeah.
there wouldn't be that
If
many
we heard him, what would we
people.
hear?
You'd hear laughter.
Laughter. Okay. Splashing in the pool,
Yes,
screaming and hollering, yelling.
maybe a little.
What would be anything that we might smell?
Well, you'd smell the flowers, of course,
Uh-huh.
and grass,
All right.
and horses.
Yeah. All right. Any other smells?
Well, of course, it'd be a fireplace.
Uh-huh.
Several in the home. You'd smell.
Way out there in the ocean, no smog, so it'd be smell what?
Oh, fresh air.
Fresh air. What would be some of the things we might taste?
Well, you'd taste the good food.
Good food. Any other taste?
I don't know. What,
Liquor?
oh yes.
Like what?
Well, it'd be.
I like champagne
do you?
myself.
Well, I do too.
Yeah, okay.
And there'd be champagne,
Uh-huh.
and of course beer for those
All
who
right,
venture
fine.
off a little bit, and then cocktails, and of
Right.
course liqueurs.
In a situation like this, what would a person feel?
Oh, they'd feel good,
Uh-huh.
and they'd feel comfortable and
All
relaxed.
right.
They'd feel very elegant.
Let me ask you a question. What mental power facility was I asking Marjorie to use in this dialogue? I was asking you to use her what?
Imagination.
Her imagination. What is your definition of the word imagination? What is imagination?
Creating.
Creating.
Images in your mind.
Yeah, it's mental picture. So I was asking her to get a picture in her mind. I asked her to describe this picture in terms of what? Along the lines of the five senses. We call this concrete language because it builds an image, an impact, an impression on the listener. You know what? We're all looking for the magic words in selling. If there's any magic words in selling any place, it's in what we're talking about in this particular cassette. It's the ability to get a picture in your mind and then put that picture in the mind of the listener. How to create? See, people don't buy a product or service just because it's good and it will do what you say it will do. They buy it why? Because they visualize it, because they want it. That's why people buy product or service. As I was working with Marjorie, she was using the five senses, and she went right down the line with see, hear, smell, taste, until we got down to the feel. Then she made a transition away from the tactile sense of touch into another type of feeling, which is what?
Emotion.
Emotion. What's the connection between emotion and motivation?
That's what motivates. That's
They're almost identical, emotion and motivation. So if people don't get involved, if they don't feel a thing, they're not apt to visualize it and be moved to action. So what we're talking about is motivational selling. There was a very famous sales speaker. His name was Elmer Wheeler. One of his famous phrases was, "Don't sell the steak, sell the sizzle." Now it sounds pretty exciting until you start to apply it to your own product or service. So what we're going to be working with here is, how do you take this concept, don't sell the steak, sell the sizzle, apply it to insurance, to furniture, to real estate, whatever it might be. We're working on the mechanics of that type of communication. I believe that the mind of anybody who is going to persuade somebody else must be something like a television camera. See, a television camera scans out here and picks up a picture or an image. And then, through some medium of electronics I don't understand, it puts that picture over on the screen of a receiving set. And just as Marjorie built a word picture in your mind, the picture in electronics comes on the screen of this receiving set. Before a picture can get on that set, though, two things must have happened. What are those two things?
It'll be turned on.
Turned on and tuned in. In effect, those are the attention and interest step of the sale. So it has to be turned on and tuned in. Now, this is a diagram then of this, the mechanics of this don't sell the steak, sell the sizzle. I suggest that Marjorie did a pretty good job of putting her picture of her dream island in your mind. I kind of guided her by suggesting she choose words that had an impact through the senses. See, some salesmen are lucky enough you can sell a product that you can actually demonstrate, like an automobile. And you can get an automobile, you can see it, you can hear it, you can smell it, you can feel it, you can almost taste a new automobile. Did you know that? But suppose you're selling an intangible or some product that you can't put the customer in and wrap them in. Then you have to get the motivation by appealing to the senses. It requires an imagination on the part of the salesperson, the persuader. Got to get the picture in your mind through imagination, then you just put the picture over here by describing it. Now, I believe I can give you an experience in this type of persuasion. Would you two work together? Two here, two here. Would you work back there? Two here. Now you have to do one of the most difficult things that I've asked you to do in our whole acquaintanceship here. You got to decide which one of each pair of two is going to be number one and which one is going to be number two. This could take 30 minutes. I suggest that any salesperson, anybody for that matter, could become at least 25% more effective if you just decide better. I was talking to a fellow the other day and I said, you have a hard time making decisions, don't you? And he said, well, yes and no. Number ones, would you get in your mind, visualize through your imagination a picture of your number two partner taking a fishing trip up in Canada? What would he see? What would he hear, smell, taste, or feel? And then just describe that picture that you see by saying this. You start out with this phrase. You take this trip, and here's what happens. Then just see, hear, smell, taste, and feel. All the number ones at one time. Ready, go. You know, this really is an exciting session, and imaginations are being exercised describing this Canadian fishing trip. When you have an opportunity, why not join us by exercising your imagination? Here's a good opportunity to use your cassette recorder to get a vivid description of a Canadian fishing trip. In the concrete language we're talking about, tell what you'd see, what you'd hear, what you'd smell, what you'd taste, and what you'd feel, particularly using the touch or the tactile quality. And then play it back for yourself. Does it excite you? Would you like to take that trip? Why not play it for somebody else and see how they react? Keep practicing until vivid, exciting word pictures flow easily. You'll be surprised what a great asset these pictures are in reaching the real buying motives of your prospects. But now let's get back to the seminar session. Okay, are there any number twos who'd like to take that fishing trip? Yeah. Well, you did a very good job of persuading. Now, is there somebody here, some number two here, who would volunteer your number one partner that did a real good job to do the same thing so we can all hear it? All right.
You take this trip, Fred, and here's what happens. You walk into a great big clearing and you see a beautiful placid lake out there as still as a piece of glass, and up in front of you are these huge towering mountains. They're so high you can hardly see the sky over them. And there's big towering Douglas fir trees along the side, and you're hearing quiet for the first time in a long time. Dotted by an occasional blue jay who cries out, and then you hear a squirrel scampering up the bark of a tree. And then you taste a beautiful fried trout right off the pan. And what do you smell? You're smelling the pine and the Douglas fir and all those fresh outdoor smells. And maybe you had a little rain that morning and you got all that musky smell of all that damp ground in that fishing area. And you smell the smoke curling up after you get that fire made in the morning. And the coffee, wow, on that fireplace. And then what do you feel at the end of a hard day and you walked a long way, you lost your reel, you lost your creel and all the fish, but you feel that old bed under your back and you've had a great day in the outdoors in a Canadian fishing trip.
But if there's any magic in persuasion, it's what we're doing right now. There is one requirement of this, though, and it is that you have a vivid imagination, a creative imagination. I used to say that as we get older, we lose our imagination, and this is not true. Your imagination is as good as it ever was, but what happens to it? Well, let me ask a little different way. Who is it you know who has wild, vivid imagination?
Children.
Kids,
Little kids. They don't know it can't be done. As we get older, what happens to our imagination?
Inhibited.
Inhibited by what? Conditioning, fear, frustration, routine, habit, rejection, disappointment, discouragement. So it just kind of goes like this. Now, it's still working for you. Do you know they never have to teach anybody how to worry? You know that? People just learn to worry all by themselves. But I suggest to you that a creative imagination could be one of the greatest assets any salesperson could have. If you don't have a creative imagination, you just are not able to project or communicate as well as you could. And that's what we're working with here right now. But you know, sometimes a person's imagination will actually keep them from doing things they could physically do. For example, if there were a 10-inch plank on the floor here, 10 inches wide, maybe 3 inches thick, I believe I could walk it, even though I'm a little top-heavy and I'm limping from an auto accident. But I could walk that plank if we're on the floor here. Suppose this plank were 100 feet in the air between two buildings. Would I walk it?
No, thank you.
Why not? I just showed I could do it. Why wouldn't I do it up there?
You can imagine the result if you...
In my imagination, I'd see myself out there teetering, falling off, the wind rushing through my hair, the wind is flashing by, hear the splat right at the pavement, all in advance. So it keeps me from doing something I've actually shown I could physically do. Think how often this discourages salesmen from doing things. Salesman goes by, he says, I'll make a call on that place. He says, oh, no, I guess not. What happened in his mind?
He can imagine being rejected.
That's right. He saw himself going in there, getting tossed out, so he didn't even go in. What he should have done is go in, get tossed out. Then you dust yourself off, go back in and say, you had your fun now, let's get down to business. Let's put another factor into this situation. Suppose this plank were between two buildings, and I'm on this building, and one of my youngsters is on that other building, and that building's on fire. Now what? No, I'd say, which kid is it? No, you'd go all right. See, you have another different motivation that you would have there. So I believe that a creative imagination, a positive creative imagination, can be one of the greatest assets any salesman can have. You'd be surprised how often that negative creeps in. Think of how often that negative could creep in to the mind of the buyer. And it results in objections, buyer's resistance. It even gets in there after he buys. They call it buyer remorse. But in any event, those negative thoughts come in. So a salesman's job is to keep positive input into the customer's mind in terms of what your product will do, how he's going to benefit. And again, if there's any magic in selling, it's what we're doing right now. He must visualize this. You see, all of our lives, we live in terms of pictures. Did you know that? See, anything that you see, you don't see it here. You see it back here in your mind. Anything you read, you must turn that print into a picture. Otherwise, you can't understand it. Anything that you hear, you must make those sounds into a picture in your mind. Otherwise, you just can't get it. Have you ever said, I just don't get the picture? Ever said that? Yeah. It's literally true. Whatever the sound was, the words that were said, didn't make any picture, so it had no meaning. So again, this is what we're trying to do, is to say about our product, we're trying to visualize the benefits so it has some motivational effect on the prospect. We live our lives in terms of pictures. And unless you can get the picture, it doesn't have any meaning or understanding. You see, in the desire step, you're actually not talking about the product. You're talking about the prospect using the product and benefiting from it or enjoying it. And you can do this, you can use the same technique with a tangible item or an intangible item. Let's take a tangible item, a set of golf clubs. Would everybody think now, I'm using this new set of golf clubs and I want you to sell it to me with this method of persuasion. I'm out there in the course. Now, don't describe the clubs. That happens in the conviction step. But I'm out there on the golf course. I'm using these clubs and shooting the best game of golf I ever did in my life. You picture in your mind and then describe to me through the concrete language of the five senses what I would see, hear, smell, taste, or feel as I use this new set of golf clubs. Well, who's willing to try it?
Fred, you're on this beautiful course. You're surrounded by these beautiful pine trees. It's quiet out there. The wind is blowing gently through the trees. And you're next up. So you take your number 2 wood out of your bag, and you stand up to the tee. You put your brand new golf ball down, and you take your stance. Now you grip the club with your overlapping grip. And that club feels good, Fred, because it's weighted. It's fitted for you. You then wind up, and you go into your backswing, Fred, and you hit that ball, and you hear a nice sharp click, a good report of that club hitting the ball, and it sails out about 250 yards, right in the middle of the fairway. No hook or no slice. How does that feel, Fred?
Well, that's great. Sometimes people say about what we're talking about now, well, this is kind of crazy. We couldn't use it for our product. We sell industrial people. They don't buy this way, but really they do. See, people buy, not logically, they buy emotionally. This is why you should never ask anybody, what do you think about it? Ask them what you feel. How do you feel about this? Because people buy emotionally, through feelings. You know, people do things for just one reason. Did you know it? Because they wanted to. Everything you've done since the day you were born, you did for just one reason, because you wanted to do it. Even all the crazy things. In my home out in California, in the family room, I have a Herman chord organ. Would you help me recreate the picture that came in my mind that caused me to buy that Herman chord organ? Was I visualizing myself practicing the organ all by myself? No. That's no fun. Who was around?
Oh,
Family and friends around there. Somebody spies the organ, and they say to my wife, they say, who? She says, why? And man, he really plays great. Somebody says, well, Fred?
Play the organ.
Let's do it. I say, oh, shucks, no. Golly, no. I'm not. They say, oh, come on, Fred. So with a delighted reluctance, hands on the keyboard, feet on the pedal, start to play. The whole room is engulfed in a tremendous wave of... Who said silence? See how that negative creeps in? The whole room is engulfed in a tremendous wave of melody. People look at each other, their eyes bug open, their mouths drop. They say, look at this guy, Fred. Not only is he rich and but man, he's got... There's it. Think of some of the crazy things you've done. This is why people do things. You know, I think as much as anything else, we kind of, as salespeople, help people to have dreams, but then we help them to make their dreams come true. And we got to do a lot of this for them. They're going to get negative thoughts, and we got to kind of eliminate the negative and accentuate the positive. Now, there is such a thing as I know, as people saying, well, this wouldn't apply to myself. And we've maybe overemphasized some of these word pictures as we've built them. You can actually develop a word picture in a person's mind with just one word. Can anybody think of a one-word word picture?
Fire.
Fire? Another one.
Ocean.
Ocean. Another one. Curvaceous. You can paint a picture without any words, with sounds. Can anybody think of a sound that paints a word picture? Oh, come on. I thought this was a creative group. You know, you can paint a picture without any words or sounds. You can paint a picture with a gesture. You know, an interesting thing, as you were working with these word pictures, and the different ones were volunteering and describing this, they were using a tremendous amount of animation. Did you know that? Perhaps more excitement and animation they've had for a long time in describing anything. In the largest English dictionary, about 150,000 words. There are more than 1 million ways you can express an idea with your muscles. You don't have to go to the extreme that we did in these word pictures, but you do have to remember people must visualize it. I believe every sale sort of funnels down this way. You need to have a product or service. You need to have a customer, of course, to talk to. Then you need to find out what his dominant buying motive is. And then the picture he will buy will drop right out the bottom of the funnel, because people don't buy products or services. They buy pictures of the end result of that product or service playing a part in their lives. How do you find out what his dominant buying motive is? Well, you ask him 2 very key questions, and they're open questions. Who's going to use it, and how will it be used? And when he answers these questions, he starts to paint his own picture. Let me give you an example. The product in this case is a washer and dryer, the 2 pieces, a combination, a washer and a dryer. The customer is a young man. His wife just had their 3rd youngster, had a very difficult time in the hospital, so she's still there, so's the baby. So guess who's going to use this washer and dryer? He's going to. How's he going to use it? Reluctantly, right?
Poorly.
Yeah. Well, what picture does he buy? He comes home now, he opens up the door, what does he see?
Mountains of dirty clothes.
Whole pile of dirty clothes. He goes out, he throws the clothes into the washer. closes the door, turns the knob. What does he hear? Swish, starts swish, swish, water running in. What does he feel? Vibration? And a little warmth coming in there, goes to the kitchen, opens up the, grabs a beer in the living room, turns on the TV. In the background, he can still hear what? Swish, swish. It stops. Now what does he do? He goes out, throws them in the dryer, turns the knob, back to the kitchen, grabs another beer. In the living room, all he missed was the commercial. What was his buying motive? Personal pleasure or convenience for himself was buying. Let's change this case study. Product or service, the product is still the same. 2 pieces, washer and dryer, customer young man. His wife just had their 3rd youngster. Had a normal time, no problems. 3 little kitties running around there, burping and spitting up whatever little kitties do. A lot of wash piling up there. He thinks he ought to get her this washer and dryer. What was his buying motive there?
Love of family.
Love of, might be self-preservation, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Love of family. So what picture does he buy? He comes home, opens up the door. What does he see? His wife drinking beer. No, that won't get the job done. She's sitting there all foo-fooed up. Cocktails are ready. Gives him a warm smile of welcome. People don't buy products or services. They buy the end result of the product or service. The advertising people know what we're talking about because all ads are wound around some human interest picture. Christmas time, little kids looking in the window. Well, you see outboard motors. They picture a guy in a boat with a blonde on one side and a brunette on the other side, him in the middle. Who do they think you're going to put in the middle? Yourself. That's me there. People don't buy products or services. They buy the picture of the end result. There's somebody here who, your oldest boy, is maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, something like that? You have one? Okay. And your name again is? Rocco. Rocco, what's your boy's name?
Rocco.
Do you call him Rocky or Rocco? Or?
Rocco.
Huh?
Rocco.
You call him Rocco too?
Yes.
Now, what do they call you?
Well, my wife calls me Rocky.
Rocky, okay. Can I call you Rocky? We call your son Rocco. How old is he?
5.
He's 5. Are you married?
Yes.
What is your wife's name? Well, you got to get all the information, don't you? What is your wife's name?
Joan.
So I came out to talk to Rocky and Joan, not about investment program or insurance or anything like that. I came out to talk to you about how we get Rocco college education. Would you spend a few minutes on that?
Sure.
All right. So we spent more than a few minutes. We worked out a program, one that has some cash values coming due, maybe 11, 12, 13 years from now. And so I've been some time. I'm not at the first of the sales talk. I'm pretty well down. We spent some time together getting acquainted. And it's Rocky and Joan and Rocco, right? So I say, you know, Rocky, as I've been talking to you and Joan here and getting better acquainted with you, I've become aware that inside of each one of you there's a tremendous urge or drive to be sure that Rocco has the tools and equipment and the education that's going to help him to meet life and whip it. Is that right? This program we've worked out will certainly take care of this, regardless of what might happen. You start this program and keep it up, and here's what does happen. It's about, maybe 15, 16 years from now. There's an invitation comes to the mail to the college of Rocco's choice. You and Joan go to the graduation exercise. You enter the hall. There's a tremendous babble of human voices, a feeling of human warmth. It all kind of hushes down. They start to play the graduation processional. You hear the swish of the ropes. See little tassels bouncing on the hat. Kind of take a peek over there, see if you can catch Rocco's figure going down the aisle. You notice Joan's face. Big smile on her face, but just the suggestion of a tear in the corner of her eye. So you reach over and you take her hand, and she takes your hand, gives a squeeze. You both sit there just kind of completely wrapped up in the culmination of years of dreaming and hoping and planning. Graduation exercise is completed now. Rocco's received his diploma. He's coming up the aisle. He spies you and Joan. Big smile on his face. You feel the warmth of his hand clasp, his arm around your shoulder. He says, "Gee, Dad, I'll never forget you for this." This is what you really want, isn't it, Rocky? Would you mind just okaying this right here? We'll get a start. Kind of corny, isn't it? But boy, it's corn that sells. This is called romancing the product. And you can do it with any product. See, even the purchasing agent has somebody looking over his shoulder. He wants to look good. He has motivational things within him that must be appealed to. And the product must be presented in terms of these. He's saying, what's in it for me? But he wants to look good in front of his boss, the president of the company, in front of the board of directors. Everybody wants to look good. So you take your product, picture the end result and make them feel good with benefit, pleasure, enjoyment. And if there's any magic in selling, it's what we've done right here. This deep motivational selling through using a creative imagination, which is the greatest asset that any salesperson could have.
If there are any magic words in selling, they are the concrete words you use in painting beautiful word pictures, pictures of your prospect blissfully enjoying the benefits of your product or service. In this session, you've learned something about how to use your imagination and concrete language to paint such exciting word pictures. You've learned how to help your prospect tune into these pictures and turn on. We've also learned in this session what some of the dominant buying motives are and how to locate them by asking two important questions. Who's going to use this product? And how will it be used? To lead into painting an attractive word picture, you simply need to restate the buyer's need or objective, get agreement on the solution which can be provided by your product or service, and paint a picture describing the happy fulfillment of that need or objective. Skill in creating exciting word pictures does not come without practice. Practice and more practice. This is a particularly good time for you to use your recorder to record some word pictures that relate to your product or service. Play them back. Are they vivid, natural, real, exciting? Whenever you have an opportunity, record useful word pictures. Listen back to see how you're doing. I think you'll be pleased at the progress you'll make when you understand the magic of vivid word pictures in moving your prospects to buy. Now here's Fred again with some suggestions on how to make effective use of creative imagination in your daily selling skills.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the 7 sure steps to make the ideas from this session habitual in your daily selling. 1. Listen to this again, and if it is convenient, make notes on your Building Desire Retention worksheet. Keep your own notes on the margin for building several completed desire steps for your products and services. 2. Fill in the blanks in the Building Desire Retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to them again. 3. After you've structured several complete desire steps, record them and play them back to see if they would persuade you. Keep working with these until you have polished them to fit most of your selling situations. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your Building Desire blueprint for action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and the most important thing you learned from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you're ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. You're going to have a lot of fun in this session. Fred Herman's going to be talking about and demonstrating showmanship, and you're going to be in the act. Together, you'll be digging into 5 ways of putting more showmanship into your selling. These are using a striking exhibit, doing something different, getting action, giving a challenge or holding a contest, and getting the prospect into the act. Very often, your competitive edge might just be whether or not the prospect remembers your sales story. This session will help tip the scales in your favor. One other thing to remember, no one will ever object if you say it in a few words. And this session will show you how to be a salesperson of few words, how to talk less and show more. And remember, as a rule, when you show more, when you get your prospect into the act, you'll sell more. Now let's go to Fred Herman and the greatest show on earth.
In this, we're going to be discussing showmanship and use of sales aids. One of the problems we have as salesmen is to make our sales talk interesting enough so that it maintains the prospect's interest and his attention all the way through the sales presentation. Can somebody define the word showmanship for us? What does showmanship mean to you?
Interesting action. Very attractive.
Interesting action. All right. Making it attractive. Webster actually says it's doing something in an interesting or a dramatic manner. What does the word dramatic mean?
Emotional.
Could be emotional, out of the ordinary. It has a great deal of what?
Appeal.
Appeal and action into it. When it comes right down and this competition is stiff, I suggest to you that the prospect may buy from the one whose sales talk was most interesting and the one he remembers the longest. Well, how do you make your sales talk interesting and memorable? I suggest you got to put some showmanship into it. Let's take a look at the 5 factors to get showmanship into your sales presentation. Number one is to have a striking exhibit. Number two is to do something different. Number three is to get action. Number four is to make a contest out of it. And number five is to get the prospect in the act. You can have showmanship if you use just one of these. You'll have showmanship. See, sometimes we mistake showmanship for, having skyrockets going off, things like that. That's not it at all. Any one of these five that you might do will give you some degree of showmanship in your sales presentation. If you can combine several in one bit of showmanship, you will have a higher degree of showmanship. But the problem for the salesman is to find showmanship which not only makes the sales talk more interesting and memorable, but which carries strong believability and conviction in the sales presentation. It's not showmanship just for the show. It has to tie in with getting the customer to believe that your product will do what you say it will do. Any of the suggestions that we used here will give you some degree of showmanship. If several combined into one bit, a greater degree of showmanship will result. It's not always possible to get the order on the first contact or first interview. In many cases, the customer will have to wait some period of time to decide or may want to investigate other sources. At the time of the decision, however, the sale is likely to be balanced in the favor of the salesman whose story he remembers. Television screens have hundreds of examples of showmanship. The reason this television commercial writers are so aware of the need of showmanship is the time element. We a lot of times don't have much time to get your sales talk across. So the showmanship will vary a great deal. What is it? The Chinese said one picture, one illustration is worth 1,000 words. So within this brief flash of 50 seconds, the whole sales story sometimes has to be gotten across. Could you do the same with one of your products or services? Well, not unless you have some degree of showmanship in it. Let's take a look at some of the applications of showmanship. One of the ideas was to get the prospect into the act. There is a television commercial which had a man going through a railroad station, and they stopped him and had him shaved with an electric razor. This was kind of a comparison because he probably shaved just a few minutes before, but even then, there was some evidence that there was some whiskers left there. So it was getting him to the act, but it had a couple other factors too, so it was a pretty good degree of showmanship. What are some of the other factors that add into it? Had some action, okay. It almost made a comparison like a contest, so it had a pretty good degree of showmanship in it. I'm not sure who this next example should, the credit should be given for on it, but it illustrates one of the points about getting the prospect into the act. There was a glass company that a number of years came out with this shatterproof glass, where they have the laminated glass. This was not standard equipment in automobiles then as it is now. I think it was Libby Owens who had this product out, and they had their salesmen going around the country trying to sell this shatterproof glass. One of the salesmen completely outstripped the rest of the sales force in selling this glass. When they had their convention, they said, "Joe, how come is it you sell so much glass?" So he said, "Well, what I do is I've been taking little chunks of glass around. I had a ball-peen hammer along with me, so I take the little chunk of glass and I hit it with a hammer." And he said, "So this shows that it's shatterproof. It's splinters in that, but it doesn't shatter and fall over the ground." So he said, "It's been helping sell a lot of glass." So the next year, they equipped every one of the salesmen with little ball-peen hammers and little chunks of glass. But an interesting thing happened. This next year, Joe still far outstripped the rest of the sales force in his sales. So they had the convention again next year. They got him up and they said, "Joe, how come is it you're selling so much? You told us what you did last year. What are you doing different?" He said, "Well, this year," he said, "I gave the glass to the customer and the hammer to him. Let him hit it." So he had showmanship in the first place, a striking exhibit, doing something different. But now, by getting the prospect into the act, he increased the showmanship. Okay, well, let's go along to another type of thing that you might do to get showmanship into your sales presentation. One of them is a striking exhibit or a vivid display. I think all of us may have been perhaps in New York City where you've seen that billboard in Times Square that was up there for so many years with the smoke blowing out of it. That was a vivid display. Out on Wilshire Boulevard in California several years ago, one of the swimsuit companies out there had a glass tank on one of the billboards and live bathing girls diving in and out of this tank. They had to take it down. Can you guess why? Well, there were people banging together. It was so much of a striking exhibit carried over to the traffic in the street. People were banging together out there. So they finally took it down. But a recent bank training group, they were trying to illustrate how your money will make money for you. So they just took a dollar bill and then 5 pennies next to it as a comparison. each year this dollar bill will grow 5 pennies worth. Can you here think of any vivid displays that you ever seen?
I've always been impressed by these cutaways of engines, you know,
All right.
That are motivated to show you how they work.
All right, now,
Fascinating.
remember, and this is coming out in each one of these examples, it's not just for the show, but it's to illustrate some points you want to get across to establish believability. Actually, what we're doing now, we're putting the showmanship into the conviction part of the sale or the body of the sales talk. But you can use showmanship any place. You can use it right at the start to get the prospect's attention. You may remember the story I told about the bank trust officer who went in and put a little bunch of flowers in the guy's hands, and when we were pushing these up, it's going to be too late. So this was a form, it was a striking exhibit, and it was also doing something different. He had a combination of several in there. The salesman who takes a tape recorder along, and if he wants a testimonial for his product or service, gets it put on a tape recorder. Then he goes in and he has a verbal testimonial, which is even better sometimes than a written testimonial. That's doing something different. The salesman was trying to prove that his soap was pure, was good enough to eat, and then takes a little bite of soap. A coffee commercial not too long ago showed a cup and a half of coffee, if you remember, and the cup poured right up over the top of the cup. It was a vivid display, but it was doing something different. In each one of these examples of showmanship, it is difficult to limit the example to just one of the 5 suggestions. Many times you're going to work 2 or 3 in, and then you'll have a higher degree of showmanship. Can anybody here think of any examples that you have used of doing something different? You know, sometimes it boils down to this. If the product and the company it services are very similar, the difference boils down to the salesman himself. What do you do that's different that gives you the competitive edge? Owen?
When I sold stereos, one of the features on the turntable was the great amount of tracking power that the tone arm has. So I would, take the huge piece of furniture and actually grab a hold of the end of it and tip it over.
Mm-hmm.
To show how it actually tracked.
All right.
And it worked all the time. So
Anybody else have an example doing something different?
I can tell you one that we didn't use, but we probably should have. It probably would have been clever. We were selling 2 distributors, roll towels. And one of the salesmen there bought a walkie-talkie set. He had this thing going, and we're demonstrating these roll towels in front of customers. And we'd use dollar bills on the roll towels before as ideas of, this is the kind of waste that you're having, and this is the dollar that you can save by buying our product. And we were fiddling around with these walkie-talkies, and we thought, now, wouldn't it be great to make a call together? I'll stand on the outside, and you go and make the call. Put one of the walkie-talkies, right in here. And we'll say, we're so confident in our product that it actually speaks for itself. And then the person on the outside of the door starts talking, and the voice comes out of the
all right, that'd be doing something different. Interesting thing was that in one group I had several years ago, there was a salesman who was selling selling cloth towels or roller towels in competition to paper towels. What are paper towels made out of?
Wood.
Wood, okay. So he took in a little piece of cotton batting like this and a chunk of a sawed-off 2x4. He just handed him a customer and said, which one of these would you rather rub your face with? The wood or the cloth? That's dirty? All right. But it was doing something different. He had a vivid exhibit. He got a contest out of it. 3M Company, several years ago, when they came out with this tape that had the fibers in it, they were selling it in competition to steel strapping. And of course, what did they have to prove to the customer? That it was as strong for certain types of shipping as steel strapping would be. So their salesman used to make a loop out of this and then get 2 or 3 people on each end and see if they could pull it apart. It can't be done, so it exhibited the strength. So they were making a contest out, but did something else too. Got him in the act, was doing something. There was some action. It was almost all 5. Again, it's almost impossible to limit yourself to just one of these, but if you have just one, you're going to have some degree of showmanship. On television, there are constantly contests where they make a comparison of different types of cleansing powder. There was a company called the Oshkosh by Gosh Overhaul Company. They used to go out, and their trick was to give each guy a leg of a coverall or overall, see if they could rip it apart. Is there anybody here who uses a contest in your selling? Can you think of a contest you could use? Go ahead.
I used to operate a portrait studio, and I put on contests of baby pictures. Which one was, you know, you give a prize to the best baby picture, the best looking,
all right,
most animated baby picture.
Sold
a lot of pictures that way.
All right, that's good. Anybody else has ever used a contest? Go ahead.
I didn't, but the one I thought was a prize one was this fellow that sold potatoes out in Iowa. He had a contest for the biggest potato of the year, and then he sold them on the side as the biggest potatoes grown in Iowa.
That's pretty, got them all free, is that it? Gee, I never thought, that's a good one. The last one that we have listed here is to get action. I don't know why this is listed last, but unless it's the last resort, if you can't think of anything else, move around a little bit, you know? As a salesman, get a little bit of life and animation, because a moving target is harder to hit. You know, at Christmas time, which windows get the greatest amount of attention, the most people standing around them? The ones that have some animation, the electric trains, the moving figures and things like that. So if nothing else, well, let's move around, get a little bit of action into your sales presentation. You see, a good product doesn't need arguments, it needs demonstrations many times. Sometimes a simple demonstration is worth 10,000 words. You can show more in 5 minutes than you can tell in an hour. The main difference between an exhibit and a demonstration is action. So when you get some action, you've got showmanship. There's a word of warning, though. Don't, in trying to get showmanship, don't do anything which is so undignified that it will embarrass you or the prospect. Standing on your head is not showmanship. It's show-offmanship. It would not sell anything but a course on how to stand on your head. See, the purpose of any bit of showmanship should be to increase believability in your product or service, that it will do what you say it will do. Now, I hope we've triggered off, and I think we have in your thinking, some ways that you might get showmanship. Let's take a look at 2 ideas that I'll guarantee will help you get showmanship into your selling. The salesman who has a tangible product, of course, can actually demonstrate his product, and the demonstration itself would have some degree of showmanship. But suppose you're selling an intangible. There are 2 ways to get showmanship with an intangible. They are actually what I call visual analogies. What you need to do is to figure out the benefit that you want to illustrate and see if you can find some stunt that will illustrate it. That's one method. The other method would be to get a stunt or some sort of a demonstration. You can get them in magic shops, you can get them in dime stores. Then see if it illustrates any point that you'd like to emphasize in your sales presentation. For example, I have a gun here. You know what Russian roulette is? Yeah. What's Russian roulette?
One bullet in the chamber and you spin the chamber.
Well, you spin the chamber, you got 1 bullet in it, you spin it, see? And then you, you know, you hold it at your head and fire. I need somebody in this. Would you come up and volunteer for this? This is called getting the prospect in the act or getting him out of the act, one or the other. Watch out now. If you see it coming, duck. Would you, let me spin this here. Now, you hold it at your head. Are you kind of, are you really excited about doing this?
Very excited, yes.
Very excited. Huh?
Yes.
Would you mind signing this release for me before you do this? Huh? If there were some reluctance in doing this, where would the reluctance come from? It's a kind of a stupid thing to do. Now, where does that leave me with you?
I'm still going.
You're still going? No. Now, is there anybody here, or do you in your product, you have some point in your product where if customers don't do it, it's a foolish risk that they're taking? Does anybody has a product like that?
I think I do.
See, this illustrates a foolish risk, doesn't it? Well, how would you use this to illustrate something about your product?
Well, my product is a safety device, and without it, you don't have a straight line stop, let's say, on a tollway.
All right. It's almost the same as doing what? Yeah, putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger. How about that? Here's another one. I had a fellow in a group one time who sold plant protection. He was one of the large, well-known detective agencies, and they specialize in plant protection. He came and he said, Fred, I just can't figure out how to get any showmanship in. I said, well, tell you what you do. Go out and think about it. Look around some of these stores. See if you can find something that would illustrate what you're trying to sell, an idea you're trying to get across. And so he came in the next week, and he had one of these little locks. You may be seeing, I think they're really cigar cutters, what they are. When you hold the lock like this in front of you and try to open it, it can't be opened. But when you put it back here, you see the lock can be opened. How come it can be opened back here?
Upside down?
It turns upside down, a little tumbler falls. But he used this, he illustrated an idea with this little thing this way. He had the customer do just what I've done. Hold the lock here, can't open it, put it behind your back, and it opened. He said, you'll never know how many locks are being opened behind your back. There was a girl who was selling photographs. She said, how can I get showmanship? Well, the photographs themselves are some little bit of showmanship. But we said, tell you what, go into a customer, hand him a piece of paper, and have him light the paper and let it burn. And when it burns, it comes to ash. Then show him your photograph. Say, would you like the wonderful memories of your life to be ashes of memories? Or would you like to really see them such as this picture would be? Sometimes the product itself will illustrate what you're trying to get across. But if you have an intangible, think of the benefit you would like to illustrate and then look around and see if you can see any stunt that actually illustrates that benefit in some sort of a stunt, a visual analogy. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it, find a stunt and see if it illustrates any point that you're trying to get across. We've all seen these fake dollar bills or the shrinking dollars, things like these. These are all bits of showmanship. I'm going to just see if I can solicit from the group here some of the sales aids that you might be using in your sales presentations. Who'll give me an example sales aid? What is yours?
I have a shoelace.
A shoelace? How does it work?
I purposely make the women tie a bow over their foot as if they were tying the shoelace on, and then deliberately tie it the opposite way that they would normally tie a bow.
This illustrates what?
It illustrates that it takes time for the subconscious mind to learn how to function the fingers.
And develop habits. Who else has a sales aid that you use? I want to hear. What is yours?
Stopwatch.
All right, how do you use it?
Give it to the man and say, if I don't have your attention in 2 minutes, I'll leave.
All right, that's pretty good. Does it always work?
It works.
Does it? Okay, that's a good one. That's a good attention getter. You have one.
We have a small little miniature car, and we tie the back wheels together, and then when we throw it along the tabletop, it'll spin out of control.
In real estate, you use a lot of sales aids. What are those?
I use pictures, brochures.
I was working with a bank, and they just come out with their charge plan, which are the credit cards, and they had to go out and sell stores on, buying the equipment, or setting up the system for them, and this was quite a selling job they had. And right at the first, there are a lot of the stores who just didn't seem to be happy with the credit card system and didn't seem to be working very well. And this hardware store owner, he said, this thing isn't worth anything. I'm going to take it out, throw it away. My people won't use it. It just doesn't work. And so Carl said, well, I appreciate your telling me about that. I was sorry to hear this. He said, but you have a tremendous store here. And he said, I just noticed in this hammer. That's a real beauty, isn't it? The fellow said, boy, that's a great hammer. It's one of our best. And Carl says, well, what does it do? And the fellow says, it hammers nails. And he said, well, you got a nail? The fellow said, yeah, there's one right here. He took a nail out. He said, well, Carl said, well, tell it to hammer a nail. The fellow said, well, you're crazy. To hammer the nail, you got to pick it up in your hand and really hit the nail with it. And he said, Carl said, well, this is really the point I was hoping to get across to you. Before our plan will work, you got to take it and use it the right way, and then it will work. So it was a bit of showmanship that he had. See, sometimes you can improvise right on the spot. You use more showmanship than you're aware of. There was a fellow who worked for a paper match company, the little advertising matches. He did an interesting thing that was showmanship. He would be calling on a customer, or he prospected by the telephone book or maybe the newspaper, something like that, and he'd see an ad that this particular prospect had put in the newspaper in the phone book. He cut the ad out. Go in and he'd say, gee, I saw this ad, and it was a tremendous one. I wanted to call and he'd compliment you on it. He said, wouldn't it be wonderful if people would take this ad and clip it out as I've done and look at it 20 times a day? The guy said, man, that would be great. He said, well, this is what we sell. You see, in our paper match folders, you have your advertising on it. There's 20 matches in it, so the fellow's going to take it out and look at your advertising 20 times. There was an automobile salesman in Montana. This was kind of a funny one. And a group of automobile salesmen was sitting around. It was kind of in the, just past the holidays in the wintertime, and there wasn't much activity or action around in the auto lots and in the showroom in these days. So one of the salesmen was sitting there, and he was grumbling. He said to the boss, he said, if I thought I could sell one of these automobiles, I'd stay here day and night until I sold one. Boss said, you really mean it? He said, yes, I do. So they got a big log chain, and they chained him to one of the automobiles out on the used car lot. And he was there for 4 days and 4 nights until they sold this automobile. It was a used car, and they started out with a price around $1,000. They put on an advertising campaign in the newspapers, radio, and television, and they reduced the price of this car $5 every hour that he was chained to it. He had a tent, and he stayed there for 4 days and 4 nights. But an interesting thing happened. They sold 169 automobiles during that 4-day period before they sold that one that he was chained to. They said there were people came from 100 miles or more to see this fella chained to this automobile. It was a certain amount. Well, what was it? You tell me. There are 5 things that we have listed here. What? It was something different than anything else. It sure was an exhibit. It got action, okay? It was a kind of a contest where they reduced, I think the automobile sold for something around $400 or $400, something like that, finally. But it was the other production of their automobile. It was showmanship. You know, out in Las Vegas, there's a lot of publicity that says the stars and the show people and the artists out there draw down fabulous salaries for their appearances in Las Vegas. I have an idea that these might be stretched somewhat, but they do get a pretty good chunk of cash for their appearances. But if you've ever been at one of these shows, you know this, that they really put on a tremendous show. When those stars get in Las Vegas and the casinos there, man, they go all out. I've seen Howard Keel just sing his heart out. My point is this. If they get these big salaries, I believe they deserve them because they put on a good show. If you, as a salesman, want to get into big money, I suggest it's mandatory that you put on a good show.
Got some ideas for your greatest show on earth? Can you use an exhibit, do something different, get some action, give a challenge or hold a contest, or some way get your prospect physically into the act? Well, that's what it takes. After all, people like to see a show. They like to see things moving, happening. And since you want them to pay the price, why not put on a good show for them? And how about stunts, tricks, or games from the novelty shop? Can you find some to illustrate a key benefit of your product or service? Can you use it, not only to gain attention, but to underscore and point up one of the reasons your prospect should buy? And finally, get showmanship conscious. Be on the lookout for ways you can put drama into your sales presentations and demonstrations. One thing is certain, the dramatic salesperson, the salesperson who puts on the best show, will be remembered. And when you're remembered favorably, your chances of selling successfully go up every time. And now here's Fred with some tested steps to help you put more showmanship and better use of sales aids in your selling career.
Thank you, Earl. Here's the way to make the ideas you've just heard a regular part of your selling activity. 1. Listen to this cassette again, and if it's convenient, make notes on your showmanship and sales aids retention worksheet. List the sales aids you are currently using, examine closely how they are used, and if you actually are supporting a benefit or proving a fact. Do some mental research following the 5 suggestions for developing showmanship. 2. Fill in the blanks in the showmanship and sales aids retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the cassette again. 3. Develop a bit of showmanship for your product or service and record its presentation. Play it back to see how well it comes off. Practice as much as necessary to make it a polished performance. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling in the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your using showmanship and sales aids blueprint for action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and the most important thing you learned from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you are ready for the next session. To listen to the message on the reverse of this cassette, fast forward the tape until it stops. Turn the cassette over and play the other side.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. Whether it's expressed or not, legitimate self-interest requires all of us to ask regularly, what's in it for me? Your prospects are no different. Whether they say so or not, the one thing they want to know about your product or service is, what will it do for me? How will I benefit? And that's the subject of this seminar session, how to show your prospects what's in it for them by selling features and benefits. You'll learn how a feature and information about how that feature operates combine to form a product or service fact. You'll also learn how to translate these facts into customer benefits. Facts never sold anyone. Only benefits tell the prospect how he or she will profit from your product or service. You'll also explore the need to bring evidence and proof to bear to make some of your facts more than just claims. You'll learn how and when to apply evidence and how much of it is enough. Some benefits have sock, power, and appeal. Others are limp and meaningless. The power is with the specific. General benefits are weak and unimpressive. You'll be working with Fred while he illustrates the difference and shows you how to put precise, exact, purposeful benefits to work for you. So let's go to Fred in the seminar session, What's in It for Me, where we'll be exploring selling with features and benefits.
In this, we're going to be discussing the idea of selling the benefits of your product or service. One time there was a little old lady who went in a hardware store, and she was looking for a heater. And so the clerk greeted her. He said, "You're lucky." He said, "We've got a big sale on these heaters, and you're lucky to come in because we've got a tremendous selection." So after about maybe a half hour, 45 minutes of discussing duothermic controls, heat induction, and all the factors involved with how a heater operates more effectively, he turned to the little old lady and he said, "Now, do you have any questions?" She said, "Yes, just one." She said, "Well, what do these things keep a poor little old lady warm?"
What will it do for me?
Yeah, what will it do for me? So often, we as salesmen get involved in proving how good the product is, when we really should be talking about what it's going to do for the person. Because why do people buy a product or service anyway? Because it'll do something. It'll be some benefit for them. Many times a salesman will spend 5 minutes selling his product and then 25 buying it back. Of course, most salesmen aren't reluctant to talk about the product. They say, "I don't maybe do a very good job of getting appointments or getting attention, but when they ask me about the product, boy, I can really tell them." And they do so, with all the ponderosity of an encyclopedia and very little of its dignity. So here's the place here where we really need to start organizing what we say. What's most important, how much you say or how much they understand of what you say? How much they understand and believe, and really counts for them. Again, why do people buy a product or service? Because
They feel it will benefit them.
man, we had you rehearsed on that one. Almost brain. Okay. Right. Can we safely assume just because we mention a feature about our product that the customer will automatically attach the benefit to it?
Not at all.
No.
Why not?
I don't know. He's not thinking in terms of your product.
He may not be thinking in terms of, you might not give him time. The average salesman just goes along, throws so much in. Like one purchasing agent said to the other, he said, "I'd like to know a little bit more about that product." The other one said, "Well, why don't you ask the salesman?" He said, "I don't want to know that much." Or the salesman who said to the prospect, "Have you been able to follow me so far?" And the fellow said, "Yeah, but if I thought I could find my way back, I'd drop off right now." Because we tend to oversell sometimes without really telling him what it'll do for him. So we're going to be working with selling benefits here. Actually, what we're doing here is answering 3 of the questions that the prospect has in their mind about any product or service. Those 3 questions in this part of selling the benefits are, what is it? Those are the features of the product or service. It's what's built into it that makes it perform a certain function or do a certain thing. The second question is, well, what does that do? They mean, what does it do for the product or service? What is the product benefit? And the third question is, well, what does that mean to me, or what does it do for me, which is the customer benefit? And so we line up the selling the benefits this way. You need to mention a feature or fact that's something built into it, and then tell what that does for the product, what the benefit is, and then follow it with telling it what it does for the customer. What we're going to do now is something that's really not as easy to do as you might think. Many salesmen take quite a bit of pride in the fact that they can really tell about their product, but they may not have taken the effort and the time to sort it out. They kind of throw the whole works at the guy and hope something will stick. It might be better to feed him with an eyedropper and really make it count. When you take even common objects sometimes, it's not easy to define the facts or the features, the product benefit, which become a fact, and then go along to the customer benefit. For example, take a ballpoint pen. This one has 2 little heart marks up here, which identifies the maker. It's a what? Paper mate. That's put on it. It's a feature of it. It's in there. What is the product benefit to that? It establishes what? Some degree of confidence, reputation. What is the customer benefit? Replacements, long life, durability. Another thing that I notice it has a clip on it. That's a feature of it. What does that do to the thing itself? Makes it
Stay in place.
Stay in place and put it in your pocket. What's the benefit to him, the customer benefit?
Lose it. Fewer lost pins.
Fewer lost pins. I notice it has a retractable point. That's a feature of it. What's the product benefit?
Protects the point.
Protects the point. What's the customer benefit?
Protects your shirt pocket.
Keeps your shirt pocket from getting dirty. Okay, now if I say, see, take a look, I'm getting to the area of evidence, which we're going to do to establish more confidence and believability. Another thing about Papermate that you may have noticed is, you remember what some of the ads said? It does what?
Writes underwater.
It writes underwater or through butter. Is that a feature, or is it a product benefit, or what is it?
It's a product benefit, isn't it?
That's whatever you said about.
Or is it a customer benefit? It's a form of evidence, really, is what it is. Right. Because does anybody know the feature that's built into this that causes it to write through butter?
Certain chemical in the ink.
A detergent or chemical in the ink. What's the product benefit then?
It won't skip.
Won't skip, all right. What's the benefit to the customer?
Reliability.
More reliability, less frustration, always be able to write on uneven surfaces, more utility. Now, what do they do to get you to believe that you're going to get more utility in those customer benefits?
Demonstrate.
They use the evidence of writing through butter, the showmanship example. You take a chair, for example. Somebody name a feature of this chair. Something's built into it, put onto it.
Contoured seat.
Has a contoured seat. That does what to the product? Now that's the
Design element.
Huh?
Attractive design element.
all right. But it does what? Makes it for the customer more comfortable. Easier said. It's also, I noticed it has 4 legs. That's a feature of it, right? What's the product benefit?
More stability.
More stability. What's the customer benefit? Safety.
Yeah, falling.
All right. See? I noticed another thing, too. It has tubular chrome legs and back supports. That's a feature. What's the product benefit?
Easy to keep clean.
Easy to keep clean. Attractive. What's the customer benefit?
Long life.
Long lasting.
Could be long
low
life,
maintenance.
lightweight. You see, if you take trouble to kind of break it down like this, it's a lot easier. Let's take some of your products now. What products somebody want to volunteer we can talk about?
Suit of clothes.
A suit of clothes, all right. What's the feature about it?
It has 2 pair of trousers.
All right, what's the product benefit? What does that do for the product itself?
Makes it last long.
We got to identify who's the customer you're selling it to, the ultimate user or the clothing store that's going to sell it?
The ultimate user.
The ultimate user, okay. So the feature is it has 2 pair of pants. What does that do for the product itself?
It makes it have longer wear.
Uh-huh. All right, longer wear. What is the benefit to the customer?
Well, he saves money and it looks better and it'll last longer.
All right, fine, good. Somebody else, give me another. A feature, a product benefit, and the customer benefits. Got one over here.
For example, automobile.
All right.
Cutaway dashboard, which product benefit would be makes more room for the passenger.
Uh-huh.
Which in turn makes the passenger more comfortable.
All right. Okay, somebody else, give me another one.
Tape cassette.
Okay, what's the feature?
It's rugged and will withstand abuse.
All right. What is built into it? That's a product benefit, but what's put into it makes it rugged and stand abuse?
In fact, it is cassette. It's plastic.
Plastic, okay.
Unbreakable plastic.
Unbreakable plastic, all right. What's the customer benefit?
Long-lasting and reliable.
All right, fine. Somebody else, give me another one.
Multiple business forms, multiple copy business forms.
All right. What is the feature that you're talking about there?
The fact that it'll make several copies.
All right. It
One
has
writing.
carbon paper inside built into it?
The feature is that it does not have carbon paper, but still makes multiple carbon.
All right. What is there? Some coating on the back or something?
Yes.
Coating on the back. Makes copies without carbon paper, right?
Right.
Okay. What's the product benefit?
Well, it provides a good quality second and third copies
Mm-hmm.
without the mess of the carbon.
All right. What's the benefit to the customer?
It gives him a easy to use form.
Convenience.
Save him time and
Cleanliness.
Right.
Happier office workers.
Right.
Kind of fun when you do this, isn't it? Somebody else give me another product. Got one? Name something that's built into it or put onto it.
Power saw.
The power cell.
Right.
All right. And what does that do? Gives it
This gives it economy.
fuel economy. What's the benefit to the customer?
Less expense and more profit.
All right, more profit. Now let's take a look about features and benefits for intangible products or services. We've talked a lot about tangible products, but what about building features and benefits for these intangibles? The principles, of course, are actually the same whether you sell intangibles or whether you sell tangibles. And the questions still are, what is the feature? What does the feature do? And what does that do for the customer? For example, if you sell insurance, perhaps one of the features you want to stress is a waiver of premium
provision in a particular policy. Now, that's the feature. What does that do for the policy, though? It means that under certain circumstances of disability to the insured, additional premiums would not have to be paid on that policy. So that is the product benefit. Now, what are the customer benefits? These are greater security, cash values, retirement income, death benefits continuing regardless of whether or not the insured is able to pay the premiums. All right? Suppose you're selling a janitorial service. Your employees are all bonded. That's the feature you want to stress. Well, what is the service benefit? First, the character and reliability of your people are carefully checked out, and in the event of any losses, funds would be available to meet claims against them. But then, of course, what are the customer benefits? What does the buyer get from this? He gets peace of mind. He gets knowing that the people who work in their place of business can be trusted, and that he's protected if anything should happen, and that the bond will make good any losses. Which do you think will impress you more? The simple statement, our men are all bonded, or the explanation, because our men are all bonded, you can rest peacefully at night knowing our people can be trusted and that they're backed by one of the country's leading bonding companies? Which one of those would have more selling impact on you? The last one. You see, we want to know not only what it is, but what that means to me. What's the first statement about bonded employees? That's a feature. What's the second? Well, the second is a clearly explained customer benefit. So you see there's really very little difference in isolating features and product benefits and customer benefits and tangibles or intangibles. Sometimes the intangibles are a little harder to pin down. But essentially the process is exactly the same. You know, if customers would once in a while just force us to do this, what the heck you put into this? Well, what does that mean to the product? What does it do for it? Well, what do I get out of it? If they just ask us these questions, it would force us to do a better job of selling. But they don't do it. What do? Just sit there, and they don't buy it because they don't understand. Because we don't make it. Selling is teaching. Here's where you teach it, but you have to know it yourself before you can teach it effectively. And you just got to go through this effort of doing it. One of the things we're forcing here, too, is to understand the difference between being general and specific. Before we get into that area, though, there are 4 other words that we should define. One word I've used several times here, it's the word fact. Can somebody give me a definition of the word fact? What is a fact?
Statement of truth.
It's a truth, it's reality, it's something that's so. What is a claim? What does that mean?
Opinion.
Could be.
Something that's not necessarily true.
Or something that, in the parlance of, you know, the Old West, when they used to go out and stake claims, what did they have to do to claim? Stake it and then prove it, isn't that right? The benefits that we make, do the customer really believe the benefits that we state about our product?
Not necessarily.
If he doesn't believe them, then at that point, are what? They represent a claim, all right, fine. And if we're going to get him to believe it, we have to give him some form of what?
Evidence.
What is evidence?
Proof. Supportive of fact.
Pretty close. It's something which tends to prove. You might want to write in these definitions.
It's a demonstration.
And what is proof? What do they say in courtroom parlance? Proof is
Substantial evidence.
enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Does it take the same amount of proof for everybody? Same amount of evidence? It's kind of a personal thing. Depends a little bit on previous experience and things like that. But proof is personal. It might take more from some people. For some people, it does for others. But let's again define those words. A fact is truth, reality, something that's so. A claim is something which ought to be accepted, but needs to be supported by some form of evidence. Evidence is something which tends to prove. And proof is enough evidence to substantiate beyond reasonable doubt. Any question about these words that we're defining? Because these words we use to establish selling the benefit, and beyond that, to establish confidence and believability. There are a couple of other words that we need to define and understand the need for using these in our selling, the need for not using one and the need for using the other one. One is the word generality. What does the word generality mean?
A broad statement.
Broad statement.
Approximation, undefined, sort of vague. What is meant by the word specific or specificity? Exact, precise. Is it possible that salesmen use a lot of generalities in their sales conversation?
Well, they do, yeah. Yep.
Can somebody give me an example of a generality the salesmen use?
It's a beautiful piece of furniture.
It's a beautiful piece of furniture. Somebody give me that. It's a great product.
This is the best on the market.
This is the best on the market.
It's a wonderful value.
It's a wonderful value, all right?
Everybody loves it.
Everybody loves it. These are things that slip in there. They don't have much meaning or much impact. Matter of fact, they may detract confidence and believability. How could you possibly make one of these into being specific? Let's take one of them. It's a great product. Because what makes it great?
People who use it have benefited by it in
Could be. It's great because it has something built into it that does something for it, and people get this from it. Well, all right, but you have to, it works, and then you might have to bring in some evidence to get them to believe they really get that. But what we're doing with this features, product, benefit lineup we're having here is forcing the salesman to be more specific. And a lot of times it's difficult to be specific. I need a volunteer to do an unusual thing for us. Skip, get right up here by the mics. Yeah, come up here, Skip, all right? Skip, I'm going to ask you to describe a shoe. Now, anytime he makes a statement which is not completely true, just say, uh-oh. Skip, describe a shoe.
Any shoe, or like, for instance, the shoe I have on, or your shoe, or just a shoe in general?
You're the boss, go ahead.
Okay. A British tan buckle shoe with black soles and heels and a brass buckle. It's a loafer style shoe.
What was the uh-oh for?
Not sure that's brass.
You're not sure? Oh, okay, you got a dollar here.
It's brass.
It's really brass? All right.
Fred, am I playing the devil's advocate?
Yeah, come on up here. Play the devil's advocate.
No. To suggest
Come
that
ahead.
after all that, I still don't know what a shoe is.
What is a shoe?
Huh?
I know it's black and it's brown and it's kind of buckled and it's loafer, but I still don't know what it is.
What is a shoe? That's interesting.
I thought it was. Am I playing it?
I just said describe a shoe. This is what Skip did. He said any shoe or a shoe. You said they're brown. Now, all shoes are not brown. But he said the shoe I'm looking at, he got a specific one, you see. Got one more for a lady. Would you volunteer? Would you describe the moon, please?
Am I looking at it alone or with somebody?
You decide. You decide.
Well, the moon is a circular object, and
is it?
At its best.
Not
a full moon. Is circular.
Is it really circular?
Well, it appears circular from, you know, where one looks at it from.
But it really is a what?
Sphere.
It really is a sphere. We're causing you a lot of trouble.
It's all right.
Go
This
ahead.
moon that we're looking at looks like a large, round ball of fire. And it's just coming up over the lake. And as it rises, it casts a warm glow over the lake, and it gives one a feeling of serenity and peacefulness. And as it gets higher, it changes in appearance, and it becomes white.
Remember when she first began to describe the moon? Didn't you get the feeling that her statements were weak and kind of flat? You see, she was describing the moon in general terms. Then did you notice what happened when she began to describe a particular moon? The moon that we're looking at. Now all of a sudden you begin to see the picture. It began to become more meaningful and attractive, didn't it?
Yeah.
And you remember Skip's description of a shoe? You see, if Skip had chosen to describe shoes categorically, or a shoe as a piece of footwear, he could only have dealt with it in generalities. But he didn't. He chose to describe a particular shoe, one he could see, one about which he could create a vivid word picture. A loafer style, British tan, brass buckle shoe with black soles and heels. Now you can see that shoe, can't you? It has substance and it has meaning to you, even though you've never actually seen it. There's a picture in your mind, right?
Right.
And when you deal with things in generalities, you can't get a very convincing or persuasive response from the audience. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Now, if you do, get to work and put more vivid, pictorial specifics in your sales presentation. You know, this is not as easy as you might think. but it really has to be done. Because if we confuse the customer, we're not communicating with him, and he just doesn't understand. And if he doesn't understand, he won't buy. So many things that we accept as facts about our products, because we know them so well, are really claims to the customer. But unless you first work on it this way, to take it apart and say, well, what's built into it? Why did they put that in there? What does it do for it? Which becomes the fact. The feature and the product benefit become a fact. And then the customer benefit is a claim. But that's why he buys it, because he feels it would do something for him. You better attach that, because we can't safely assume that he will assume what the benefit is. If we can't accept that, or we can't assume it, then we must attach the benefit. We must organize our presentation that well. We have to be careful that we are specific and exact. We have a demonstration you used to give about an encyclopedia. And one of the facts was that it was bound in leather. What would be the customer benefit of that?
Long lasting.
And
Beautiful.
it had 7-point type.
Easy to read. No, smaller.
Hey, here's a very important point.
Smaller edition.
You got to know what 7-point type is, because it's smaller than newsprint. So if you say 7-point type, it's easy to read. The guy gets it and he can't see it. What's he going to think about everything else you said?
All lies.
It was all lies too. So you better be pretty specific and exact and precise about what you say. And you have to take it apart and then put it together and organize it to feed it to him so he understands it, because people don't buy products nowadays. We've educated them to the point they don't buy it unless they understand what it really does for them. And you're answering the question that's always in everybody's mind: what's in it for me? What does it do for me? That's what selling the benefits does.
I suppose every salesperson who ever sold anything feels certain he or she knows the difference between a feature and a benefit, and that benefits sell while features do not. How about you? Is the distinction clear? Well, this session should help. The illustrations and examples underscore the distinction between a product benefit, what a feature will do for the product, and a customer benefit, what the product, because of the feature and possibly others, will do for the customer. Remember, what is important about all this is you haven't begun to sell if all you're doing is telling about your product or service. Any facts you tell about what you're selling must be translated into a benefit before it convinces anyone to buy. And what about those facts? Remember, they're only claims until they're proved. This takes enough evidence to provide conviction. Now, when you start lining up your customer benefits, remember generalities. Sweeping statements have little power. They don't persuade because they're not precise, exact, and tangible. Make your benefits specific. Tell your prospect exactly how his life, work, safety, growth, or success will be affected by the use of your product or service. These kinds of specific benefits sell. When you're polished at identifying and communicating these specific benefits to your prospects, your success ratio will move inexorably upward. Now let's listen to Fred with a tested method for adding the ideas in this cassette on selling features and benefits to your daily selling skills.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the 7 specific steps that will help you make the ideas in What's in It for Me a part of your selling. 1. Listen to this cassette again, and if it is convenient, make notes on your features and benefits retention worksheet. List all the important features and related benefits of your product or service. Answer the what will it do question with the product benefit. Then translate this to the what does that mean to me question. Fill in the meanings of fact, claim, evidence, and proof. Check some of the sales phrases you are currently using for generalities. Write some that are more specific. 2. Fill in the blanks in the features and benefits retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the cassette again. 3. Write out the main features of your product or service. List the specific customer benefits for each. Deliver these into your recorder as though you were telling them to a prospect. The playback will give a cue as to how specific you have become, and therefore how convincing you are presenting these benefits. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your features and benefits blueprint for action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and the most important thing you learned from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you're ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. Few prospects will say to you outright, prove it. But you'd probably be a better salesperson if they would. In this session, we're going to be exploring with Fred Herman the ways we can use evidence to build believability beyond a reasonable doubt. Prospects expect and are entitled to enough evidence to convince them that your product or service will do what you say it'll do. In some cases, your honest face may be enough. In others, much more is required. In this seminar session, you'll be examining with Fred the 7 basic types of evidence and role-playing their application to your product or service. You'll also rehearse a very important conviction technique called the nail-down. This is a way of getting agreement from your prospect that a particular benefit is valid to him and that he understands and accepts it. You'll also understand what a unit of conviction is, starting with a particular feature and ending with an effective nail-down. Build enough units of conviction and you can't avoid a sale. You'll learn in this cassette how to move your prospect beyond a reasonable doubt, so he'll say every time, "It is a good product or service, and I believe it'll do what you say it'll do." Prospects saying that soon become customers. But let's get into the seminar and Fred Herman exploring the use of evidence to establish believability beyond a reasonable doubt.
In this, we're going to be talking about how you can get confidence in you and believability about the things you say about your product. At the end of this part of the sales presentation, the prospect should be saying, well, it seems like it's a good product or service, and it looks like it will do what he says it will do. I always think of that story about the fellow who was a soapbox orator in Hyde Park in London. And so he was making a talk, and in the middle of his talk he said, if I created the world, I'd do a far better job than God ever did. So as a fellow standing listening to him, he said, I don't mean to cast any doubt about you on this, but would you mind making a rabbit just to establish a little bit of confidence? So somewhere along the line, the prospect is saying, I wonder whoever did this, does anybody use this product like he says, and could he really prove it to me? If I were an automobile salesman and said to you, this automobile has power steering, that makes it a lot easier to drive. The benefit to you is that it'll be less tiring, and it'll be really a pleasure and a lot of enjoyment and a lot easier to use. If I made that statement, what would you expect me to do to get you to really believe it?
Right.
Drive a car or to use a demonstration, which is one of the types of evidence. If I were a milk salesman and said to you, this milk has a regulated amount of butterfat content, which means that the flavor is consistent. Your children will like to drink the milk, and they'll enjoy drinking the milk. You won't have to fight with them to get them to take the milk that you want them to have every day. What could I do, or what should I do to get you to believe that particular statement? Give you a sample. That's another type of evidence. If I were a salesman for a personal development program and said, this program will give you a lot more confidence in your ability to deal with situations, give you a more positive attitude, and help you to be a lot happier person, what could I do or what should I do that might get you to believe that this could be accomplished by this program?
Tell me somebody else who has.
Might tell you somebody else. That would be an example. Is there any other method? A testimonial from somebody who's actually experienced it. So let's take a look what the methods of evidence are, the different types of evidence that are. One of them we mentioned was the demonstration. What do we mean by the word demonstrate? What is a demonstration anyway?
Show.
Is it just showing, or is it something more than that? Some action into it, some involvement. We have another one that's called exhibit, which is the second we have listed here. What is the difference between an exhibit and a demonstration?
Demonstration is action.
Right, in a demonstration, there's usually some action or some involvement. You do something. In an exhibit, you just show something. We have another type of evidence, which is called facts and statistics. What would that mean? Charts, graphs.
Substantiated.
Could be some brochures. This could also be pencil and paper in selling. Well, what advantage is there sometimes using pencil and paper when you're talking to a prospect?
Prospect involved.
Yeah, get him involved, let him do the writing, but at least he has something to look at. And we know that what people can see, besides what they hear, they have a greater degree of remembering it. And it's more vivid to them. So anytime you can, get out pencil and paper. Many types of selling involve an order blank of some sort. When should you get the order blank out?
Right away.
As early as you possibly can, that's right, so it doesn't frighten them right at the end. Maybe you can turn the order blank over and use it for, you know, some facts and statistics, pencil, paper, figures, whatever it might be. Another type of evidence is called an example. Before we examine that, let's take a look at one other one that we've already mentioned. It's the testimonial. In a testimonial, who tells the story? A satisfied customer. In an example, who tells the story? The salesman tells a story about a satisfied customer. We've talked about a sample, give them an item to use or a little bit of it to try or maybe even to try it for a certain period of time. We have one that's kind of an unusual one. It's a very difficult one to explain. It's called an analogy. It's a comparison in a sense. We use analogies anytime when you say, this is like. After the two words is like, you are going to use an analogy. All of the Aesop's fables are analogies. Most of Jesus' parables in the Bible are analogies. It's where you compare the likeness of one thing with something else. Actually, it's going from the known to the unknown. Quite often in a sales training program, such as we're involved with here, I compare the method that we're using with the way a football coach trains his team. In football, the coach many times has a skull session where he diagrams the plays. Then they go out and they have a practice scrimmage so that they learn to run through the play. The reason for this is so when the big game comes up on Saturday, they score far more often, or they run through the plays with a greater degree of success. Well, a sales training program is very similar to this. We diagram some of the plays, like the facts and the product features and the product benefits and the customer benefits. We diagram, outline some of the worksheets we have, are almost like the skull session, where we write in things. And then the idea is quite often in a session we might role play back and forth, like we might possibly do it face-to-face with a customer. We don't score there because it's just practice or drill. But when we get in the big game face-to-face with a customer, we score far more often. So this would be using an analogy. Is there anybody here who might happen to have an analogy that you use in your selling?
Ideas are like slippery fish, so you got to write them down.
Right? A customer's mind is like a parachute. It has to be open before it can work. We have another part of the conviction step, which is called a nail down. The purpose of a nail down question is to get the customer to agree that what you've said so far makes sense to him and that he's been able to follow you and understands what you're talking about. The best way I know to make a nail down question is to restate your benefit, your customer benefit, and put a question on the end of it. For example, will somebody give me a customer benefit?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Herman, that with 2 pair of pants you get longer wear out of the suit?
All right, that would be for him. A simpler way would be getting additional wear is important to you, isn't it? So anytime in your sales talk you use the words isn't it, don't they, won't we, can't it, we are using what's called a nail down. Again, the simplest way I know to structure a nail down is to reword your benefit as a statement, but put a question on the end of it. What I'm going to ask volunteers for here is if you would give us one of your product features and then the product benefit and then state the customer benefit. Somebody volunteer, please. Oh, I got one right here.
All right.
What's the product?
This product is called safety control.
Safety control, all right.
It's only 26 inches long, 4 inches wide, and 5 inches high.
What's the benefit of that size?
Well, it's very...
To the product.
It's very small and fits into the trunk of your car.
All right. What's the customer benefit?
The customer benefit is that this product will give your car a straight line stop under any type of surface, ice, rain, sleet, or snow.
And the result would be more...
control of your car.
And it adds to your... Safety, okay, fine. Suppose I said to you, prove this to me. What type of evidence might you use to prove it? Would you pick one of the 7 we have listed?
Yes, we have a testimonial letter. It's also been endorsed by the top 16 race drivers in the United States.
All right, fine. You're bringing in a little bit of a variation of what our type of evidence there. When you have somebody who is an expert, we call it expert testimony. Not of a satisfied user, but a person who is an expert. And it becomes expert testimony. Okay, and you have this in writing.
Yes.
Is there any other way that you might get us to believe?
We have a movie, a 15-minute movie.
Uh-huh.
With a multitude of people using it.
All right, now let me ask you a very vital question. I should have probably asked this sooner. What is it we're trying to get the customer to really believe? Do we need to prove the feature?
No, you definitely.
Yeah, do you have to prove the feature?
No, only the benefit.
You need to prove the product benefit. Not necessarily. What is it you really need to prove?
Customer benefit.
The customer benefit. So many times I've seen brochures of companies, they say, we have quality control. This means you get a better product, more uniform product, which means it's going to cut down on downtime, it's going to give you more profit, more satisfied customers. And then they show me a brochure which shows how they get quality control. I believe that in the first place. What is it I really want to know if anybody got?
How you want to get the customer?
Yeah, I want to know, did anybody cut down on their diet? They got happier customers, they're making more profit. So all of the evidence should be aimed at supporting the claim. See, a customer benefit, when a salesman says it, is a claim. One of the biggest complaints that professional buyers, purchasing agents have about salesmen is they make too many wild claims and don't back it up anyway. And one of the big problems I've had purchasing agents say, you know, the thing I hate about many salesmen, they're what we call appreciators. Their whole sales talk consists of coming in and saying, we sure appreciate getting some of your business. I think you need to do a little bit more than this. And that's what we're trying to do in building the conviction part of your sales talk so it makes sense and actually accomplishes the purpose of getting the customer to believe that your product will do what you say it will do and establish confidence and believability in you as a salesman for your product. Somebody give me another.
All right, this has to do with shopping bags. Very simple. This is the handles.
Uh-huh.
Would be the feature. The product benefit makes the bag more usable.
All right.
Customer benefit, customer convenience and ease of handling a multiple purchase.
You know, sometimes you might mention a product feature, the product benefit, and the customer benefit, and they would be pretty well self-evident. You might not need any degree of evidence to support it. But if somebody asks you about this, what type of evidence might you use?
I think a demonstration would be the most.
A demonstration, all right. Now I'm going to go one more step in this particular case. I'm going to ask you to structure a nail down that you might use after you've given the product feature and the product benefit, the customer benefit, and this evidence, a demonstration. What nail down question might you be able to use? What was the benefit?
The customer benefit was customer convenience for ease of handling.
Just restate your benefit and put a question on the end.
Ease of handling a multiple purchase sale is important to you, isn't it?
Sure is. You know, one of the things you start doing by using effective nail downs and questions through the sales talk, you start setting up what's called a short-range habit. It's important to use it. Won't we? Don't we? Can't it? Isn't it? You know what a short-range habit is, don't you? Huh? You start getting them nodding, yes. Then it's kind of hard to go the other way, you know, when you get right down to the end. How do you pronounce the word J-O-K-E? Joke, okay. How do you pronounce the word F-O-L-K? Oh. What do you call the white of an egg?
Yolk.
It's the albumin. See, we kind of fooled you there a little bit. So when you do throw in these questions which get agreement, in the presentation, in the body of the sales talk, you start setting up this habit pattern of agreement. So down at the end, let's go ahead, shouldn't we? It's an example, again, of conditioning. No, it's not how much you say that's important. It's how much they understand and agree with that gets the job done. You really have to prove less than you think you do. We established that proof is kind of a personal thing. More from one person than it requires for another person. We have one more back here. Would you give yours, please?
My product is yarn, and it's of the highest grade. The product benefit would be that the color is very vivid and the yardage is good.
All right. What's the customer benefit then?
The customer benefit because they do not need as much yarn in order to complete a garment.
So this would give them a what?
This would give them a savings in the long run.
Uh-huh.
If the garment would be much more carefree, wouldn't it?
All right. What type of evidence might you use on this if you had to use it?
I would use...
Now, remember you said that they don't have to use as much yarn, which would be a saving. You've got to substantiate that with your evidence.
Yes, I'd use an exhibit.
Would an exhibit do that?
Yes, it would.
All right, it'd almost be a comparison, right? Is there any other method of that you might be able to use? Do you know anybody that's actually done that?
I had a woman that knitted up a skirt and knitted it up with fine exchange of yarn in comparison to someone who used 8 in a different brand.
Uh-huh. All right, now try the nail down. A saving like this would be...
A saving like this would be a great aid in your pocket as well as the carefree use of yarn.
Now ask the question. Wouldn't it? Okay, got to put the question on in to get the agreement. You know, here's an interesting point. I believe that salesmen sometimes fall into the trap of trying to get across the ideas just by, you know, sheer vocal power. It's not possible. I don't believe I'm a brilliant enough salesman to sell without some type of sales aid. I carry those 2 blue bags around with me. I've got all kinds of stuff in there that might help me to get a customer to believe that I can do what I say I can do, depending on what I need to get him to believe. I've got cassette tapes in there. I've got testimonial letters. Matter of fact, the other day I had a fellow say, "What do you got in that big blue bag anyway?" And I said, "Well, I got a cast for a broken arm. But first I got to find out where you're hurting." I don't want to throw both those bags at him until I find out what part I need to take out. I can pull almost anything out of that bag. What I'm saying is, if you want to be a real professional in selling, you had better start to get together material that's going to help you to get the job across and get the customer to believe it. If you don't have some type of demonstration you can use, I think you're in trouble. Or some exhibit, or some facts and statistics, some examples, some analogies, testimonials, samples. If you go through these, if you don't have 1 or 2 of each of these in your sales repertoire, I suggest you're not really equipped to do a professional job of selling. There are a couple of different types of testimonials, as a matter of fact. There are 2 different types. Can you think what the 2 different types are?
Written and verbal.
Written and verbal. One of them is where you have a letter. And the other one is where you have him call a person, or maybe a tape recorder where he hears what he has to say. But I believe that you should have some of each of these. You might have 100 testimonial letters, and that might not be as effective as having 1 testimonial letter and 1 exhibit or 1 demonstration. Why do I say that? 100 testimonial letters, nobody's going to look at 100 testimonial letters. Besides, they don't expect you to bring any bad testimonial letters in. So some type of variety makes the sales talk more interesting and less dull. Somebody volunteer to give us your unit of conviction as we ask you to structure. Remember, unit of conviction is the feature, the product benefit, which becomes a fact. And then a customer benefit, then this type of evidence you might use, and then a nail down. Would you give yours?
This portable cassette recorder both records and plays back messages.
Mm-hmm.
It not only plays pre-recorded tapes, but it makes it most convenient to record important notes or significant presentations. For example,
Now, what's the benefit to me?
the benefit to you is that it not only plays pre-recorded tapes,
No,
but
that's the feature of the fact.
convenient.
What's the benefit to me?
It is a convenient fact.
Convenience. And what? Ease of?
Convenient and ease of operation.
And save time?
And it saves time.
Okay. Prove it to me.
Beg pardon?
Prove it to me.
For example, simply read this note I have here, Mr. Herman,
Uh-huh.
and I will demonstrate both features.
All right. What's the note say?
The fact that both functions are so easily accomplished would be of great benefit to you, would it not, Mr. Herman?
All right. What does your note say? Is that a testimonial letter?
My note,
You said read this note. What's in the note?
I wanted you to read the note.
What's in the note?
Demonstrate.
Yeah, what's in the note? Oh, you want me to read a note into the...
Read the note. And
In the recorder, I see.
The recorder to pick this voice of yours up, which will show its ability to record, and also I'll play it back to you to show its ability to play back.
Uh-huh.
The question is still valid, though, I think, Fred. What's in the note?
Well,
It might as well be a testimonial.
could be a testimonial, right. But here's an interesting thing just happened here. Anything which can be misunderstood will be misunderstood. You know that?
Good point.
We had a point here where I didn't understand exactly what he meant for me to do. He was saying one thing, he meant one thing, but I didn't pick up that meaning for some reason. We're talking about saying what you mean. Make it just as easy as you can to understand. One more. Go ahead.
This has to do with electronics again.
Uh-huh.
Just to give you a little background, this is a little memory element that was used by computer people. Prior to this time, you had to order these things special and wait a long time to get them, okay, and spend a lot of money to do it. So the fact is that this read-only memory is field programmable and can be done by your engineers or by your local stocking distributor.
All right.
The benefit is that you save 12 weeks of valuable lead time and also $700 per design.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence is that here is an engineering brief describing the simple process.
All right.
In addition, we have a newspaper ad from our local trade paper showing the
cost and availability from the distributor.
All right.
And also, we have a demonstration kit here in an attaché case where we will show you exactly how it can be done. The nail down is it certainly would speed up your new designs and save you money now, wouldn't it?
Sure would. You don't have to do this that we're talking about, but I suggest if you do, you'll really increase your percentages of success in your sales interviews, and you'll be helping your customer to really understand. You see, we've educated customers pretty well to the point, unless they understand what it is you're talking about, unless they believe it will do the job, they just don't buy anymore. Salesmen have had that in their background. What is that Latin saying that means let the buyer beware? Yeah, caveat. We have worked that till customers have to know and believe that what we say is true. And again, it's not so important how much you say, but how much they understand what you say. So it's up to us to put it up into understandable sized chunks and then feed it to them. I think every salesman should have 3 or 4 of these units of conviction for certain parts of your sales presentation. These are some that can be almost canned. They could be prepared and written out. These should be in your sales aid and some of your visuals, some of these things that we're talking about here. One of the big tragedies that salesmen have, too, that fits into this part of what we're talking about sales presentation, is the fact that many salesmen get tired of their own sales talk, and then what happens? Well, it loses its luster, but something else. As you get tired of your sales talk, what do you start to do? You start to leave out parts of it. And when you leave out parts of your sales talk, you're cheating yourself and you're cheating your customer. It's not old to him. It might be old to you. But don't fall into that trap of shortcutting. I think you should rework your sales talk every once in a while. You might even say it into one of these tape recorders to be sure that you're getting everything in there that you really think that you're getting in. I sometimes make this statement to managers. If you could hear your salesman make one of their sales presentations, you wouldn't sleep at night. Now, what kind of attention getter is that? That's a startling statement, isn't it? But it's really true. Again, it's not how much you say that's important, but how much the customer understands. And you know, if customers just once in a while say to us the thing I've said to several of you, prove it to me, buddy, it would force you to do a much better job of getting your message across and establishing confidence and believability.
Well, when you're able to systematically stack up the evidence, you can give convincing answers to those traditional questions. Whoever used it, and can you prove it? And after this session, you ought to be able to. You know how to use demonstrations, exhibits, facts and statistics, examples, analogies, testimonials, samples, and expert testimony to build believability. You're also probably ready to get as many convincing items from each category as you can to make it easy to provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The phrase, "and that would be important to you, Mr. Smith, wouldn't it?" comes from what technique? That's right, the nail down. It's an effective way of securing agreement and identifying your sales progress. Build units of conviction. As you learned, a unit of conviction consists of a feature, the benefits to the prospect of that feature, evidence to support the claim of benefit, and a nail down to assure you of the prospect's agreement. Enough of these, and you're selling for keeps every time. Now, Fred will tell you about a tested method for adding to your selling skills the ideas in this cassette on using evidence and believability.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the 7 sure steps to make the ideas you just heard in this message part of your professional selling skill. Number 1, listen to this cassette again. If it's convenient, make notes on your evidence and believability retention worksheet. Write in at least one of each of the types of evidence that you have. If you have none for any of the 7 types, get some. Build a complete unit of conviction around one of your most important features. 2, fill in the blanks in the evidence and believability retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the cassette again. 3, develop at least 2 units of conviction and record them for playback. Be your own worst critic. You'll probably never be tougher on yourself than the customer would when he just doesn't buy and you wonder why. 4, select 2 action ideas to use in your selling in the next 7 days. 5, write these ideas in your evidence and believability blueprint for action. 6, keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7, talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, your wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and the most important things that you learned from this seminar session.
When you've completed these assignments, you're ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. You know, if we're honest about it, we'll have to admit that a salesman's call, even with an appointment, is almost always an interruption to the prospect. And when that interruption occurs, the prospect's mind is not on you or your product or service. It's on any one of 100 other things. And what's the salesperson's job? To get the prospect to stop thinking about what he's thinking about and start thinking about the salesperson's product or service. This is breaking the preoccupation barrier. It's what we'll be working on with Fred Herman in this session of our seminar, that and the next step, building an interest bridge. In this session, you'll learn the success formula for getting attention with 8 proved attention getters. You'll also learn that you must earn the right to make your sales presentation. You'll find out how you can do that by giving your prospect added values. Once you have your prospect's attention, you must hold it, or you will have gained little. In this step, you're building an interest bridge between what you can offer and his wants and needs. Fred will be explaining the effective ways to accomplish this interest step by promising benefits appropriate to the prospect's primary interests. There's only one reason a prospect should be interested, and that is if he feels he would gain from having your product or service. When you've done your interest step properly, your prospect will be saying, "Tell me more." But to dig into these key openers, let's go to Fred Herman and the seminar exploring ways to break the preoccupation barrier and build an interest bridge.
On this, we're going to be talking about 2 topics: breaking through the preoccupation barrier and establishing an interest bridge. The purpose of this is to help the salesman get a chance to tell his story in a favorable atmosphere, get a chance to really make an effective sales presentation where the customer is really listening to him. Is the customer actually thinking about you before you go out, or the prospect thinking about you before you make the call? No. What is he thinking about? Almost anything except you. So the first thing a salesman must do is to get him to stop thinking about what he's thinking about and start paying attention or giving you heed. We're going to suggest 8 different methods of getting a prospect's attention. You have a worksheet here which is entitled Breaking Through the Indifference Barrier, and then a list of 8 lines, the attention getters. If you fill these in, please, you have just a letter that starts it, the letter S. After that, fill out the word sample or gift. Use a sample or gift to get the prospect's attention. Is there anybody here who uses a sample or gift as a method of getting the prospect's attention?
Laying furniture, laying cedar chest, the miniature chest.
A miniature cedar chest. Okay, anybody else has one?
Cosmetics.
Cosmetics, what do they do?
Leaving a sample of hand lotion.
All right, anybody else got one?
All your chemical companies.
They give you a sample or gift as a means of establishing that the product will do the job, or just to get his attention. I use one in my selling. It's this little book that some of you have had already, How to Sell Without Working. And when I hand this, and the guy looks at this book and the pages are all blank, he can't be thinking about anything else except what's going on here. And so I've got him stopped from thinking about what he's thinking about, and that he's giving me heed. Another method is to use a referral. Many salesmen call on business organizations, and each business executive has a secretary. Guess what her job is?
Screen.
To keep me out. Because if this fellow saw everybody wanted to see me, we wouldn't have time to do any work. So quite often using a referral is an easy way to get through to the prospect and get a chance to get an appointment. You can do this a number of different ways. The best way would be to have the person who referred that prospect to you call up and make the appointment for you. The secondary way to do this is to get him to give you one of his business cards with a little note on the back of it to the person that you're going to call on. Send the note through. Or, if you don't have a note, the first phrase you might use is, a friend of yours, John Jones, was so excited about an idea I was talking to him about, he made me promise to come over and meet you and tell you about the idea. Would you invest 5 minutes with me to share an idea that could help you increase your business? Might use something like that. Is there anybody who's used a referral recently?
I had the party call the other individual and set up the appointment.
All right, that's the best way. Anybody else who's used a referral recently?
I used the name of a product engineer to get me into purchasing. It was very tough to see.
All right, did he actually leave you a referral to him?
Yes.
All right. Okay, got one?
I think the recorder with me and asked the
new customer to record a message to the next man that I'm going to call on his friend, introduce him.
Man, that's a great way. All right. Anybody else could? You see, when we start trading off these ideas, you start to get into the area of creativity. See how to use these. Another way is to pay a compliment. Do you remember what we said was the rule on paying compliments? Compliment what? The action rather than the person. Is there anybody here who's used a compliment as an effective attention getter? Do you remember an example?
Did it today.
All right, what happened?
I got in to see the person, and I got a fine response when I come back the next time.
Oh, could you tell us what the compliment was without giving away any trade secrets?
The number one man was out, and I told the lady how nice she had treated me when I came in, and she went and found the number two man.
All right. Another one is to arouse curiosity. I was working with the American Standard in their plumbing and heating division. They came out with a new faucet. They put it in a little gold-plated box with a little handle on it. Everyone, the salesman, went out and set it on the desk or on the counter, wherever they made a call. Didn't say a word about it. Just set it there, talked about the ball game, the weather, any old thing, which is not usually good sales conversation. But they did that deliberately. And guess what was happening? The guy's eyes, all the time they were talking about the weather, the ball game. Looking up and down, up and down. Finally he says, "What's that?" Now they've broken through the indifference barrier, and they'd aroused curiosity. Is there anybody here who's ever used that? Got one?
Yeah, I used to sell paper towels.
All right.
And we used to sell roll towels. We had a little black hood that would go over. It was on a stand. And that was exactly what we would do, is hold that stand down there, leave it sit down there as long as we could, till the person finally said, "Well, what have you got underneath there?" And that led right into the presentation.
We used to find the person's name that we wanted to talk to and send them a telegram, tell them we'd be in their reception area at 9 o'clock to discuss an exciting idea.
All right, that would arouse some curiosity. I remember that story I read in Reader's Digest, I guess it was, about the young fellow. He went over to the girl and he said, "If you can tell me what I got between my hands, I'll take you to the dance Friday night." She said, "Well, it must be a hippopotamus." He says, "That's close enough. I'll be by at 7:30. I mean, man, you could go right from a good attention getter into clothes. Huh? Got one?
Well, I had one, a friend of mine just tried to say, it was getting to see a man that wouldn't see him. And he'd take his business card, and about the third time he went in to see the man, he wouldn't see him. He put the number 3 down and circled it and sent the card in. And he still wouldn't see him, so he went back the next time, wrote the number 4 on the back of his business card, and sent it in. And by this time, the man had already seen the one with the 3 and the 4, so he was just curious enough, he wanted to come out and see what the man wanted to say, and he finally got in to see his client.
The next one is an exhibit. If you can get something in the prospect's hand, you have a captive audience. Can anybody here think of an example of using an exhibit?
Color slides.
Color slides, all right, anything else? Oh, everybody uses these. The article itself, brochures, folders. And I was working with a bank, and the trust department, one of the trust officers came up with this one. He went out to a client that he'd been calling on, a man who had a considerable amount of property and money and things like that, was pretty well off. He was trying to get this man to name the bank as executive for his trust account, for his estate. There's some reasons for not doing this. You have to have your lawyer there, you have to have an accountant, you have to have your will, a credit statement, your security man, whatever it is. So there's some work to getting it done. This guy kept putting him off. Finally one day he went in, and sometimes you have to make several calls. You don't always get it on the first call. But you should have a different preoccupation barrier breaker or attention getter with each call. You almost start all over. You may jump down in the middle of it, but you have to get him to stop thinking about what he's thinking about, start thinking about you. So this fellow finally went out with a little bunch of daisies. And he walked in, he handed it to me, he said, "Bill," he said, "when you're pushing these up, it's going to be too late." Well, that was an exhibit. You know, here's a fellow who combined about 3 or 4 different attention getters all in one. Funny thing happened, he said. He said the guy looked at these, looked at him. He turned about 3 different colors all at once. Finally looked again and looked up at him and said, "Well, what do you want me to do?" You know, quite often, if you get a good attention getter, you can get to the close a lot faster. What you have to do is to stop selling in no man's land. Some salesmen do all their selling presentation out in the lobby or someplace. They never get in and get seated where they get a chance to really present their product effectively. This one with the banker, he almost led into the next one, which is a startling statement. This is something you say that the fella snaps him up like this. When this guy added these flowers to him and said, when you're pushing these up, it's going to be too late. That's a pretty startling statement. In a supply company, automotive supplies, the fellow used this one. He ran around and he said, Joe, you're missing the boat. Guess what was the next phrase in that conversation? What boat? Well, you think he had the guy's attention? He had to. No mind is brilliant enough to think of two things at once. So when he stopped to structure a question, he had to stop and think about him. So he said, what boat? He said, well, I was by here 6 weeks ago with this same offer. It carries a 58% profit markup. A number of people bought it, put it in, they've reordered several times, they're making all that profit. You didn't order it all, so you're missing the boat. The guy said, well, I guess I better take a couple. Sometimes with a good attention getter, you go right from there, clear down almost to the close. Has anybody here used a startling statement? You should hear what I heard about you.
As a matter of fact, that worked for me today.
All right, give us an example, would you?
Well, I needed a bookkeeper, and I was referred to an excellent one, and I needed some forms, and he referred another customer of his to me, so I made an arrangement for something I needed. I called back on the accountant, and I said, I've got 3 things to thank you about. I named the first, and then the second, I said, I want to thank you for accepting me as a client, because today I heard what a fine job you do. And this really worked, and the next thing that happened was he took the product that I had, which was a recorder, and he's now listening to the message.
All right, now, he bridged from a startling statement back into another type. He had actually a combination of 2. Attention, a compliment. The next one is called a service approach. Many businesses or industries, the salesman, the jobber salesman, the manufacturer's representative, quite often they have to go in and take maybe an inventory, check up on the stock, be sure that the dates are all correct, maybe clean the shelves, maybe position some of the merchandise. While they're rendering this service, then you either cross-sell or upgrade, sell more. In banks, they do this a lot of times. Every one of the tellers is the front line for a bank in their selling effort. They're the front line of contacts with people. So they get tremendous opportunities to cross-sell or upgrade. Person comes in to draw out all their money or a lot of money for a trip. What would be the natural cross-selling thing? Traveler's checks, or maybe money orders, whatever it might be. If the fellow has just finished paying off his home and has a deed for his home, should try to sell him what?
Insurance.
Or maybe, or a safe deposit box to put the deeds and the valuable papers in. When you're in rendering service, which gets the person's attention, and when you're doing the service, you have their attention to cross-sell or upgrade or add on. There's another factor of this. Whenever you handle a complaint, there's a rule you should write down, remember, and use. When you handle a complaint satisfactorily, always ask the person immediately to buy something else just to show that you're not mad at them. And it's a service. The final one is to ask a question. Why would asking a question get a person's attention?
He has to think with answering.
It forces him to think. When he's thinking, you've got to pay attention to you. You can't talk back to you without giving his attention or giving heed to you. What type of questions do you ask? One like it was a hot day today? Or you don't want to buy anything, do you? Or would you give me a few minutes of your time? Your question should be one based on his possible need for your product or service. Or a question that gets him to accept the interview itself. A very simple and very good one is, I came in to get your answers, just one question. Would you mind if I'd ask it? That's almost bound to get some sort of an answer, either yes or no. If he says no, what do? Yeah, you better have one to ask, right? And it would be bearing on his needs. If he says yes, what do?
Ask him why not.
Say, why not? Okay. In any event, you can stay in there and keep pitching. We're going to be working more on asking questions. We've listed actually 8 methods of getting the prospect's attention to break through the preoccupation barrier. Those who use a sample or gift, to use a referral, to use a compliment, to arouse curiosity, an exhibit, a startling statement, the service or the screwdriver approach, or ask a question. You know, many salesmen feel that they have a God-given right to make their sales presentation to anybody that they want to make it to. Is this so? No, they have no God-given right, but they think they do. There's only one reason why you might have a right to make a sales presentation, and that would be if you'd earned the right. So you have a couple of lines here we should consider. What are some of the things that give a salesman a right to make a sales presentation? What earns you the right?
Knowledge of the product that could help.
Product knowledge, applications that might apply to him, anything else?
Solving his problems.
If you have something that you feel you can honestly solve a problem, can make it stick, that helps you earn the right. Anything else?
Save money.
If you can save him some money, be of service to him, anything else that helps you to earn the right to make a sales presentation.
If you learned your presentation and know your product.
If you know your presentation, that's right. There's another phrase that's used quite often, added values. We talked a little bit about the fact that a salesman sells three things: his product or service, his company and its services, and himself. Well, if he's going to sell himself, he has to have a thing that's called sometimes the added values. What are the added values that a salesman as an individual might have?
Empathy.
Empathy, all right. Anything else? Appearance. Anything else that are added values that you would have?
Ethics.
Ethics, all right.
Experience.
Experience. Anything else?
How about courtesy?
Courtesy. These are all factors that are added values. One salesman closed many sales by just simply saying this. And he said, in addition to all these other things, you get me. And if he'd done a good selling job, that was of some value. Turn to a sheet that is labeled the interest bridge. We've listed 8 ways to get the prospect's attention, but it's not too difficult to do that. You go in and stamp on his foot or slam the desk drawer in his hand or anything like that, but not his favorable attention. How long do you think the attention span is?
A few seconds.
The attention span is a relatively short period of time. So if you don't move forward and get him interested and build an interest bridge, what is his mind going to do? It's going to go back to what? What he was thinking about before you came in. You know, as far as I've been able to research and discover, there's just one reason why anybody would ever want to listen to a salesman. You think what that reason is?
That might benefit.
If he could get some benefit. So if you wanted to build an interest bridge, what would you tell him? How you felt you could benefit. You know, I meant to tell you before I started this cassette, how everybody here could get a color television that said absolutely free.
How?
Yeah, what's your question? How? You believe it?
No.
No, but you want to know the details, right? Tell me more. Actually, now I just told a big fat lie, and I don't suggest that you lie to a customer, but I did accomplish the purpose of the interest bridge, which is to get the person to say, tell me more about this. I'd better listen. They might not even believe it, but at least I'd better listen. To do this, you need to know what your product or service really does for people. This is probably one of the most neglected steps of selling. Less than 40% of all the display ads in the newspaper really have an interest step in them. They have a lot of tremendous attention steps, but there are very few ads that tell you what they can do for you if you come in and buy that particular product or service. This requires a little bit of soul searching, a little bit of knowledge searching on the part of the salesman. What is it you sell anyway?
Final results.
The final result. So think, what does your product really do for people? This is what the person might want. What is his primary interest? See, people only buy or do anything for 2 reasons. Basically 1 reason, but it breaks down to 2. Either to gain something or to avoid something. I have a diagram which is called double-barreled motivation. It consists of 2 large circles which kind of intersect. If you're selling to a person who is buying for a company, they're asking 2 questions. One of them is, what's in it for my company? And what's in it for me? For the company, there's basically 2 things, to increase something or to decrease something, reduce something. What are some of the things that your product increases?
Reliability.
Reliability, anything else?
Profit.
Profit, that's dollars. It all boils down to that. But how do you get the dollars, the profit? What does it increase?
Service.
Efficiency? Service?
Sales.
Sales?
Productivity.
Productivity?
Morale. Reduces turnover.
Morale? Anything else?
Reduces turnover.
Reduces turnover, okay. What are some of the things that your product decreases for the company?
Problems.
Problems? Anything else?
Waste.
Waste? Anything else?
Costs.
Costs?
Operation.
Turnover? Stagnancy? Absenteeism? Overhead? Yeah. You see, the reason we're going to this extent and researching this is anybody can go and say, I can make you more profit. It'd become almost a cliche. You got to go the step further. We get the profit by this. I can help to increase your productivity, increase the effectiveness, increase the quality. And this is going to result in more profits. When you're talking to a person who is buying for himself or buying for a company, he's saying, what's in it for me? And there's some things that sometimes you can talk about that are open. There's sometimes some hidden things. They say there's no such thing as motivational selling in business and industry. But that's not true. Because every purchasing agent has somebody looking over his shoulder. And so he wants to look good. If he starts wanting to look good, is he in the area of motivation?
Sure.
Why does he want to look good? Get advancement?
Might keep his job.
Might keep his job? Is fear a motivation? Now that might be one of the hidden ones. You better buy this, Buster, you're going to get fired. No, that might not work. You might have to reword it a different way by bringing it out in the open. What's in it for him? How could you reword what I just said and bring it out in the open?
Here's your chance to be a hero.
All right, could be. Or here's a chance to really.
Your competition is using this product, and if
Could
you want
be.
to keep in step with them, you're going to have
That's
to.
right. Here's really a chance to get the competitive edge and realize the satisfaction of doing a tremendous job for your organization to bring this product, this service in here. So you bring them out in the open. What's in it for him? In order to do some of these things, we have to get it bridged into a word that you've used a couple of times. It's the word empathy. What is your definition of the word empathy?
Get in the other guy's shoes.
Understanding
All right.
problems.
I have two words up here. One is empathy and the other is sympathy. And we're going to have a lot of fun with these. If you feel the way he feels, is that empathy or is that sympathy? You sure?
You feel the way he feels?
Your ability to put
You're going to cry a lot.
You have the ability to feel the way he feels.
I believe that empathy is understanding the way the other person feels. If you feel the way he feels, I believe maybe it's sympathy. You see, whenever a prospect and a salesman meet, somebody makes a sale. If you start feeling sorry for him, who sold whom?
He sold you.
He sold you. Uh-huh. And you're both going to cry a lot then, isn't that right? So I think empathy is more understanding how he feels and feeling the same way he does. We said something about don't sell in no man's land. What does that phrase mean when I said that?
Out in the lobby.
Not out in the lobby. Is there any other place that's no man's land?
After the sale.
Huh?
After the attempt to sell.
Could be. Any place else that might be no man's land?
Unqualified prospect.
Uh-huh.
Any place except in front of a qualified prospect.
All right. Is there any time when you might be in front of a qualified prospect and still be selling in no man's land? Have you ever been in a sales situation where you're talking and you know the fellow's just not listening? He's writing letters, sorting papers. I'm doing something now that when you have this situation, you're selling in no man's land. What am I doing?
Folded hands.
Folded arms sometimes is a sign of resistance, and you're almost selling in no man's land there. So how would you get me to unfold my arms? Better hand me something. I'm going to drop it on my toe. I got to reach for it. You see, get the person's arms open. The start of a sale is a very important factor to consider. I was working, and quite often I go out and make sales calls with salesmen out in the field. I was working with a fellow with a salt company. His name was Jack Hasselman. We're in San Fernando Valley in California. We were calling on some supermarkets, but many of them out there belong to an organization where the store is owned by individuals. They buy mutual association. So we were calling on this type of store that day, and he said, Freddie, he said, I've got 3 here. If I could get these, I'd have the whole valley sold up. We went to the first one. We went in. This fella that owned the market was back, not behind the meat counter, but was back in another room behind the meat counter, a room back there where he's cutting meat. And we talked for 15 minutes about shelf space, turnover, profitability. All the time we're talking, this guy just kept slicing meat. Finally, at the end of 15 minutes, I said, do you mind if we called in? He said, no, I don't care. Come back anytime you want to. Good to see you. And we left. We got out in the car. I said, Jack, you know something? We didn't even get this prospect's what? Attention. We never had his attention. He kept slicing meat all the time. He was preoccupied with something else. So whatever we do in the next one, let's be sure we get his attention. So we decided that we'd go in and just put the package in the guy's hands. And it was a new package. It had that little plastic thing when they first came out that makes a whole salt shaker out of the whole pound package. So we put it into his hands and said, or Jack did, he said, "What do you see different about this package? You ever seen it about anyone before?" And the guy said, "Well, it's a nice bright yellow and blue and that, but he says, got this little thing on the top." He said, "I think I'll take 3 cases." Again, I suggest to you, if you get an effective attention step, break through the preoccupation barrier, or the rest of the steps of the sale may come so fast, you can amaze you. There's a little jingle that you probably ought to tie this up with. It says, "Not a deed would he do, not a sound would he utter, till he'd weighed its relation to plain bread and butter." If you want to really have the prospect say, "Tell me more," promise him that he's going to get something from the interview itself or from the use of your product and service. And then you have accomplished the interest bridge.
Here's some good advice from Fred on this topic of prospect interest. Never assume your prospect is interested. Always take it for granted he isn't until you have some indication to the contrary. Well, that makes sense to me. And what are some of the ways we learned in this session to get that indication to the contrary? Remember the 8 surefire attention getters? What are they? Giving a sample or gift, using a referral, paying an honest compliment, arousing curiosity, showing a dramatic exhibit, making a startling statement, rendering a service, and asking a question. Use them all, and one of them will click with your prospect. What did we learn about the interest bridge? Find your prospect's primary interests and build your bridge to them by promising to increase benefits or reduce penalties. It's as simple as that, but it's often overlooked. When you become expert in breaking preoccupation barriers and building interest bridges, you'll see a measurable difference in your selling performance. Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. Have you ever seen this happen? A salesperson is in such a hurry to get as much of his or her sales talk out before you say no, he or she rushes into giving you all the solutions and answers before finding out what your needs, problems, or objectives are. Well, it's happened to me, and maybe it's happened to you as a salesperson. What's the answer? Selling not by telling, but by asking questions. In this session, you'll find Fred explaining and illustrating 4 basic principles that will help you determine the prospect's needs, wants, and interests before you start selling. You'll learn to ask questions and listen positively. You'll learn how to determine and present the key issues. You'll learn how to create a healthy dissatisfaction with the status quo. You'll also learn how to begin motivational appeals, all with carefully thought out and skillfully presented questions. Several samples of question formulas, including closed, open, reflective, and directive questions, are suggested and illustrated. These question formulas will set your prospect on the path to providing his own solutions to his needs, problems, or objectives. What does that do? It helps him to buy without being sold. Now let's go to Fred Herman in the seminar and find out how to travel that shortest distance to the sale by asking questions.
On this, we're going to be discussing major area number 2 of the selling process, which is to determine the person's problem, his needs or wants, or his objectives. As one person put it, no problem, no sale. We're going to be working a good deal with one of the great sales tools, that of using effective question. The more I'm in the sales profession, the more I become aware that the use of effective questions is one of the outstanding sales tools or levers that a salesman might have, because when a salesman is asking a question, he won't be talking himself out of the sale. And when the customer is answering a well-put question, he won't be saying no. This is a stunt that I did when I was on the Mike Douglas show, and I also did it on a couple other television programs, but it really originated when I was having an interview for a late night show that originates in New York City. I was at the NBC studio at Rockefeller Plaza. I was sitting across the desk from a fellow named Sheldon Schultz. He was talent coordinator for NBC, and he threw me a curve. He said, "You're so smart, sell me something." He said, "Sell me that little ashtray." And so I said, "Well, what do you feel you want the ashtray for?" It took him about a minute to tell me why he'd want the ashtray, and I said, "What do you believe you'd give for it?" He mentioned a figure, and I said, "Well, I guess I'll let you have it." Now, we take a look at the selling process we're working with here. the major area of getting the appointment, and then the second major area of the problem, needs and wants, objectives, the third major area of the solution, and the fourth major area of getting a commitment. When he said to me, "You're so smart, sell me something," what major area had already happened? I had the what? I had the appointment. So my first question was, what do you feel you use it for? What one was I trying to do? I was trying to find out what his problem or needs were. He said an interesting thing. He said, "I don't smoke." But a lot of people come around here who do, and boy, they can really mess this place up. If I just had that ashtray, it would sure keep this place a lot cleaner. And at least those jokers would know that there's some place to put the ashes and the cigarette butts. Here's an interesting thing. When he identified his problem or his need, he started to do what? Sell himself. He started to supply his own solution. If he does that, I don't need to do that. So my second question was for the commitment. What do you feel you give for it? And when he answered this, why, I said, I guess I'll let you have it. Every one of these major areas took place in this two-question, two-answer dialogue. If you're going to use questions as a sales tool or technique, you should know the answer you want. Because if you know the answer you want, then it's easy to structure the question. Let me give you an example. The answer to this question is George Washington. Somebody asked me the question. George Washington. Ask me another question, gets the same answer.
Who's the father of our country?
George Washington. Ask me another.
$1 bill.
George Washington. See, if you know the answer, you can ask any one of several questions and get the answer you want. If you don't know the answer, I think it's impossible to structure the question. Let me give you another little test. The answer to this question is 1492. Ask me the question.
When did Columbus sail the ocean blue?
1492. But make it easier than that.
What comes after 1491?
1492. You see, make it as easy as possible for the person to answer. So that's one of the basic concepts of using the technique of selling by asking questions, and it's the tool that you need to use to determine the prospect's problem or needs or wants or objective. One of the world's top salesmen told me the other day, he said, "Fred, I've never sold anybody anything, but I sure helped a lot of people to buy." And you help them to buy by asking the right question. You ask questions that they have to ask themselves anyway and answer before they're going to buy. So that's one of the basic concepts. The second guideline we set up is to know the types of questions you can use. We're referring now to a worksheet that you'll have as support material for this particular cassette. It's entitled The Types of Questions. The first type we identify is called a closed question. The criteria of a closed question is it can be answered either yep or no. What would be the disadvantage in some parts of the sales presentation of a yep or nope answer?
Might get a no.
Well, if you get a no, that kind of shuts things off. Even if you get a yep,
It doesn't tell you anything about it.
you don't have any feedback, no information. And in this part, particularly, determine the problem, needs, wants, or objectives, you need to get feedback to find out how he feels about your product, what product he's using now, if you don't have this information or haven't been able to get it before. There are some times in the selling process when you do use a closed question. When you're closing the sale, you want a decision, a yes or no answer. But there are other times when you don't want it. But here are examples of closed questions. Can I help you? That's one we run into all the time. Another one would be, would you give me a few minutes of your time? You don't want to buy anything, do you? Of course, the danger of these and the fault of these is they terminate the conversation and perhaps terminate the sale. See, sometimes salesmen deliberately solicit a negative answer, then try to sell over that negative. The second type of question we identify is called an open question. If a closed question shuts off communication, we want to open up communication, so we call it an open question. The criteria, the identifying thing of an open question is it starts with one of 6 words, or one of 6 words is structured in the question. Those words are who, what, where, when, how, and what. Let's take a look at some samples of these. Who would use this room? What style do you like? Where would you be using this service? When do you need to have it? How often do you trade? Why are you selling this lovely home? In real estate, particularly, you have to determine income, urgency, and need. The third type of question we identify is called a reflective question. It's possible, particularly when you get in the area of handling objections or when the prospect brings up an objection, he doesn't actually say what he means. And if you could mirror back to him what he actually said, or the meaning that came out of what he said, he sees it doesn't make sense even to him. And so many times we want to mirror back. A technique in handling objection is to actually reword what he said as a question and check if that's what he was really asking. For example, you feel it would be too difficult to make the change. you feel your company could not adopt a new procedure like this? You feel that your company can hold its competitive position without improving its equipment and methods? Some of those may seem pretty blunt, but at that point you have nothing to lose. The fourth type of question is called a directive question. And this is where you direct him to areas of agreement. Even if a salesman and a prospect are diametrically opposed about buying a product or service, there are some points that they can agree on. For example, if the prospect said to the salesman, well, we've just decided we aren't going to go ahead, we're going to keep our same equipment and go ahead just like we've been going ahead. But the salesman could, by using directive questions, at least open it up and maintain some sort of communication. It might work like this. We do agree that cutting costs is important. We can agree you'll have to be investing in new equipment sometime soon. I believe we can agree that further expansion should be taken care of. I believe we can agree that there will require some capital investment. I believe we can agree that some sort of budgetary planning has to take place before we'll be going ahead with this. Could we take a look at that? Well, now you've brought it down to what? From saying no to say, let's take a look at how we might finance this when we're ready to go ahead. We better take a look at the most important question of all that the customer is asking. And this question is in the mind of every person you come in contact with. It's right down at the bottom of this worksheet, and there are 5 words in the question he's always asking, and it's an open question.
What's in it for me?
What's in it for me? Write those words in there, and they ought to be in letters of fire right across your brain. The customer is always saying, what's in it for me? And there's one rule in using questions is this. There should be no such thing as a rhetorical question in selling. When you ask a question, what should you do?
Wait.
You've tossed the ball to him, so stop and wait until he responds. And this is a good way, of course, to renew attention as you go along. Let's take a look then at how we can use these questions more effectively in our selling. We're going to be working in this particular area and finding the problem, needs, wants, or objective with the use of open questions. So you have a sheet which is depicted an iceberg, which might represent the cold, hard buyer. And we're going to try to reduce the water line on the iceberg and thaw him out just a little bit. We do this with open questions. So on these lines, on this iceberg analogy or diagram, hopefully you've written some open questions. Those questions starting with who, what, where, when, how, or why. Can somebody give me one of the who questions that you wrote that would get you information you need about this buyer to help you make an intelligent presentation? Somebody give me a who question. What's yours?
Who decides how much to spend?
Who decides how much to spend? Somebody else got a who question.
Who are you presently insured with?
Now remember, the thing about using questions, this should be an answer that would be valuable to you in order to work with this customer and get some feedback from him, let him know where he is now. Somebody give me a what question.
What room do you intend to use this piece of furniture in?
Somebody else, one more.
What kinds of things is your training department doing now?
All right, somebody give me a where question.
Where would you place this new equipment?
Another one, a where question.
Where are you going to retire?
All right. Somebody give me a when question.
When's your current contract up?
Okay, another when question.
You need to take possession.
When do you need to take possession? Got another one?
When would you like delivery?
All right, this gets to be kind of fun, doesn't it? Okay, somebody give me a how question.
How do you plan to use it?
All right, somebody give me a why question.
Why not improve your methods?
All right, another why question.
Why do you buy that product?
Now let me ask you a question. And it's going to be a closed question. Do you think a salesman should wait until he's face-to-face with a customer to start structuring a series of the questions that he can use?
No.
When should you structure these questions?
Prior to the call.
I think this is a part of your basic training for effective selling, to know the questions and how to use them and structure them so that they become almost automatic and you do them by reflex. All right, we're going to try to structure a situation and see if we can develop some open questions that would help in this situation. And you're in real estate, is that right?
Yes.
And to whom are you talking?
I'm speaking with Mr. and Mrs. Frank Johnson. I'm in their home. I want to list their property, and I must know much about it before I can list it. Principally, one of the questions that I want to know is, Mr. and Ms. Johnson, why do you want to sell, or why are you making a change?
All right. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. and Ms. Johnson, are you the sole owners, or do you have other heirs that would have to be considered in this property? What is your basic need
for money. Will you want terms or cash? How will you want your money?
All right.
When may I tell the people, if I do get a prospect for it, that they can take possession of the property?
There was one instance where she started out with what almost seemed like a closed question, but switched into it by saying, are there other people who might need to be, and who would they be, putting a who question in there. All right, is there somebody else who would kind of outline a situation for us, and let us help you structure some open questions that you might use?
I've got one. In selling component parts to the radio and TV people, you've got to go through a fairly...
All right. Are you calling on a particular person here?
Calling on All American Radio Company.
All right, and...
You're calling on the buyer.
The buyer.
And you're trying to find out what you have to do as a new vendor or a new source of supply to get qualified.
Yeah, what are some of the questions you might ask?
The first question would be, who is the component evaluation man? Second question is, what does he check in relation to my parts? Where is he located? When can I see him? Does he have closed visiting hours, or can I just walk in unannounced? How are the samples tested? So I can tell my people to give me the proper information.
All right.
Why do you require 500 samples for this test?
Okay, so here was a series right down the line, every one of the questions, but all good questions that help you get the information you need, right? And again, I emphasize that you can't ask these questions unless you know the answer you want. There are certain formulas that salesmen can develop and have prepared that will handle many of these sales situations. One sales situation the salesmen get into sometimes, they walk in to present their product. The potential prospect responds by saying, well, we're using the XYZ and we're completely happy with that. Let me be the salesman. Somebody, let's role play this. I'm coming in to make a call on you, and I say, I'm with the ABC company. My name is Fred Herman. I'd like to explain to you some of the unusual things we're doing. Say we use the XYZ. Go ahead and say that.
We use the XYZ company.
Well, I appreciate your telling me that and who your supplier is, and I appreciate your loyalty to this company. Someday I'll deserve the same loyalty from you. I believe there's a good question involved here. If our ABC is better than the XYZ that you're using now, you'd sure want to know about it, wouldn't you?
Sure would.
Well, suppose we take a look. Now, what have I done? He told me to use the XYZ, kind of shut it off by using a compliment and then a question, turning his answer almost to a question. I was able at least to get a chance to tell him a little bit about my product or service. So here's a formula that you can use. If I would abruptly start and say, well, let me tell you how much better the ABC is than your XYZ, now I do what? I build up a barrier. I force him to defend the XY. He might not even want to do it, but I force him to defend it. Let's say I represent a paint manufacturer, and you're a distributor, or you have a paint store, and I'm coming and calling on you. I represent the Glossy Paint Company. My name is Fred Herman. Say we already have.
Well, we already have shiny paint, and that's doing a fine job for it.
Well, I knew that you did have a distributor. I knew you had that because I see the signs around here, and that's one of the reasons I came in and made this call to get acquainted with you. As long as I'm here, would you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Oh, go ahead.
Let me say this over again, because I want to change something here. It's very important. What's most important, the questions or the answers?
The questions.
The answers.
The answers are most
Getting
important.
the right answer.
It's the answer I want. So I'm going to reword my question to him. Well, I knew that you did have the shiny paint company because you got the signs around here, and that's one of the reasons I made the call. As long as I'm here, would you mind if I get your answers to a few questions?
Well, it depends on what they are, but sure.
All right. If you were to consider another manufacturer for any reason whatsoever, what would be some of the things you might be looking for?
Well, I'd want rather fast delivery.
All right.
We have a high traffic in here, and there are times when we need a day or two service.
Any other things you'd be looking for or would expect from them?
Well, I think consistent quality in the business here.
What is your current supplier doing you're not completely satisfied with?
Well, occasionally we have a representative hasn't always been here when we've needed him. We've called the office there, and we get shoved around to 3 or 4 different people. But I think most companies are that way, aren't they?
Why are these things important to you?
Well, when we need an answer, we need it now. Our customers are asking for answers, and we feel our job as a service company is to give them to them when they want it.
Well, what happens to you personally if something goes wrong?
Well, I'm the one that accepts the responsibility for it, and if I'm selling anybody's product, why, I stand behind the product the same as the manufacturer.
Kind of tears you up a little bit inside, doesn't it?
Absolutely, certainly.
You know, if we could do all the things you'd want done and wouldn't do any things you wouldn't want done, could we have an opportunity to compete for your business?
Absolutely.
Well, why don't we take a look at what we do?
All right, that's fair enough.
All right, now where are we? Huh?
Ready for your
I went through a little bit there. He almost volunteered some of the bad stuff in the first question, right? If you're going to use this questioning technique to the extent I did here, you better ask permission to ask questions. Otherwise, it'll have the appearance of a third degree. Then I had 4 questions structured in there, and they were designed to do a couple of things. Number one, to find out what some of his interests are. What would he need? What would he be looking for if he'd ever consider anybody else? Number 2, I tried to create a little bit of dissatisfaction with where he is now. And you can do it if you ask the right questions. And then I tried to find out what was the motivational need that he has to be sure that things go right. See, it tears a guy up inside. He expects to do a good job. He's on the defensive if the product he sells is not good. That's a motivational part. And then I just asked the question, well, if we could do all the things you'd want done, wouldn't do anything you wouldn't want done, could we have an opportunity to compete for your business? When I got that answer, now I haven't got the sale yet, but I have a chance to tell my story. And that's what we're doing in this part of the sales presentation, is be sure we get a good opportunity to really present our story and not sell in no man's land. All right, one of the other situations we run into quite often, getting back to real estate. So you have for sale by owner sign, I come up, I knock at the door, answer the door.
Yes, sir. Hi.
I wonder if I could look at your home.
Well, are you interested in buying it?
Well, I'd like to take a look at it. Could I look at your home?
That's possible, yes. Just a minute till I get the kids out of here, will you please?
Mm-hmm. So we're looking at the home now. I had to ask 2 questions there to get in. So we're looking at the home now, and I take a look around, say, gee, this is really a wonderful place. And you put a lot of personal effort into this, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And you really have a decor. It's an unusual home. I see you're proud of it and you're really taking care of it. Now, I was just wondering, if I could sell your home for you and get the price in your pocket, the cash in your pocket that you want out of it, would you have any objection?
I'm not interested right now are you with a real estate man?
Yes, I work for Baird & Green.
I see. Well, we had made plans for me to sell the house alone.
However, though, if I could sell the house for you and get the amount of money that you want for you, would you have any objection?
Well, I want to try it for 1 month first. I want to try to sell it myself first.
But if I could get the amount for that you'd want, would you have any objection?
I don't believe that you could get the amount that I want to do.
If I could, would you have any objection?
I might consider it, yes.
All right. I wonder if I could do this. I wonder if I could take a few measurements and make a few notes while I'm here. I'd like to go back to the office and research the market and then come back and visit with you for about 25 minutes. Could I do that?
Yes, you could.
All right, fine. Now, I had 3 questions there. I had to ask more than 3 questions, but I needed 3 answers. I need to see his home, and I asked that question, got in. I had to ask 2 there. I also need to find out if I could sell it for him and get what he wants in his pocket, if he'd have any objection. And I had to really work on that one to get that commitment. And then I need to take some measurements, make some notes, go back and research the market, and then come back and try to sell the listing. Because if I try to sell the listing then and there, I'm going to be in trouble, because he has a home here he spent a lot of his life in, and he has an emotional contact with. He couldn't possibly understand comparing his home with anybody else's home, but he can sure understand competition. If homes in the area are selling for a certain price that compare with his home as far as the measurements are concerned, the amount of floor space and things like that, if I don't know what they're going for, if I'm not that professional, I'm not going to get any place with him. But now I've set him up to come back and at least make a talk with him and get a chance to secure his property, because I can do him a favor. When the property first comes on the market, it's overpriced and it gets shop worn. And I can do things for him he can't do for himself. And that's where the professional selling comes in. This is a format or formula that's used by insurance men. And it has 7 questions to it. I'll go through the questions, role play, and I'll explain what the questions are. Need somebody who's a prospect for insurance. You don't look so good. No, I couldn't write you. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm with the American Insurance Company. My name is Fred Herman. I just wanted a chance to meet you because, you know, I know nobody wants to talk about insurance, do they?
Not really.
But we do have to consider, as we go through life, there are certain economic hazards we have to face. In our organization, in the insurance industry, we help people to meet those economic hazards. Everybody has to face sometime or other during their life. In order to find out if I could be of any service at all to you, Terry, I need to get your answer to a few questions. Would you mind if I'd ask them?
No, perfectly. Go right ahead.
These economic hazards that I mentioned seem to fall into four main categories. Number one is dying too soon. That's where something happens to the breadwinner, the person earning the income, and money is needed for that family unit to maintain their standard of living. If that money's not there, that could be a real economic hazard for that family group. Would you agree with that?
Certainly.
The second thing that we face and go through life sometimes is disability or illness. That's where an injury or the illness cuts off the income. There's more money needed coming in sometimes for the disability itself. If that money is not available, then that's a real economic hazard too that would have to be faced. Would we agree on that?
Certainly.
A third one is that as we go through life, we sometimes have opportunities to invest in certain things. Or maybe there's an emergency comes up where we need a lump sum of money to put into that emergency. If the money's not there, that could be an economic hazard. It would cost you a profit, or it could be cost you something that, where you had an emergency you had to meet. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, that would bother me.
Would be a real economic hazard. And then the fourth one is living too long. There comes a time in everybody's life when they lose either the ability or the desire to make a living for themselves. You need money in those golden years of life, and the money's not there. That's an economic hazard that has to be faced. Could we agree on that?
Certainly.
Terry, if you were able to get just one of these right now, which one would be of most interest to you? The dying too soon, the disability, the emergencies or investments, or the retirement, living too long?
I would look at the retirement.
Retirement? Would that be more important to you than dying too soon?
Yes, I think.
Would that retirement be more important than the disability?
I think so.
Would that retirement be more important than the sum of money for investments or to meet emergencies?
Yes.
So it would be the retirement you'd be mainly interested in. How much do you think you should have coming in per month at retirement? Per month?
Per month? At least $500 a month.
$500 a month? Why is this important for you to have that retirement taken care of? Why do you feel it's important to you?
Well, you look around today and you see so many people who do retire, and they just can't afford to retire. They go back to work maybe after 6 months or a year. The amount of money they receive from Social Security is just not enough to keep them going. Maybe
Do you know what some of the figures actually are, the people who can support themselves at retirement age?
Yes, 5%.
About 5%. Boy, that frightens the daylights out of you, doesn't it?
Sure does.
What amount could you set aside, Terry, to take care of this problem that you're interested in solving per month?
Per month? Well, I would say probably $50 or $60.
Could you set aside that much?
Sure.
I mean, on a continuing basis, if things remain the same?
I think so.
Could you? All right, fine. Now, what's happened here? Thank you, Terry. I appreciate you.
Myself.
Okay. Yeah, boy, this is a good thing. He's qualified himself. Now, I ask a series of 7 questions here. I tried to make it sound extemporaneous, and I didn't try to make it sound too pat. But do you think I was just making these questions up as I went along? This is a format, and it's used by many insurance people, but it does get those things they need to know. And there was 7 things. Number 1 was ask permission. Number 2 was I presented the primary interest, the things that people can get from insurance, the major areas of what insurance does for them. And then I asked him to select one. And he got what would be called his supposed primary interest. Even after he told me one, I went back to double check. Because many insurance people tell you that they get the supposed primary interest, they make a whole proposal and proposition, go back and spend a couple hours on a presentation. The guy said, well, that sounds pretty good, but what I was really interested in was, and then we can switch. Why not find out right at the first whether he's going to switch or not? By having him do a little serious thinking. And you're really doing him a favor. So I went back and double checked, and he still came back. If he made the switch, I'd have double checked that again, just to be sure. And then I tried to establish his need, a dollar amount per month. Then I tried to get in some of the motivational appeal. Why is it important to him? What does he want answered inside of him? his buying motive. And then I got a dollar commitment. I did one thing besides that. I found out if you could really put that much in month after month after month to prevent a lapse. Because if you write up a policy one month, even if you get a check and don't get the check the second, it means nothing. So you prevent a lapse. I believe that every part of the selling process can be covered by asking questions. If we use them to establish communication, we're really going to communicate, there's another skill that we need to have. Can you guess what it is?
You have to listen.
You have to have a skill in listening. So there's a twofold part of it. You need to ask questions, but you need to listen to the answers. His thoughts were slow, his words were few, and never made to glisten. But he was a joy wherever he went. You should have heard him listen.
One thing is certainly clear. When a prospect is answering your well-put question, he has to be giving you his full attention. As we learned in this session, questions do break the indifference barrier. They're the only route to meaningful feedback. Closed questions are decision questions. They're most useful when you want to get a yes or no answer. Open questions are opinion questions. They're questions that can't be answered with a simple yes or no. They most often open with words like who, what, when, where, how, and why. Reflective questions enable you to mirror back a statement made by a prospect. Often when he hears it from your lips, it has a different sound and may cause your prospect to change his point of view. Directive questions are leading questions, questions to which you can rather surely predict the answers. They can be used to focus on areas of agreement. And how about those question formulas? They can help you use the rifle rather than the shotgun technique. They can help you nail down the specifics that will enable you to close the sale. You know, you can sell with questions from the attention step right through to the close. Want to have some fun and build some important selling skills at the same time? Well, see if you can make an entire sales presentation just asking questions, or at least see how many you can ask. When you habitually and intuitively ask questions in your selling, you will be better serving your prospects' needs, and that leads to greater selling success every time. Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. You know, the telephone is a wonderful instrument. It can save us time, bring us close to our loved ones, enable us to complete business arrangements thousands of miles away. It's one of the real technological benefits I fear most of us take for granted. But I suppose no one can benefit more in a business way from effective use of the telephone than the salesperson. And that's what we're going to be getting into in this seminar session with Fred Herman, how to actually dial up dollars and really make the telephone pay. In this session, you'll learn how to break the ice in cold calling, how to get over that initial fear barrier. You'll learn how to take the curse off an interrupting telephone call from a total stranger. There is a best way to introduce yourself and your company on the telephone. You'll learn what it is in this session. You'll also learn how to sell the appointment, how to anticipate and meet resistance, and how to avoid what to the salesperson is properly called the death pause. If you let it, it can kill you every time. In this session, Fred also demonstrates and directs the preparation of a telechart, a practical guide to the most effective telephone use. Now you have an idea what's in store. Let's go to the seminar, and Fred Herman showing us how to dial for dollars as we make the telephone pay.
In this, we're going to be dealing with the subject of how to make the telephone pay a little bit better for you, how to make your use of the telephone more effective. You see, today a large portion of business is done over the phone, and therefore good telephone techniques and habits are important to anyone dealing in business or in services. Success on the phone, I believe, depends mainly on three factors. Number one is overcoming the fear of using the phone, and number two is the understanding of the purpose for which you're making the call, and number three is following a set plan which accomplishes the purpose of that particular call without getting you sidetracked. So I tell you what, let's settle the fear factor first. What's the worst that could possibly happen on a phone? Anybody? He might hang up. Is there anything worse?
Bad name.
He might swear at you and then hang up. Anything else that could be bad on the phone? He might insult you on the phone. Anything else that might be bad?
Well, you could be at a loss of words.
All right, this would be then an ineptness on your part. And that's what we're trying to do with this cassette, is give you a little bit better preparation so that you're in control of the telephone interview and you accomplish your purpose. What good could happen from using a phone? Let's brainstorm a little on this, huh?
You may get the interview.
You might get the interview, okay? Anything else good that might happen on the phone?
You might get a sale.
You might get a sale. As a result, You might get a date. That'd be pretty good, okay? You might get a referral on the phone. Anything else? As a result of making a sale, you might do what? Make some money. You might make some money. Any other good things that could happen to you?
Save some time.
Save a lot of time? What are some of the other benefits of using the phone and good things that could happen? Get some experience on using it, right?
Find out it's not as bad as maybe you thought it was before.
Could be. You might build up some confidence in using it. Okay, so one of the important things if you decided to use the telephone is to develop the right attitude. And there are 5 points here we should consider. Number 1 would be to think of the rewards. Usually a phone call, if you use the telephone effectively, each call that you make could probably mean anywhere from maybe $3 to perhaps $20 or $25 in your pocket, no matter what happens. Even if the line's busier, nobody's home. If you took into consideration that you could get perhaps even $2.50 for each call you made, how many would like to make 10 calls tomorrow? Say, hey, hey. Hey, hey. All right. How many would like to make 20? Amen. Amen. Okay. How many would like to make 25? Say hallelujah. Hallelujah. All right, go ahead. Sometimes when we start to use something where there's a little bit of fear factor, and it's unusual, we tend to tighten up a little bit. Another point would be to force yourself to make the first 5 calls. Sometimes, even though you've had some drilling experience and you're prepared, it does take a little bit of effort to get started. If you make the first 5 calls and break the ice, you'll find you'll build up a momentum. A very important point to consider is that you need to expect to fail in a certain percentage of the calls. What are some of the purposes that the telephone could or should be used for?
Make an appointment.
Make an appointment. Might write that down. To make an appointment. What's another purpose?
To confirm an appointment.
It might be to confirm an appointment. Anything else you might use a telephone for?
Information?
You might use it to get information that might determine whether or not you should make a call on that person. You might use it for collections. You might use it to give information. It is possible in some types of sales operations that you might even make the sale, the entire sale, over the phone. Recognizing the several purposes the telephone might be used for, let's zero in on preparing a sales presentation or a telechart for getting an appointment. The first thing you have to do is to have some method of breaking the ice. The independent telephone companies of America, and there are over 5,000, spent a number of thousands of dollars on a survey where they were trying to find out what are the first few words you could use on a telephone which would get the call started off in good shape. And they came up with a formula of 10 words. And it's basically where you mention the person's name 3 times, you say please once, and thank you once. And it goes something like this: Mr. John Jones, please. And that's just an announcement of the person to whom you want to speak. It's not a question, it's a statement. Mr. John Jones, please. It has a period at the end of it. Then the second one is, Mr. Jones? That's a question. Again, you're identifying, is this really Mr. Jones? But here's his name again. And then the next part is to thank him for answering the question. If he says, yes, this is Mr. Jones, then you thank him for answering. Thank you. And then a pause. And then third, Mr. Jones leads into the next part of the telephone conversation. John, let me role play this somebody. Bring your phone's ring and pick it up.
Hello?
Mr. John Jones, please.
Yes?
Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jones? Now, when you try this the first time, it's going to seem awkward. Suppose you get a receptionist on the phone. You say, Mr. John Jones, please, and the receptionist answered. Then, what's apt to happen there? She might ask who's calling. All right, you might have to introduce yourself then. Give your company name and your name. Would you put me through to Mr. Jones, please? That might be a way of doing it. Now, when you get him on the phone, what do? Right back to this.
You pick it up with Mr. Jones.
Uh-huh. Suppose somebody calls and says, John Jones speaking. What do then? You drop out the first, Mr. Jones, and you come in with the second line. Mr. Jones? Yes? Thank you. Mr. Jones? Right on. So you have to be aware of what's going on. If they do a part of this for you, then you don't do it. That would be redundant. It wouldn't make sense. But psychologically, it's sound because it has those 3 factors in there. The hearing the person's name 3 times, the please, and the thank you, which are courtesy phrases. The reason it seems awkward is you know that something has to follow the third Mr. Jones. There are 3 things going to come after the third Mr. Jones. The order that you're going to arrange these in will depend a little bit on you, and again, the amount of pressure that you want to put, or urgency on the phone call. But those three things are to take the curse off the call, to introduce your company and yourself, and to give an interest step which will make him want to give you the interview which you're calling for. So take the curse off the call means to find out, is it convenient to talk now? And there are a number of ways you can do this. You might want to make up your own phrase. I came with another one I kind of like. We tend to fall in love with our own ideas, and mine is this. It's going to take me about a minute to explain why I'm calling. Is it convenient to talk now? Maybe you like it. Use it if you want to. But structure some phrase that will go into your telechart that will find out whether or not it's convenient for the person to talk. Now, I'm doing an unusual thing here. I'm taking the curse off the call for even knows who it is that's calling him. If he says, well, who is this speaking? Now, what has he given me permission to do? Talk. To talk. That means that I can say something. If he says, well, go ahead, I have permission to talk for a minute. Suppose he says, no, it's not convenient. Now what do I do?
When?
I'll say, well, I'm sorry to have interrupted. When could I call you back when I could talk to you for maybe a minute or so? And if he gives me a time, then I must call back at that time. But it puts you in a position of being, again, in control of the telephone and the situation on the other end of the line. Another thing we must put in here is to introduce your company and yourself. And I suggest that order for a particular reason. The company name or the product name might have some type of identification and sort of register in the prospect's mind. Your name actually has no importance at all, except to you at this point. It would be far better if somewhere along the line he said, well, who is this talking? Then you might want to know who it is. But we do allow you this little privilege to kind of, satisfy your ego, letting you announce your name in there someplace. But the correct order, psychologically, is to announce your company name and then your name. For example, I'm with Sales and Staff Development. My name is Fred Herman. And that's the correct order to do it. So that's two of the things. I'll take the curse off the call and then the introduction. The third thing is the most difficult thing. What are some of the things he could get out of a personal interview with you? Have you ever thought about it?
Increased income?
He might increase his income. Anything else?
Information.
He might get information from you that would be valuable to him. He might learn something that would be of value to him about your product. He might help to solve a problem. A little bit of your interest step could be structured depending on how much information you had about this person. It might be structured somewhat around how you happened to get his name in the first place. If it came as a result of a referral, you might mention the name of the person who referred him to you. This is probably the most difficult part of the telechart to structure, is a good interest step. And I suggest, if you're making a number of calls with a list of names, that you better have a pretty good one there. But I also suggest that if you're calling just one person to get an appointment, that could be a valuable appointment to you, you better sit down and structure the interest step before you make the call. Because you'd better be prepared to answer this question, why are you calling? If you can't answer that question, you're in trouble. So you better put it in here and have it written out. See, this is the purpose, really, of a telechart, is to write out the presentation. And then, if you're going to make a number of calls using the same telechart, to rehearse it over and over again until it doesn't sound prepared or written. One of the marks of a amateur in using a telechart is that they go too fast. You should adjust your pace to the listener on the other end of the line. You can't do that until you've had a little bit of conversation with him. So one of the most difficult parts of it, of course, is to structure a good interest step. If you're promising information, Mr. Jones, our company is doing some work with organizations and other companies very similar to yours in many areas of the country. And we've developed some ideas, some training techniques that have proved highly successful in getting more sales, more orders, and increasing the income of these companies. The ideas that we've been using could be very valuable information for you to have. It will take me about 20 minutes to cover this information. If I'm there longer than that, it'll be because you've asked me to stay. Now you have an interest step. Now, after you've done this part of it, then you must swing into the close. There are two parts of the sales presentation you don't get trapped into making on the phone. Anybody guess what those two parts are?
Price?
Well, yeah, you might not want to get in that. There are two parts of the sales presentation, the conviction step and the desire step. If you get trapped into making your presentation on the phone, then there's no reason for the interview. So you've actually talked yourself out of it. And this is one of the things you have to watch out for. So if you bypass those, then there's just one thing left to settle. That's what? Is he going to see you or not? And that would be the close of the sale, and this is a sale in using the telephone. When you close a sale or when you close out, what would be the details that would be left to settle? The time and the place. Ask for the time that would be most convenient for you. If you have an appointment at 9 o'clock, it would be stupid to ask for another appointment at 9 o'clock. Does that make any sense? All right. So you select the time that would be most favorable to you. Maybe give him an option. You might use, could I see this afternoon at 3:50, or would tomorrow morning at 9:10 be better? Did you notice something unusual about the times?
Yeah, offbeat times.
They were kind of odd hours. If you've indicated it's going to take just a short period of time, you set the odd hour. It further emphasizes that here's a fellow whose time counts. See, this is one of the fears that he has on the other end of the line, is that you're going to take up a lot of his time and waste his time. So somewhere along the line, you can plant a seed of that. The phrase I've used once here, and I use quite a bit on my telephone, is one that comes from Frank Betcher. And that is to say, if I'm there longer than 10 minutes, it'll be because you've asked me to stay. If I'm there longer than 5 minutes, it'll be because you've asked me to stay. This then identifies the amount of time that you would need, and even, in a way, asks for the amount of time that you'll need to at least make enough of a presentation to determine whether or not he's going to be worthwhile making more of your presentation to, or whether he's a prospect at all. Remember now, we're trying to just get an appointment. So the whole telephone thing might go something like this. Bring your phones, ring and pick it up.
Hello.
Mr. Al Simon, please.
Speaking.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Simon, it's going to take me about a minute to explain why I'm calling. Is it convenient to talk now?
Well, if that's all you take, yeah.
Well, I'm with Sales and Staff Development. My name is Fred Herman. Our organization has been doing some work with companies very similar to yours in many areas of the United States. And we've developed some ideas and some techniques that are helping these companies to increase their profits, to help their salesmen be more effective in the sales calls, and to build a solid selling organization for these companies that's going to mean continuing profits for them. Some of these ideas that we've developed could be very valuable information for you to have. It might take me about 20 minutes to kind of explain what they are. If I would be there longer than that, it'd be because you've asked me to stay. Could I see you this afternoon at 3:40?
No, that's not a good thing.
All right, could I see you tomorrow morning? Would that be better?
Not really.
Not really? What time would be convenient for you to invest 20 minutes in some ideas that could be a real benefit to you?
Well, I think if you call the beginning of the week, maybe we can set an appointment.
Why don't we do it right now and put it on your calendar? Would Monday morning be a good time, or Monday afternoon be better? Monday afternoon, what time is most convenient for you? 3:30. Would you put down the name, Mr. Simon, Fred Herman, at 3:30 Monday? I'll be there right on the dot. Would you write that in there?
F-R-E-D.
All right. Thank you for your courtesy in talking to me, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a chance to meet you. These ideas are going to be great for you. You are going to get some resistance on the other end of the line, and Al threw me 2 or 3. He was jockeying around. If you're prepared to meet these resistances, you can stay in control. If you aren't prepared, you're going to lose control. You see, if you are prepared, you have the advantage because he's not prepared. He didn't know you were going to call, I don't suppose. So he doesn't have a chance to prepare. But if you get these resistances, and if you don't come back with something, and now, I didn't get trapped into presenting my story on the phone. I don't want to do that. What was my purpose of this call? To get an appointment, so I just stuck in there. And we were just jockeying around about time. He didn't say he didn't want to see me. He just said he didn't have time at a certain time. So the final thing that you'd structure on the telechart would be the resistances you might expect to get. Write them down. Did you have one question, Eldon, you were going to ask?
What about the guy who says, well, look, tell me what your proposition is. What have you got in mind? He wants you to tell him the story, even briefly.
All right. Okay, let's do it. Right? So, would it be possible to see you this afternoon at 3:40?
Well, look, I'm a very busy guy. Tell me, what's your proposition? What do you want to talk to me about?
Do you have time to listen now?
Yeah, just briefly.
I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Very good.
If you let yourself get trapped, you aren't going to get the appointment. Or 20 minutes, whatever it is, because he's stuck his neck out now. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Question?
That's especially effective from the phone booth in the lobby of the building.
That's right. Okay. I'll be there in 3 minutes or 2 minutes, whatever it might be. So expect some of these resistances, and this might be one of them. And you better have an answer for it. One of the fellows I ever had hang up on me was an automobile company, and he hung up on me right in the middle of my presentation. I'm selling a sales training program. So I rang him right back. I said, Mr. Jones, You want your salesman to be persistent, don't you? And he said, well, come on over. But that's only one of 2 times I remember being hung up on. Now, you can't do that with every product. I have the advantage there. But you know, at this point, you have nothing to lose. You're either going to get the appointment or not. Now, I wasn't discourteous to him. I was persistent, but that's not discourtesy. If I think I have something to benefit, my persistence is not discourtesy, it's a favor. You see, this is one of the things we have to do in our attitude. There's no reason to be afraid of this guy, because if your product is good and your service is good, you're doing him really a friendly act. Well, you're going to do a friendly act, you kind of act happy about it, don't you? So many salesmen, you know, they kind of tiptoe around like this, tiptoe into an interview, they tiptoe out like this. You know what the problem is? They're going to be tiptoeing to their grave. So you don't tiptoe, you just go in there and ask for what you want. Once in a while it works. Enough. If you're prepared to make a big league stuff. Okay, question?
Fred, what about the chap that asked you on the phone, look, is this going to cost me any money? Because if it is, you know, forget it. That kind of thing abruptly. How do you handle that? If you wanted to get an interview and you don't want to talk to him.
Mr. Gunner, at this point, it's going to cost you an investment of 5 minutes of your time. And at the end of this 5 minutes, you'll have an idea that I'm sure that's going to be worthwhile to you. Would you invest that 5 minutes? Could I be there at 3:40 this afternoon?
Sounds reasonable.
All right, okay. But if you really want an appointment with this guy, stick in there and get the appointment. Now, suppose that you lost 1 out of 2 by this method. You'd still have gained, wouldn't you? Okay. Now, what you're bringing up here are the resistance you'd run into. So the suggestion is, if you're going to structure a telechart, is to structure the actual resistances that you think you might run into. The guy that tries to avoid you because the buying book is closed. The fellow that doesn't have time. The fellow that's, whatever the resistance might be. And you can build these up from your previous experience. You run in a new one, and it floors you. You better write it down and come up with an answer to that. Once you answer the resistance, though, there's a thing that is absolutely mandatory. One place in the telechart, I said pause. That's after you thank him for responding to your question, Mr. Jones. And you say thank you, and then you pause there because you're going to lead into some conversation. Mr. Jones, it's going to take me about a minute to explain why I'm calling. There you can pause. There's one place in the telephone you don't pause. Can you guess where that is? After you've answered the resistance, immediately ask him for the appointment. But don't pause there. That's the death pause, because he'll be able to think up another resistance and clobber you. So you have a list of the resistances. And you have the telechart in front of you when you're making the telephone calls, because this puts you in control. You're prepared. He's not prepared, but you are prepared. But you need to rehearse it. If you're going to use a telechart for a number of calls, very similar, in canvassing or whatever it might be, have the telechart prepared and have it in front of you, but rehearse it until you can do it so it sounds natural. Many times when I'm working with organizations where they are using a telephone for securing appointments and much telephone work, we structure a telechart, and then I have them go home and practice it over and over again, even memorize it. But even though you haven't memorized, keep the chart right in front of you. It leaves your mind free. You don't have to think, you know, what you're going to say or wonder if you're going to remember or not. It's right there in front of you. And then I have the person make 10 calls with nobody listening. And the 11th call, we tape just the salesman's side of the conversation. And I can tell immediately by playing it back and soaking the person whether they're following their telechart, and you can tell immediately where they lose control. I don't have to hear the other end of the conversation. I can tell by what they say whether they've kept control and whether they're using a telechart. We've had some structured telecharts. I'll do one here first. Bring your phones ring and pick it up.
Hello.
Mr. George Brown, please.
This is he.
Mr. Brown?
That's right.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, we have a program coming into your city that's going to bring you increased sales of Fords for the Brown Ford Company. I'm with Sales Development Institute. My name is Fred Herman. May I meet you about 3:40 this afternoon to talk to you about selling more Fords?
What is this you're selling?
Well, I'd like to talk to you about selling more Fords for the Brown Ford Company. Would this afternoon be all right, or would 10:15 tomorrow morning be better?
Well, what does this thing cost?
That depends on you, Mr. Brown. At the present time, it's going to mean an investment of 10 minutes or less of your time. Would you rather I came in tomorrow, or would 3:40 this afternoon be convenient?
Well, I'd like to know more about it.
Well, that's the purpose, Mr. Brown, of my suggesting that we get together. This program will really motivate your salesman. Is it all right to be there at 3:40?
Now, what is this program?
Well, it's a program to motivate more people to buy Fords at the Brown Ford Company and to motivate your salesman to sell at more profit to you. Should I see you in the morning, or could I make it, as I suggest, at 3:40?
Well, we have our own training program.
Well, Mr. Brown, most companies who participate in our program do have some type of training. We're actually contacting the top 10 companies in this area, and we wanted you to know how sales are being increased. Would 340 be all right?
Well, I don't have time this afternoon, and besides, I'm really not interested in any training.
Well, I realize that you might not be interested in any training, Mr. Brown, but I feel sure that you're interested in motivating your salesmen to sell more. What time do you have free this afternoon?
Can't you understand English?
Yes, sir. You said you not have time at 3:40, so let's make it at 5:20, okay?
Can't you tell me over the phone?
Do you have time to listen now?
Yes.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. Now we have one where we're going to have 7 resistance, and boy, they're really Lulus. And some of them don't even make sense in the continuity, but it does show where a salesman has a telechart and is organized and ready to go, that he keeps control of the sale. This is a salesman for a security company. And he has a presentation he gives. At the end of the presentation, he stops and pauses, because whenever you pause, you're going to get some response on the other end of the line, normally. If they just say, hey, what happened? Where'd you go? You'll get some response. But in this case, he infers a question, and then he waits for a response. Whenever you ask a question, you should wait for a response. So here we go. Lights, action, camera, the telephone's ringing. Pick it up.
Hello. John Jones, please. Yes. Mr. Jones? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Jones, I'm with a member of the New York Stock Exchange. My name is Ralph Jason. I'm calling to inquire about your investment program and what you've been doing about it lately, if you'd care to tell me. I don't have an investment program. Well, most people are concerned about accumulating enough money to educate their children and build for a comfortable retirement or other investment goals. If you are concerned and want to know more about how this can be done, I believe I can show you several ways how it can be worked out. Is it more convenient to see you during the day, or is the evening better? I am not interested in investing. Well, whether you like it or not, you have to be interested in the purchasing power of your dollars. Mr. Jones, I'd like to show you how to protect yourself against inflation by going along and participating in the growth of American industry. Could I see you this evening, or would tomorrow be better? How did you get my name to call? Well, I got it directly from the business section of the newspaper. This is our way of contacting people in the community, and fortunately, most people are quite happy that we call them. Are you currently investing? I don't have any money. Well, Mr. Jones, there's only one thing worse than not having any money right now, and that's not having any money when you're too old to work. Actually, you have more of a problem than a man with $25,000 to invest. I have a couple of ideas which have proven valuable to other men facing the problem of no money. When can we sit down so I can show you methods of accumulating money from your present income? I'm putting my money in savings and loans, or bank, or real estate. Well, that's fine. Everyone should have readily available money put aside for emergency purposes. Actually, many people tie investments in with their savings plans because, in effect, when you save, you're actually loaning money. When you loan money, you have only one source of income. That's the interest or dividend. Did you know that it's possible to have professional advice and professionals managing your money who will seek out not only income but profits? I'd be glad to show you how these ideas work. Would you see me in the evening, or can I reach you during the day? What do you mean, investment? Well, a portion of your earnings must be set aside for the future, when you're no longer able or lose a desire to earn money. Investments or ownership in American industry has increased by 7 million people in the past 10 years. Now, many of these people needed information or were even afraid, but they went ahead after considering facts. Now, to take a look at the facts for yourself, would it be better to see you during the day or in the evening? I have a broker. Good. I thought you might. Now, who handles your account? First National Bank. Well, they're good competitors of ours. You know, in our business, no one person or firm can possibly have a corner on all the good ideas or bad ones. Is there any personal connection or obligation that makes it necessary for you to work with only one firm? Well, I guess not. Okay, well, I'd like to compete for a portion of your business by at least meeting you. Could I meet with you this evening at 7:10 or at 8:40? Mr. Jason, I reckon 8:40 would just be fine. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go. I appreciate it. Thank you, fellas. Okay. Well, again, to recap, if you're going to use the telephone, you better prepare to do a good job, and this will increase the percentages. You still have to count on failing a certain amount of the time, but if you're prepared, you'll fail fewer times, and maybe so few that you may get into the big leagues, and it'll really put money in your pocket. You need to, of course, be aware of the introduction we had, have the telechart, the 3 factors of taking the curse off the call, introducing your company first, and then yourself, and then having a very strong interest step, and then the close. Don't get trapped into giving your presentation on the phone. If you do that, then there's no reason for the appointment. But if you prepare and you're doing a friendly act for this person, if your product or service is a good one, this will really be the mark of a professional using the phone. Somebody said genius is about 10% inspiration, about 90% perspiration. So I suggest this will help you use a telephone with a lot less sweat.
It's exciting, isn't it, to see how much we can get out of the phone when we understand, plan, and use it properly? What did Fred say were the key factors in using the telephone successfully? Overcoming the fear or reluctance to use the phone to contact unknown persons? Understanding that, as a rule, a phone contact is only to sell an appointment, not the product or service? And following a well-prepared telephone call plan or outline? And how about the proven procedure for successfully opening a call? Mr. John Jones, please. Mr. Jones? Thank you. Mr. Jones, is it convenient for you? And so forth. Well, I hope you have it memorized because it works. Remember to ask permission to talk at the time of your call. If it's not really convenient for the person you're calling, you don't want to talk to him. You'll call him later when it is convenient. And introduce your company first, then give the listener your name. He doesn't know you at all. He may know your company. In a telephone interview, the approach or interest step is probably more important than anything else. Does it promise benefits important to your listener? What does he have to give for the promised benefit? Only a little of his time? How much? And then, of course, don't forget to close. Close for an appointment only. Don't try to sell over the phone. It seldom works and will cost you more business than it'll ever get you. The telephone is an invaluable tool to the multifaceted salesperson, but like so many things, it won't work by itself. Preparation and practice, lots of it, will help you really dial dollars and make the telephone pay. Now here's Fred again with some steps for adding to your selling skills, the ideas in this cassette on effective telephone use.
Thank you, Earl. Here are the 7 structured steps that will help make the ideas you just heard on telephone use a habit-knit part of your daily selling. 1. Listen to this again, and if it is convenient, make notes on your Making the Telephone Pay retention worksheet. Keep pace with the seminar group as they discuss the worst and the best that can happen on the phone. Fill in the purposes for which you could use the phone more effectively. Personalize the take the curse off the call and the introduction steps for you. Come up with a powerful interest step, and you will have all the material for your own telechart. 2. Fill in the blanks in Making the Telephone Pay retention review. If you don't know the answers readily, listen to the cassette again. 3. Structure a telechart for your product or service. Rehearse it with your cassette recorder until it becomes natural and spontaneous. With the telechart still in front of you, make a number of actual calls. Tape just your side of the conversation. The playback will tell you whether you kept control or lost it. 4. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling the next 7 days. 5. Write these ideas in your Making the Telephone Pay blueprint for action. 6. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 7. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments. And the most important thing you learn from this seminar session. When you've completed these assignments, you're ready for the next session.
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. You know, it's been said the average salesperson is unemployed every morning when he gets up. That is, until a salesperson is face-to-face with a qualified prospect, he really has no opportunity to practice his profession. So the key activity in all salesmanship is prospecting. And that's the topic we'll be digging into in this seminar session. Fred will be discussing and illustrating preparation of a meaningful prospect list. He'll be focusing on where the prospects are most likely to be found, which of your products or services they're most likely to buy, the problems or objections you can anticipate, and how to meet those objections. You'll learn how to make your own mini-market survey. By studying your product or service, your prospects in your territory, you'll know where to focus your attention and where to concentrate your prospecting efforts. Sound interesting? Then let's cut to the seminar and Fred Herman discussing those important people the salesperson can't do without, the prospects.
In this cassette, we're going to be considering suspecting versus prospecting. And these are 2 separate operations. Of course, there's no New England recipe for baked turkey that says, first you go out and catch yourself a turkey. You see, every salesman is located someplace, and all around him are either companies, if he's in industrial selling, or individuals, if he sells to individuals, who could logically be suspect. And that's just getting names. The prospecting, that's where you find out enough about the prospect or about that name to determine whether or not he's worth making a call on and investing your time with him. So let's take a look at some of the basic ways that we can suspect. That is, just to get names. One way is advertising. Is there anybody who can think of some different methods of advertising?
Direct mail.
Direct mail. Any others?
Billboards.
Billboards. Any others?
Radio.
Newspapers. Any others?
Radio.
Radio. Any other ways of advertising? That might fall into a little different category. Yellow pages, all right. And perhaps show windows, displays, trade show. There are other ways of getting names. Another one is getting referrals. Who can think of some of the different categories that referrals fall in under?
Friends and relatives.
Friends and relatives. Any others?
Satisfied customers.
Satisfied customers. Any other ways of getting referrals?
Center of influence.
That could be a center of influence. Another method of getting names is to make a cold call. Think of some of the different methods of making cold calls.
Door to door.
Door to door, door knocking. Any other ways of making cold calls?
People you see on the street.
It might be just names. Any other ways of making cold calls? Telephone canvassing could be cold calls. Personal letters sometimes with a follow-up. There's an interesting thing, though, about this personal letter with a follow-up, a story I ran into not too long ago. I was doing some work for an insurance company. One of the salesmen told me this story. They'd been mailing out a number of letters to different names that each salesman had submitted to be mailed out to. So he came in and he was going along. He said he was having a tremendous amount of results and calling on these people who'd gotten the letters. He went to his office, he was back in the stock room, and here was all of his letters with all the names that he'd given them still sitting back in the stock. They'd never been mailed at all. But he was having a tremendous amount of result by the follow-up. So just don't depend on a personal letter. You should have some other follow-up. Maybe it's the follow-up itself that actually gets the name. Any other methods of making cold calls?
By types of customers.
By types of customers. There's another type of getting a name is called general awareness. What are some of the categories that fall in under general awareness?
All barbers or something like that.
Could be, all right.
Associations.
Associations. Just keeping your eyes and ears open to things going around. Watching new building going on, if that falls in your category. Just being aware of what's going on around you. Another area is called research and study. What are some of the things that might fall in under this category of research and study? Telephone directories. Any other things?
Trade magazine.
Trade magazines. Got one back there?
Street guides.
Street guides. Any other
Reports you purchase.
Like Dodge reports. Anything else you might use as a way of just getting names?
Dun and Bradstreet.
Dun and Bradstreet, right. Now remember, the suspecting is just a very minute part of this job of getting a name to call on, because that just gets a name. I remember an experience I had where I had a territory, and one of the other regional managers, territory came right over. I was actually living in this other fellow's territory. And he called me on the phone, and he wrote me a letter, too. And he said, Fred, he said, when you do your advertising, you're getting a lot of my prospects coming in to your area and buying from you. He said, I tell you what I'll do. Every name you send me, he said, I'll give you 50 cents for. So I got the Niagara Falls phone book, the Lockport phone book, and the Batavia phone book, and mailed them to him and sent him a bill for $50,000. Getting a name is one thing. It's not too difficult to get a name, but what you really need to do is to take this action into the second phase, which is really prospecting. And prospecting means getting information which would determine whether or not they're worthwhile investing the time to make a call, whether they could logically buy your product or your service. So we phase from the suspecting into the prospecting. This is called pre-approach sometimes, and a lot of the labels we put on some of the mechanics of selling are actually misnomers. Can you always get all the information pre or prior to making the call?
No.
Sometimes you have to get it face-to-face with a customer. Why is it important to get information before we make a sales call?
To help find out what the problems might be?
Could be. Any other reason you can think of why it's important to get information?
To be able to talk intelligently.
It's almost impossible to make an intelligent sales presentation unless you have some information about the prospectus. I think each salesman should know and almost have a checklist of the things that he needs to find out from the customer before he can start making a sales presentation. So many salesmen go in and hope something will happen. Nothing happens. They wander out and wonder what happened. Because they weren't in there trying to make anything happen. Where do you get this information anyway?
Many sources.
All right, name a couple of them.
The prospect himself.
The prospect himself. You might get any other sources.
Secretary.
Could get it from the secretary. Any other word?
Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber of Commerce. Switchboard.
Financial
City
pages.
directories, financial pages. Trade associations. Other salesmen, that's right. One of the biggest complaints many buyers have about salesmen is they don't seem to know anything about our product or what we do. How did you find that out?
Read his brochures.
Yes, in nearly every front office they have yearly reports, they have brochures and things there you can find out about this particular company. What's another very important thing you should know before you make the call? I'm not saying this question well. What's the one key thing?
Needs or wants?
Their needs or wants, that's important.
Who the buying authority is.
Who the buying authority is, who has the authority to buy. I was going in a company the other day, and I knew a great deal about this company because of previous experience. I had a great deal of information about it. I started to make the call. All of a sudden, it dawned on me, I didn't know the exact person's name to ask for. But I found it out within less than 30 seconds, because somebody told me how I found it without going in. Somebody guess?
Call him.
Look in the parking lot.
No.
You looked off, you picked it off the register.
No.
Ask next door.
Just went next door, yeah. I say, hey, I'm going to go next door. Could you tell me who's the top man in that organization? Because you should know the person on whom you're going to call, all right? What would you say are some of the ideas opposed to prospecting?
Takes too much time.
All right, takes time.
I don't want to hear anyone say no.
All right, it's a fear factor, right?
You think there's an easier way?
All right, might be easier. We tend to be a little bit
Lazy.
lazy, yeah. Salesmen are lazy. One sales manager said to the other, he said, do you like lazy salesmen or the other kind? The other sales manager said, what? What are some of the reasons for prospecting?
Gotta see the
Money.
More sales.
Better use your time. Any other reasons for prospecting?
Habit.
The way to be a real professional.
All right, ready to be a real professional. Any other reasons?
More money.
Only way to continue.
More money? Okay, anybody here who don't like money? What are some of the other things you get?
Self-satisfaction.
Self-satisfaction, right.
Seeing people that want to see you.
Seeing people who want to see you. It also helps you to build up a momentum in selling. What I was trying to do here was just establish whether or not you wanted to know something about prospecting or not. Should we invest another 10 or 15 minutes in this?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. If you have your worksheets available, turn to the one that's headed Why Prospect. And we've listed some of the ideas opposed and hopefully enough reasons for it that you might want to know, well, what do we do from this point on? Halfway down on that page, Why Prospect, there are 10 numbered lines going all the way across the page. When you work with us, what you do is to write a list of 10 industries, business, or individuals that would represent possible prospects for your product or your service. We're looking for categories now, not individuals. Let's assume that you have your 10 listed there. Everybody has a list of 10. You know, actually what we're talking about here in our sales program is to develop more business. There are basically 3 ways to do this. Either new customers, or sell more to current customers, or don't lose any of the current customers. Right now we're working with how to develop new customers. So check down your list of 10 and check off 2 of those categories that might represent the best possibility of immediate business. And then you turn to a page which is headed Sales Plan, a blank line, Prospect. And then you write in that blank line one of those categories that you picked out of the 2. All right, we got to have a prospect here now that we can take a look at for one of these sales plans. Somebody got one?
Yeah.
Okay, we got one right here. What is your category of prospects? Come on up here for just a second.
Those who have recently had employment advancements.
All right. Is this home furnishings?
Yes.
And these are individuals?
Right. And particularly, I think one of the best targets for a guy who's just had an advancement is dining room furniture.
All right, so in your category there, what services or products or what product would you offer? Number one, you're going to try to sell them what?
Dining room.
Anything else?
Step up in the dining room. Well, of course, the dining room is a broad category. You've got tables and chairs and highboys and servers, and there's endless ways you can go in.
All right, anything else you might offer, or that you do have?
Well, once you inquire about the dining room, you might find that they are interested and receptive to the idea of redoing the entire house, and then you have a chance to sell bedrooms.
So this would fall into areas of bedrooms, anything else?
Yeah, living room, furniture, all kinds of accessories, draperies, the whole thing.
Go down about 2 or 2.5 inches on this page. You have a category that's headed, what problems might you anticipate in calling or making a call on this type of prospect?
Most likely, with the chap who just had an advancement, is not money. At least he won't admit to that. But most likely that he's concerned that it will be done right. In other words, will it be tastefully done? Will it be representative of my, high-quality position now that I'm vice
Any
president?
other problems you might run into?
Delivery time.
All
That,
right.
He needs it right away. He's going to have a party
Any
right
other
now for all the
problems?
bosses.
In making the call itself that you might run into?
Yeah, getting a decision between the husband and the wife, getting them together so they can decide what they want.
You have any trouble getting the appointment at all or making the call at all?
Yes, you might, as a matter of fact,
Making an
stirring up
appointment?
interest, right?
All right. Now what you need to do to make a sales plan for this type of prospect is right opposite that, write out how you're going to solve those problems. What was the first problem you picked out there?
Well, the prospective buyer is concerned that it's tastefully done.
All right. How do you solve that problem?
By letting them know that you have on your staff AIDs and NSIDs, qualified decorators who can help them without any additional charge to make the right choices for their home.
Right. Can you see what's developing here as we start filling this sheet out?
Sure.
You almost start to do what?
Well, you build a sales plan of how you're going to tackle all the objections, anticipate the objections, and meet them.
You almost start to build your sales presentation. What's the second problem there?
Deliveries. He's concerned about deliveries.
All right. How would you solve this?
I'd assure him that we have the largest inventory in the Midwest in this category.
All right. Since we're just running through this, let's take a look at the category down. What sales ideas have been successful? In your previous experience with this type of prospect or in any type of prospect, is there a sales idea that you might use with this person?
Yeah, the most impressive and the most successful sales idea in this category of selling is, Mr. Jones, place your trust and faith in me and let me take care of this important problem for you. Your home is an important place. It's a mark of your status and of your growth. Let us make sure it's right for you.
All right. Any other sales idea?
And once you get them to say, sure, I trust your judgment, why, then you're on your way. Then the second thing is get into the home.
All right.
Start measuring and checking and draw sketches and let them understand that you are a pro in interior decoration. And
See, I'm thinking almost in this category here of sales ideas from the standpoint of a sales aide or a sales mechanic, a technique of selling.
Yes, you ask them about one piece of furniture, and then you ask them, where do you intend to use it? And when you get them to tell you where they intend to use that piece of furniture, you've transferred from a piece of furniture to a room.
All right.
And when you've transferred from a piece of furniture to a room, now you're talking about decorating a home rather than selling a piece of furniture.
We've done this very sketchily here. What you'd have to do is fill this in. If you filled in all those lines, you'd have a pretty good sales plan for that type of prospect. Somebody with another category over here.
Paper.
Paper, all right.
Paper bags.
And what category or what business or industry or individual are you going to call on?
Retail stores.
Retail stores.
Mainly department stores and discount houses.
What are some of the products you'd offer?
Shopping bags, what we call merchandise bags, which are the general carry-out bags. What we call a box bag is a replacement for a box. Large toy bags in either poly or paper.
What are some of the problems you run into in calling on that type of business?
Well, generally, the one we run into the most is they currently have a satisfactory source of supply. Cost.
All right.
We generally don't sell on the low end of the price line, so we generally have to upgrade.
Any other problems?
Reluctance to change. New ideas or new products that we come up with, getting them to try it initially.
And how would you answer some of these problems?
Well, as far as customer having a satisfactory source of supply, I'm sure that's true with, let's say, just about anyone that's going in to call on a customer. But it's mainly emphasizing our benefits, or the benefits that we have. Our company is, let's say, more directed to the retail, was founded to service the retail people. We feel we're more familiar with their problems, and we show that by demonstrating and telling what we have done with other customers to help them solve problems.
Well, what would be the effect of listening to problems and starting to come up with some of the answers? What would that help you to accomplish?
It causes me to begin to think more in terms of the customer's needs.
Creatively, okay. What are some of the special sales ideas or sales aids you use with that type of prospect?
One of the ideas is that we handle generally a broader line of products. It's easier for them to do business generally with one person than to do it with two or three.
Is there any particular sales mechanic, sales technique, or sales aid you use with that type of prospect?
Well, yes. We get into, let's say, aesthetics quite a bit. For instance, where the customer may be using a plain old brown bag. one of our jobs is to upgrade, and we do this.
Advertise on the bag?
Advertising on the bag, improving the store image. If the store is known as a quality store selling quality merchandise, they don't want to put their product in an old brown bag. Why not upgrade their entire image? It's a walking billboard for them.
As you start to list these things, how does this help you be more creative?
I begin to think about, let's say, an individual. I think this is the way I become more creative. In thinking about the particular call that I'm going to make, or one particular call, I begin to think of ideas and ways that I can help him do a better job.
All right, great.
In his own field.
Will this give you maybe more confidence, a better feeling when you get face-to-face with him?
Absolutely.
Now turn to another sheet, one of your worksheets, which is entitled Target Account Worksheet. See, in our plan here, in our market study, we've done three things. We took just the industry, a large category, and then we, a series of categories, a series of industries, and then we sort of zeroed in on one particular industry or one particular type of individual, or one particular type of business. Now we're down at the point of where we're going to get names, we're going to get individuals. Well, what one category did you pick out over here might represent the most?
I picked out manufacturers.
Oh, what type of manufacturers did you pick? What is your product?
My product is personal development.
Personal development. Okay, you're calling on what type of manufacturers?
Basically, heavy industry.
All right.
With large sales forces.
And the personal development is presented to whom?
Top management and down through supervisor.
Now that you've got a target account worksheet, would you put the name of some manufacturer down here that you could call on? Do you know a name of anybody?
Square D.
All right, you know another one.
The Motorola Corporation.
All right, you know another one.
Just on and on. There's so many of them.
That's right. Now what you're starting to do is get these. Now, one other thing you're going to have to do here with these companies, you're going to have to find out what?
What they're...
You got a company.
Right.
Now who are you going to call on?
Well, in my case, I try to reach the top man.
All right. How are you going to find that name out?
Well, actually, in my case, I've acquired a D&B list, which gives the president's names of all the companies.
See what we're doing here?
Right.
We start way out here with a whole list of industries or business, things like that. We zero in a sort of a sales plan. But now we're starting to select companies and individuals to make a call on. You can't call on everybody all at once. Call on them one at a time. And this is the best known way. If we followed this through here and spent the amount of time, if we spent an hour and a half here, you'd go out of this room with at least 10 people to call on tomorrow. See, the successful salesman, if you call him and say, who are you going to call on, he can give you a name. The unsuccessful salesman, you call him and say, who are you going to call on, he can't give you a name. That's why he's not successful. Now this, with the sheet you have here, and just the very sketchy details we've had with this particular group, you can start to do a market study and build yourself a whole series of target accounts. Any questions you might have on this?
Doesn't this take a lot of time?
Yep, it sure does. Do you think it would be worthwhile doing this?
I think so.
Uh-huh. You always have time to do a thing over, but never have time to do it right. How would you answer that? Could this possibly be a right way to build a list of prospects?
If you were emphasizing cold calling, at least initially, the extent to which you would do this, it would also, I think, involve your analyzing the territory as a whole and deciding, well, if you're going to cold call on manufacturers, that you would find them centered in an area more than just going down the street.
The funny thing about this, if you did this particular follow-through in the sequence we have here, you suppose you'd possibly find that you would have fewer cold calls and more calls where you went in with something to really accomplish? Sure. It's easy to go out and make a cold call. You just go out and knock on anybody's door. But now we're starting to plan to make your time really worthwhile.
Save a lot of time, too.
You'd save a lot of time eventually. What's most important, how many calls you make or how many good calls you make?
Good calls.
Huh? I think it'd be better to make 2 good calls than 20 bad calls.
You'd be able to build up a common denominator between these kind of companies as well.
That's right.
They probably have the same kind of problems and so on.
That's right. And you start to build it, and you'll find out on that, on your sales plan for that prospect, the things that you lack, and start to put them in there. So when you call on the person the next time, you have a real experienced repertoire behind you that gives you reserve power.
Just getting back to the time again, I think especially when you start off, let's say, new in a territory or beginning, let's say, with a new product, that spending 2 or 3 weeks on preparing and correct prospecting will save a lot of time in the long run.
Right.
I'm sure it sounds like a lot of time, but once you have that part laid out, for the most part, that job is done except for adding to it continually over time.
And the real source of business success in any sales industry is the number of people you have to call on. suspecting and prospecting, very obviously, is not tremendously exciting. You can't get a lot of fun. It's just one of those things that's work. So we try to do actually 4 things: get you to want to prospect, and then get you to list a list of industries, individuals, or businesses that might be likely prospects. We try to get you to select the ones that represented most immediate prospect of increased business, and then to make a sales plan for 1 or 2 of those. Hopefully you might follow this thing out and make a sales plan for all the businesses and industries or individuals that you might call on, to make a real procedure manual for yourself. Once we've selected the industry and made a sales plan, then very obviously we have to select an individual company and an individual in that company to make a call on, or if you sell to individuals, an individual. So you take that category and start listing the companies. If you're calling on doctors, you start listing the doctors you might call on. If you're calling on manufacturers, you start listing the manufacturers, so that you build yourself a target account worksheet. As we were going through the information you might get and the work that you might do in pre-approach, we listed what are the information you might need, and we gave that a kind of a light touch. We asked first, why do you need information to make an intelligent sales presentation, and then what information you need. Now you have some worksheets which would help you to really capitalize in this field of getting the proper information. This sheet is called the case study worksheet, and you fill in information about the prospect that you're going to call on. It's amazing sometimes. You sit down with a salesman and ask you, what do you need to know about the people you call on? How there are quite often very large gaps. What are some of the bits of information that you need to call on your prospects? Would somebody volunteer one bit of information you have to have?
His name.
Got to have his name. All right, that's a good starting point. Any other information you almost have to have? All right, his problem?
Product.
His product that he manufactures, the product you're going to present to him. Which one?
Both.
If he has a need.
If he has a need. Anything else?
His title.
His title. All right, anything else?
Is he a customer?
Is he a customer? Anything else?
Does he have any experience with your company?
All right, anything else?
Likes and dislikes.
All right. About your product or about other suppliers? All right. Anything else? All right, something about his financial. Anything else? His hobbies? All right. How would this help you?
Common interest.
Could possibly be. Anything else?
I'm getting referrals.
All right. You know, you've left out one great big thing on all the questions I've asked you. Anybody think what that is? And without this, you can't make the call.
The address?
What his address is. Maybe what his phone number is. Actually, I think a salesman should have a checklist. And before you go out, you know, the airplane pilots, they must have a checklist. They do it over and over and over again. But they still have a checklist, because if they don't, they're going to wreck something or someplace. Many sales are wrecked because the salesman just failed to get some vital bit of information before he went out to make the call. And that vital bit of information might be the thing that turns him from a suspect, just a name, into a prospect.
Yes, prospecting is the name of the game in selling, and of course that doesn't mean suspecting. A suspect is only a name. A prospect is an individual or firm about whom you have enough information to make an intelligent presentation. In this session, you learned how to identify logical prospects for your product or service. You learned how to make a practical sales plan to use repeatedly with the same type of prospect or company or industry. You also learned how to build a target account worksheet, pinpointing the top prospects, the primary contact at each, the number of calls you plan, the results or commitment you're shooting for, and a space for recording progress notes and results. Prospecting is the lifeblood of effective selling. Correct prospecting can help you keep cold calls down to a minimum. And when you make each prospect call for a planned purpose, your batting average is going to go way up. Fred gives us the tested method for adding to your selling skills the ideas about prospecting contained in this cassette.
You bet, Earl. Here are the planned steps to make prospecting effectively an integral part of your day-to-day selling. 1. Listen to this cassette again, and if it's convenient, make notes on your prospecting effectively retention worksheet. Do your own mini-market study. Fill in the sales plan for every individual, business, or industry which is a potential source of business for you. From this, make up your list of your best target accounts. 2. Fill in the blanks in the prospecting effectively retention review. And if you don't know the answers readily, listen to the cassette again. 3. Select 2 action ideas to use in your selling in the next 7 days. 4. Write these ideas in your Prospecting Effectively Blueprint for Action. 5. Keep a record of the results of using these ideas. 6. Talk over your results with some interested person, your sales manager, wife, or another salesperson. Record your comments and the most important thing you learned from this seminar session.